And boom! Welcome to a new episode of Late Night Exhale. I'm your host, Ali. How's everybody doing tonight? We got Color in the house. How's it going, Color?
Pretty good. What's up, everybody? What's up, Ali?
Pretty good, man. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. Dolphins football is back. Yes, it is. The game's going on right now. I got on the big screen watching the tail end of it. We've had our ups and downs, and we'll definitely get into all that. We got special night. We got a special guest tonight. We're going to talk to a fellow fan, fellow content creator, somebody that in times inspires me, to be good. And, are you excited, Color? I'm excited.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Good dude.
Definitely.
Good dude.
So, Color, before we bring on our guest, did you think Skyler was going to play this whole game? I have to ask, man. You know I was dying to ask.
Not really. I thought we would see Teddy probably later in the fourth.
Or in at least the first half, you thought it would be Teddy B, right? Being the fact
yeah, I guess. I thought, this is what my original prediction was, yeah.
Yeah. We'll definitely analyze Skyler a little bit later. I'm going to get to our special guest. Before we do that, though, let's do the rundown real quick.
Roger that.
So we got TMI Tuesdays with Tonk 7 and Color every Tuesday night around 9 p.m. or so, sometimes after 10. You never know what you're going to hear from them. Color commentary, you never know when Color's going to come on. He is the, man, boots on the ground everywhere, sometimes during the day, sometimes during the night. Every Saturday night, you can expect me, Late Night Excel, usually around 10 p.m. And every other day of the week, you get El Capitan on the Finn's Tailgate Show, so definitely check him out. Some great content and video breakdowns that he does every other night. Shout out to our partners, Fanatics and Backroom Collection. Definitely use the links below. We got hashtag TFTG at checkout for 10% off your Backroom Collection purchases. So make sure you use use that. Check out Fanatics. Get all of your amazing tailgating gear, team support, every jersey, hat. Use the link below. Definitely helps out the channel. We also got our own merch. We got sandals, we got hats, we got yoga pants, tank tops, t-shirts, and those hats come in different colors, beanie hats. Now we even got an awesome flag, which I really need to order soon. So definitely need to get that. Also, if you'd like to donate to the channel, don't forget we got Cash App, Venmo. We also have members. Shout out to all of our members, straight up. The members, we have 3 different levels. We have Amigos, Familia, and the MVP. So definitely check that out. They get some
And
special
guys,
content.
at the very least, make sure you're liking and sharing. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you're on Twitch or Twitter or Facebook, head over to us. Give us a subscribe on YouTube if you'd be so kind.
Definitely.
Head back to your favorite platforms to continue to watch, and we will try to continue to bring great content to you from our great Fins community.
Definitely. Let's see what we got here in the chat real quick. California, shout out to you. John Featherland, definitely shout out to you. DDG, Fins up. We got Q in the house all the way from across the sea, man. Great seeing you here. Kahari P, what's up, man? And that's about everybody. Delusional Patriots fan. I love it. I love it. So,
and shout out to our guest tonight, Natasha W., who joined us on CB83's panel last night.
Oh yeah,
definitely enjoyed your presence last night. Appreciate you coming by the Fins tailgate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I almost missed it. Thank you for catching that, Color. Thank you so much. Let's see what else is going on. There was another shout out that we were supposed to do, and I don't want to forget. Just bear with me 1 second, Color. I'm bringing it up. Where was it? Oh yeah, that's right. Before I forget, shout out to TD, TD Fins Talk. He put out a post. Not really sure what's going on, but definitely prayers with him and his family, and best of health to them. So everybody, try to keep him in your prayers and everything. So thank you. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. No word of any. Just I saw
he
kind of
had like a little audio clip.
Everybody.
He basically said that he has to miss the show, and that's the only time he'll ever miss the show. When it was something important, when he had to, and then he said keep his family in his prayers, and best of health and everything. So,
yeah, definitely. Wish the best of luck, whatever it may be.
Yeah, definitely. So shout out to them. Shout out to everybody. Color, before we bring our guest, I'm sorry. I know he's waiting. We had a premiere. That I didn't tell anybody about.
Oh yeah?
But yeah, on my own YouTube channel, check it out, Broken Takes. We have premiered my very first episode.
Awesome.
So definitely check it out. It's about 17 minutes long. It's my first one, followed by many more. I'm going to link it in the chat here in a moment.
Yeah, definitely. Score update. We're still up 26-24.
Oh, okay. But we're still up. Definitely. Yep. All right, real good. But yeah, I was really excited to do it. I had to do some editing. Critics, don't be too harsh on me. It's my first video. I promise as we go along, it's practice makes perfect. So definitely to that. Awesome. And I am about to put this in.
So they're actually interviewing X on the sideline. Like good long
okay,
what
has he got to say? Anything good?
I don't have the volume up, but I just thought it was interesting. It's not somebody you normally see getting interviewed on the sideline like that, partaking in all the fanfare. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Cool. That's actually very big, to be honest. So definitely. I just linked my show, so definitely hit like and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. You guys can also follow me on Twitter. Definitely look up Ali the Persian, just like as you see it, Ali_DA_Persian. You'll find me there. I'll be posting a lot of stuff there as well.
So I've been really excited to find out who your guest is. That I've been keeping myself blindfolded in the backstage, so I don't know who it is. No, I'm just kidding.
That's
I know
funny.
who it
That's funny. Well, he's been around us all. I got the pleasure of meeting him on Sunday at training camp. One of the realest people I know, and he's one of the most positive person I know, and that's why I brought him to Late Night Exhale, because we are the hype show. And let's all give a warm welcome to the man, the myth, legend, Iceman. What's up, Iceman?
Even more positive than Nando himself.
Oh, whoa, that's pretty close.
No,
That's
No
that's
offense,
some tall
Nando.
orders.
no, Nando and
We
I,
love you,
man.
Nando.
Hey,
No
we
joke.
the same,
No
bro.
joke. No joke, dude.
Hey, Nando
So,
brings it, man. He brings it. But guys, thank you for having me, man. Thank you, Ali, Color, Chris, all the gang, man. Thank you, guys. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
definitely, man. We really appreciate you, and I really enjoy listening to you, specifically when you're getting into those tangents about where we came from back in the day.
Oh yeah.
And all the struggles we faced and how we're facing diversity. I've listened to you a few times, especially when you're talking to fellow opponent fans about our situation.
So
Right.
before
what
you
I'm
guys
talking
start to
Yeah.
cook, and before you guys to start to cook, man, I just wanted to ask Iceman because I enjoyed hanging out with you at training camp
That was pretty
last
cool,
week,
man.
and get to know you a little more. And something I don't think a lot of people might realize about you is you did play some ball yourself too, back in school.
Right, Color. I know you were a fellow wide receiver, man. It was nice chopping it up with you, man.
So
It
where'd
was-
you play?
I played at Christopher Columbus High School back in the day, man.
Yeah, is that
So-
down in the 305 or is that out of
Yeah,
state?
yeah, it's down in 305. When I
But
used to
real
live
quick, Q. Let me know. Are you referencing my channel? If so, I duly noted. I'll take care of that tonight. And
Yeah, I think
apologize
he's
to
talking
everybody.
about broken takes. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. I'll take care of that tonight. Go ahead, Iceman. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was
Nah,
rude.
man, all
Sorry.
good, bro. I'm just here on your show, man. I appreciate it. Just the fact
Yeah, I
that
just
you guys
wanted to let
allow me
everybody know that insight about you, because you're not just some young guy that doesn't know what he's looking at. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I mean, you're right, Color. I love football, man. But when I was a little kid, man, I know when I'm with my mom, when I was a little kid, I might as well tell y'all the quick story real quick. For me, when I was young, I didn't have, let's say a fantastic upbringing, in Jamaica. So when I got older and got from 7 to 8, that's when I got really blessed. And then from there, I love football, bro, from my mama, from straight up my adopted mom. My father, he had to pass away when I was at the age of 10. So my adopted father. So ever since then, I made a vow to him that one day I'll become a head coach. And right now I'm at Treasure Coast Academy, which is in Port St. Lucie. So right now I'm trying to get my way up there, Color and Ali, bro. And it's not easy, obviously. I gotta pay my fair dues, but the game of football is what I love, man. Because when I worked in Pop Warner as well, I also played Pop Warner as a peewee. Then worked my way into Columbus, and that was a true honor. Just playing there and having fun, straight up, So I enjoyed it while it lasted, man. So yeah.
Yeah,
But,
definitely. That's really awesome. Shout out Canes 1989. Yeah, that's really awesome, Iceman. It's really interesting. You played in high school too. You played football in high school and everything
Right.
as well.
Corner. I was the corner, so I would be guarding Color right now. But if we
I
had
got you.
to,
So you play
feel me?
corner. Okay.
I'll be going at Color a little bit.
Was there a position that you
Try to
wish you
keep up
could play
with him.
or wanted to play, but they didn't allow you to? Tell me a little bit more about that. Or better yet, if you could do things differently, back then regarding football, what would you have changed?
I would say the work ethic, meaning staying there every day after practice, at least putting maybe an hour or two in, doing my foot drills, try to do some laps here and there, some burpees. I mean, also studying the film when I go home, stay there, go home, eat dinner, and then just watch film over and over again until I understand the playbook even more. Should have done that. I didn't take as much as advantage as I should have like that. So that's one thing I take from that when I was there. So I try to implement that to the kids that we are teaching now. So if they can, but you know how kids are. They know it, they think they know it all, but at the same time they mean well. But you gotta give them that extra push. So
I understand. Let me ask you this: is there something that is difficult, trying to bring up these young men in becoming football players? Is it because they think they know everything? Is that the hardest part, or is there something else that's more challenging?
I think it's more challenging mentally to them to say, like, it could be opposing, when we play against gigantic men, and they look at them and they say, oh my God, these guys are taller, these guys are bigger. But at the same time, it's just a mentality that we have to tell them every single day in practice. There's going to be bigger, faster, taller, stronger guys than you, but it's just a matter of fact of how you're going to get up next time and do better and beat them at their own game. And we try to really teach them one thing, which is the secret that I took from Columbus, honestly, which is the reason why Columbus is so good. And like just like St. Thomas Aquinas as well, when I was at Columbus, Al Harris was the coach for St. Thomas Aquinas. And that was just crazy to see at that time. And they were stacked, man. They got a nice quarterback at that time. But I learned one thing, though, from all those schools. They have get a block of wood and just keep rising the balls of your feet nonstop so you can run on the balls of your feet every single play. You can walk on it, on your cleats. That's how you run so fast, no matter on defense or offensive the side of the ball. That's the secret. In the NFL, they get a little lazy. They stop doing that, but they kick up their knees a lot. In high school, that's how you see Dalvin Cook. You see all these kids, man. I mean,
yeah, see, I noticed the receivers stopped looking the ball all the way into possession. That's the one thing I noticed having played receivers.
Right.
Like, that was burned into my head.
CJ Henderson was there. We had Deion Bush. We had for Columbus. Those just a couple guys. We had Amir Rasul at running back. They all taught us single-handedly this is what it takes to become very elite, to get to the next level. That's the secret formula. They do ballet. Like, that's the secret formula, believe it or not. That ballet teaches them a lot of footwork to really be on their toes no matter what. Now, we're not going to teach them ballet, but the only thing we took from that was get a block of wood and just do that, man, over and over again.
Ballet is what I've been told is the secret to a lot of different sports, not just football, but it essentially helps in a lot of different factors. It helps in stretching and working your muscles properly. It helps with movement,
right?
And balance, and a lot of different things that you can bring into the game. Even in the offensive line, believe it or not, it does help the offensive linemen too. People don't realize that it's not just for Tyreek Hill and Jalen
Those
Waddle.
Big men can move, man. They
can
move.
It definitely helps them as well. They have to know how to plant their feet properly and keep balanced so they don't get pancaked by Jalen Phillips, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, or opposing defenders and stuff. So, I mean, it's just, what I'm saying is it helps everybody across the board.
Right.
Now, did you take ballet yourself in high school or no?
No, I just learned that from those players that they said that they grew up on that background. And I said to myself, okay, maybe it is true that they say that some players that want to take that next step, if you really want to take that next step, that's what they do. Those outstanding players that go to the NCAA and then they just take off, man. I mean, the whole point of it to be a high school player is to make it to the NCAA and have that percentage chance just to make it to the NFL. I mean, it's really tough. We all know that. But if once you get out of high school and you get that, scholarship for NCAA, you basically made it, because it's on you right there again. Put in the hard work and how long you want to put it for. How long your dedication. So, yeah.
Definitely. Now, I know you didn't take ballet and stuff. And you said you wished that you could go back to work on your work ethic and put the work in that was required to really elevate your game and everything. Speaking of that, I had this question, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank.
You good, man.
So speaking of that, do you currently have any activities? Do you still, like, I know you coach, but do you still play flag football, for example?
No.
Or anything like that?
No, not anymore. I mean, I try to play some pickup basketball game from here and there if I can, but nah, really the time consuming, just doing that is...
How old are you, Iceman, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 29, man.
29?
Yeah. And
Okay.
then my father, he passed away in '96. That's why my email, I should actually like one day change it to Iceman 96. But you know, that's why I say that's who I do it for though. That's why I'm a coach. I do it for him. I made a promise and I won't look back. So
Definitely. Where does the name Iceman come from?
So Iceman came from when I was a little kid, man. I saw the cartoon Iceman. It showed on Cartoon Network, at that point. But then it got shut down real quick because the Flintstones and all these shows came into play. And so it kind of sucked. But then, I also had the comic books growing up as a little kid. My dad, too, liked it. So it was old classic. I mean, like really, really classic. So I still have those to these days. So that's another reason why I like it. So yeah, man, I just took it and ran with it. So yeah.
Very interesting. My nickname Ali the Persian came because a lot of my friends, we have a lot of friends that have the same name. They all have the first name Jason. There's like 6 of us. And they all had nicknames for each other, so we didn't have to say like Jason and then whatever each person's last name was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had nicknames. Like one of my friends' name is Bulldog. I have another friend that his name is Snowman, and not for like a bad reason either. He just looks like this big jolly snowman kind of guy. You know what I mean?
Like Santa Claus.
And then he looks like he can play offensive line for the New York Giants. To be honest, that's what he looks like.
So he's that tall too, because you gotta be tall.
He's a big guy. He used to play offensive line. I think I don't want to say Martin County. I think it was maybe Port St. Lucie High. I don't remember what high school he went to.
Isn't Albert Wilson from Port St. Lucie? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's from Port St. Lucie. He went to Jensen Beach, I believe.
Right, Jensen Beach, not that far from us. Yeah.
Yeah. So Albert Wilson, I think him with that hip injury and taking the year off didn't really help him at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kind of. I understand he had the hip injury and had to come back from it, but I think at least staying around and putting work in, it takes
a toll. It takes a toll, man. Coming back from that, yeah, no
definitely.
joke.
So definitely. But anyway, going back to what I was trying to say, I'm sorry. Essentially, what happened is I got jealous that everybody has nicknames. So I was like, I'm the only Persian guy here, so I'm Ali the Persian. That's.
I like it.
So my friends are like, hey, it's the Persian,
Has a good ring to it,
Yeah, definitely. Not like a cat, and it's not like, hey, it's a Persian kitty. It's not like that. No.
I think of like when I think about the Persian, I think of like over the sea, someone balling out right there, man, just chilling, living life.
Yeah. Now my YouTube channel, my own YouTube channel, Broken Takes. Broken is based off of my gamer tag. My gamer tag is Broken Skull, and I've used that forever and a day. So that's where I get it. And takes, we're all giving takes, what our take on everything is. But I have another special guest, Iceman, that we can introduce to everybody. So everybody give a warm welcome to the man and the partner, Iceman's partner here in crime, El Gordito. What's up, man?
What's going on, Ali? How you guys doing, man? Pleasure to be on your show.
Yeah, man, I got both of you. I got everybody. You guys are from the Fins 100, isn't that right?
The Fins 100.
Yes, sir.
Kick it back.
So, only to make it fair, Iceman, I'm going to ask Mr. Gordito some questions to him for a little bit, and then I'll let you guys talk about your channel.
Cool, man.
Before you do that, Ali, I just want to address a question that's popped up a couple times in chat. So the reason the NFL Plus app may not be showing the Dolphins game on your app is if you're in the blackout zone, then it's on your local television, so they won't let you watch it on the NFL Plus app. Mm-hmm. However, if you're out of market and it's still not letting you do that, you may check to see if you're one of those people that still has a South Florida area code, but might be living in New York or something. AT&T or Verizon or whoever still thinks that you're in the Miami market if your area code is from that market. So if you're connecting to the cell tower with your phone and trying to do it, it's still going to think you're inside the viewing area of South Florida. So a solution may be to connect to your Wi-Fi. Make sure you're connected to your actual home Wi-Fi router, and that may make it think that you're in New York or wherever you are actually at. If your area code is still a South Florida area code, that may be where the bug's coming from. It's just a guess on my part. I've been a IT engineer for the better part of the last 15 years. So
yeah, see, I have YouTube TV, and it's constantly asking me, "Are you traveling?" It's trying to re-verify exactly where I'm at,
right.
and you can go in and change the zip code you're in, and that can affect what.
Right, but see, with the cell phones, if I have I have a 561 number, if I'm in Missouri and I'm connected to a Missouri cell tower, it still routes me through the Miami market with my 561 area code. So a lot of times, like my Sunday ticket app wouldn't show me the Dolphin game because I was using the cell tower, and it thought my phone was in South Florida. Being that the SIM card has a 561 area code. So I would just connect it to my Wi-Fi at my house, and it would show the Dolphin game. It would know that I was in Missouri instead of South Florida. So that may be, I'm just guessing it as to why that bug might be happening to whoever it's happening to.
Yep, definitely. That might be the issue. So, but yeah. So welcome Gordito, welcome Iceman to my show. So El Gordito, tell me a little bit more of you. What's your experience with football? How did you become a fan?
Well, growing up, I definitely played football. I was always a D tackle, as well. Played some O-line, and believe it or not, I used to be a punter and a kicker, growing up as well. So, I mean, I played soccer and stuff, but how I became a Dolphin fan was my dad and my brother were pretty big fans, and every Sunday they used to sit there and watch football, and I didn't understand football. When I was young, I was like, why are you watching men tackle each other? This is some crazy stuff. You know what I mean? Like, do you guys like WWE too? But I was like, all right, whatever. I never really got into it until physically one day I was watching the Dolphins, and it was the Bills, and it was what Lawrence Taylor was on the team, and he had a couple big smacks, and I was like, damn, all right, well, let me, I'm interested now, you know what I mean? Like, was popping people and stuff, and like I said, from that day on, I kind of just fell in love with the sport. Then I started going to games, and hearing the clashes from the pads and the helmets. I was like, yo, this is dope, you know what I mean? And like I said, then I wanted to learn how to play the game of football. So I started off at flag football, pee-wee, and then eventually played tackle. Went to the high school level, and then I had a full-ride scholarship to North Carolina, University of North Carolina, and unfortunately,
I didn't even know about that. That's what's up, man.
Yeah, and fortunately, as a D tackle.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Someone got injured.
We got a little devastating news going on here. Looks like
Trill Williams.
Number 6, Trill Williams, looks like he's been injured. And
shit,
he is
crying so hard.
judging by his gut, he's crying his heart out. He must know it's going to be bad. So that's some devastating news for Trill, our defense, secondary, but mainly Trill. I mean, damn.
You just don't want that in right now.
He's been falling out all night. Really, no reason he should be in there right now. The guy landed right on his. I think he landed right on his knee. Maybe it just feels bad. Maybe that's why he's crying. Maybe
he's not worried. He
maybe it's not as bad as it looks. But
let's see.
Man,
he's walking. I mean, he's limping, but he's walking off.
He landed on it weird.
That's what I'm saying. I think the other player landed on
it. Here it is.
Kind of weird. Might just be a bruise, but.
The player landed on it. Maybe he's in a lot of pain because he got landed on. Maybe he doesn't Maybe nothing's wrong. Who
Well,
knows?
what I'm saying, the crying is because he thinks his season is over. You know what I mean? It's not because
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
hurting, but
Oh no,
the
they're
level
carrying
of
him off,
pain,
kind
That's-
the
of.
level
No.
of pain is what's telling him and is scaring him in his mind to make him think the season's over. So
Yeah.
that's why he's crying. It's not because he's actually hurting. Like the pain isn't causing him to cry. And I guess it could, but you know,
It doesn't look bad, but the hit, you know, how he landed didn't look bad, but you never know.
well, that's what I'm saying, because a lot of times a more devastating injury probably wouldn't be painful. You know what I mean?
He is crying a lot though. I kind of think he's in pain. I think
It might
that's
just
really-
be that it's scaring him, to be honest with you, because he's got a lot on his plate. You know, he's got a lot going,
And he's
ahead
been
of him.
so good this
I
whole
know.
training camp.
Damn.
It might just
Yeah.
have scared the shit out of him. You know what I mean?
You hate to see that right there.
Yeah.
Let's hope for the best. Like I
Oh,
said, like I said, usually the more damaging injuries aren't as painful, believe it or not, because you're a lot more of your endorphins kick in. You know what I mean? But hopefully, the fact that he's feeling it means it's not that bad.
yeah,
Could just be a bruise or
definitely.
something.
I'm hoping. Hopefully, it's something kind of like what
Even if it's a couple week thing, that's fine too. You know what I mean?
kind of like what Zach Wilson just went through.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's
So
something.
anyway, prayers for Trill.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Trill, man. Definitely. Anyway, El Gordito, you were telling us about hitting the pads and smacking of the helmets. It got you all hyped, and you were talking about going to University of North Carolina with a scholarship, and things didn't work out. You said.
No, yeah, I got myself into some, high school. You hang out with the wrong group of people, and got myself into some trouble. I was getting suspended and stuff, but anyone that's on this panel that's young, that's in high school, man, take school seriously, because it's definitely it's a career opening. But needless to say, after high school, I started playing semi-pro. And I played down here in Miami for a couple of years, and I decided to move up to the Colorado area and start playing up there, where I was getting looked at by Arena Football in the Canadian League. But yeah, man, fortunately, I had a season-ending injury on my shoulder, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out for me. But I still play adult 11-on-11 contact with flag, so it's pretty cool. Definitely still trying to keep in shape.
Very interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, but I definitely agree with you. It's very interesting how what you went through and how you were being looked at and everything. But the injury, and I'm really sorry to hear that. Someone brought this to my attention, and I know we're kind of
What's up?
had like bad news and stuff. Ann Hench just passed away. They
Right,
took her off
yeah,
life
from the
support.
car. The car.
Yeah, the car accident. So rest in peace, Ann Hench. That's
right.
wow.
I actually thought somebody told me she already did. That's really
Yeah,
Anthony just put it in the
That's how it
chat,
happened.
and
I
I just
think there's a-
confirmed it. So
yeah, she passed yesterday.
was it yesterday? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, so back to El Gordito. So tell me about you mentioned, you told me your story how you became a football fan and everything. So what has you hyped about this season? What outside of like Tyreek Hill, which everybody's hyped about? I'm hyped about that. Is there something else that has you hyped for this season?
Man, the performance of our coaching, as well as our offense. I'm hyped for Tua. Most people still have that doubt in him as our quarterback, and typically, that's essentially that's. I mean, I would feel the same way as well. But hold on, give me one.
No problem.
Yeah, man. You
So Iceman, talk to
good? Yeah,
me.
man.
I'm here.
Oh, you're still here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Gordito. Go ahead.
But yeah, I'm excited for the performance. Not just Tyreek Hill, but bringing in Cedric Wilson, Melvin Ingram, Um, man, like I said, the coaching staff, having Wells Walker, Sam Madison, Patrick Surtain, you know, honestly, I think, this is going to be our year to really shine, as a team, as well as pretty much, show up or shut up. This is our season. If it doesn't happen this season, I don't expect it for at least the next 5 years.
Yo, I feel that.
Ooh, that's a hot take there.
You
We'll
know?
definitely come back to that hot take, though. I don't want to get quite on the Dolphins predictions yet. We want to leave that for a little bit later. So going back to Iceman, so you guys have a show. What's the name of your show?
The Fins 100, man. So you guys
So
can
tell me about the name of your show and how does that fit in with what you guys are bringing?
All right, so the Fins, always the Fins. We're all the Fins. So we're all, each one of us is the Fins. Every single one of us in the community. And then the 100, the one set stands for we are number one, greatest team of all time, and the greatest team, period. So we are number one in your hearts and on the field. And we sing it in our song as well. Miami as the Dolphins' greatest football team. So there you go. And then we keep it 100 as well. We always keep it 100, meaning we keep it real and we keep it we keep it 100 with you guys. We don't walk around and you feel me?
Definitely.
Fake smiles,
so
all that
100%
stuff.
of the time.
We
So,
keep it real. We keep it real.
Yeah, definitely. Iceman, a question I had for you earlier, and I just remembered. So I understand you're coaching high school football. In what position is it you coach again?
Right now I'm doing the defensive side of the ball, so defense assistant, and then assistant coach. But
so
I
you're
gotta pay
assistant
my
defensive
dues.
coach. Okay.
I gotta pay my dues though.
Do you have aspirations to become a head coach in high
Yes.
school?
Yes.
Okay.
I have to
So that's
pay my
the-
dues though. Yeah. I
I
gotta
got
work the
you. So
way.
that
You
is the
feel me?
goal. Just
So-
curious because it's been so long that I've been a part of high school football back. I graduated high school in 2000, so it's been
Right.
20 years.
It's been 10 for me. I mean, I'm on the
I'm
phone, so-
aging myself. I'm telling you right now. So, to be a head coach, is there like a certain route you have to take? Do you have to be a teacher, for example? Like, how does all that work? Or is it matter of like word of
No.
mouth? They bring you on as a coach, and you just like a job. You
Well,
get experience, and then you apply. Like, how does all that work?
right. Well, honestly, Ali, like for real, I started in Pop Warner. I was lucky though. A gentleman by the name of Coach Zandler, who was Pop Warner's Sunnyland Sun Devils in Miami. He gave me the opportunity to become an offensive side of the ball. He knew I was more of a defensive side of the guy, which I am. And first year was offensive side of the ball. The second year was defense. I worked with Pee-wees. And then after that, I enjoyed the game because if you could work with kids, you can do it anytime. That's the ultimate test. If you can be patient, it's all about patience. That's the key of football as well. Just teaching the youngsters, have patience, understanding with them, because it takes a while for them to understand the game, pick up the knowledge, and just enjoy the game as well. Because
That's a
what it's all
wrap,
about.
ladies and gentlemen. We won our first preseason game.
Yep.
Tampa Bay missed the game-winning field goal.
Yanked off the left, the
Ooh.
right side.
Nice.
Wow.
Let's go. 26-24, right?
Yeah, you see Tampa Bay's coach just smiling like, "Oh God," shaking his head.
Let's go. Hey.
Hey, we're still undefeated, man.
Yo.
Still undefeated. Let's go.
There you
Anyway, so I really want to talk about the game, but I also want you guys to talk about your show. So you're telling me you were in Pop Warner. They gave you opportunity both on the offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball.
go. Right.
How did you get to high school? Like, let me know, like how that worked out.
How did I get to play in high school or coaching?
Not
high school?
coaching. We're talking about
Coaching. Okay. So that played out. It took me a while actually, because it took me 4 years. So I was with Sunnyland for 4 years. I worked my way up the coaching ranks, and then from there I was going to become a head coach there. But then actually I had the background and all that, the resume, if you want to say, to go to Columbus. My fellow high school. I saw they were applying for online. I was just looking it up, and it was like a sight for soul heaven, basically. It was meant to be. I saw it and I said, let me apply. It doesn't hurt to apply. And then they gave me a call. I went over there, got an interview. I didn't know if I was going to get that job or not, because I for sure wasn't the only one. And they gave it to me because they knew I was a Columbus alumni. I think that really helped the most. That they knew I was a Columbus alumni there, graduated there, so that was pretty cool, I guess. And then from there, I just worked my way up, man. You know, we went to 2 states. I mean, it was fun at Raymond James Field. It was fun. It was a learning experience for us as well. I mean, Columbus does it really good, man. They really do. Just like a lot of those top schools like Booker T, St. Thomas, Gulliver, all those schools, man. All those are top notch. But, you know, when it comes to Columbus, it comes to a brotherhood. It gets really serious. I mean, it really, really does. To the point that if you can hear what they say in the locker room, which I won't say it here because it gets really intense, but you can only imagine.
I definitely understand.
So, yeah, man. And that's how I just understood that I wanted to be a coach. I said, okay, this is what I love. This right here is my sanctuary.
Yeah, see, when I played high school football, it wasn't like your story, what do they call it, like a fairy tale story or whatever, you know, perfect situation. You know, I had to deal with, you know, people that had been playing longer than I have, you know, and I had to run that much harder and put in that much more work compared to everybody just to keep up because they had been doing it for so long. You know, that was my experience, you know. Like, for example, we had this saying, you know how like the Dolphins, what was it, last year or the year before, we had TNT? You know,
yeah,
you know
wall.
what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the TNT
wall.
Yeah.
We had something called bigger, better, strong. I'm sorry, bigger, better, faster.
Okay.
That was our thing, and it didn't matter. We had like little like workout camps and stuff like that. We had before the before training camp and all that, and you know we would be doing like a 40-yard run or whatever on the track or whatever it may be, or just a lap around the track, and the starters and the other guys that I was friends with and everything, they're like running like half speed, almost jogging it, and I'm like sprinting.
And you're
like,
just booking it there.
I'm like putting the rockets on, and my friend comes rolling up by and he's like, "Dude, what did you eat, dude?"
But that's respect, though. But that's respect. As any coach, we would love to see that from any player, straight up, always putting in that work.
That was really where I was going with my question. When you see players, even if it's just a plain old workout camp or whatever, just to work in the gym or whatever before the season or whatever it may be, do you like seeing players that go 100% all the time?
That's what we want.
Or do you coach them to, hey, right now we're not in a game, let's take it easy? You know, like how do you coach them with that?
Okay, so when it comes to games and we're prepping for games, mostly we do take it easy in that week of such, meaning we have walkthroughs on Thursdays. So those are the days that we give it to them easy. Mondays through Wednesdays, though, Ali, they ain't no easy days for those. We really hold them accountable. They know that. We're really tough on them because we're trying to indoctrinate into their brains that this is life. This is how it is in the cold. It's a cold world out there, and you need to strap in and be buckled in because anything happens on the field and you got to get right back up. It's the same thing in life. And we try to tell that to them straight up. That's the game of football and the game of life as well. That's what makes the game of football so sweet. That it teaches you a lot of meaningful things that you're going to approach later on in your manhood, womanhood. It doesn't matter, you know, because there's women out here in the community that love watching football as well. And darn, they also play it too. So, you know, so yeah, man.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. You know, I'm really glad to hear like how you how you handle that type of situation with people, and you know like when you're coaching kids and stuff like that, because that goes a long way. And for me, like I said, I was smaller than everybody. If you guys see high school pictures of me, dude, I was so skinny. I look like a broomstick. That's how skinny I was.
But I'm sure you had that speed though, because mind you, you know, the body frame.
I was
the
skinny,
speed.
dude. I was so skinny. I was like literally barely 115 pounds wet.
Okay.
That's how skinny I was. Like, you know what I mean? It was crazy. Teddy could have used some snaps if he wants to stay in Dolphins.
You did play the game, so that does. Hey, there you go. You played the game.
So let's shift gears a little bit. Let's talk about the game. Gordito, are you still there, my friend?
Yes, I am.
I just wanted to make sure. So let's talk about everybody that's talking about someone in the chat, and that's Skyler. I've been talking about him for what feels like forever, Color. Is that right? We've been talking about. At least I'm the one talking about Skyler.
I remember Color screaming
Skyler,
to
the Tommy
Skyler's
Gun
turn.
Thompson. Yeah, I like to call him Skyler,
was
the
cool.
Mini Gun
I'm
Thompson.
gonna say my piece real quick since
ahead.
you know, I'll just get it over with.
I know you got strong feelings. Go for it.
All I wanted
out,
to
Color.
see, like I kept saying, we had not seen the kid in game speed yet.
Okay.
He started off looking like somebody that hadn't had any game speed. Although, man, a couple gorgeous throws even right out of the gate. Definitely picked it up. He produced over 25 points a game, which was our 2020 game average per game average. Commanded the offense well, stuck with it, played all 4 quarters. So he's got the endurance to be a, starting quarterback. I mean, all I know is what I saw tonight was definitely nice arm, nice ball placement, good pocket presence, got out of it a couple times. Yeah, he took a sack, maybe 2, I think.
The 2 sacks that he took, in my opinion, there was somebody missed their block really bad.
Yeah, and considering how horrible the offensive line continues to look.
Yeah, it doesn't look pretty.
I would say it's nice to score a good 26 points in a game. I get it. They're all, we have to keep in mind that second and third string defense out there and all that. I know, I get it. But that's his very first shot at NFL game speed. My concerns about whether his skills, translate. In other words, does he process things fast enough to be in the NFL? That those concerns are absolutely gone, and that's all I'll have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I saw is that, and someone mentioned it in the chat, there are a couple throws he made that he kind of missed the person or he overthrew. That has shown up in practice a little bit. I think it's something that eventually he can work through. He can definitely fix some of those issues. The other thing is that, we were taking receivers in and out of this game quite a bit. They had a merry-go-round of receivers that he had to go through. Bowen showed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Bowden. I'm sorry, Bowden showed up. That was really good to see. I haven't seen very much from him in practice either, in my own opinion, from what I saw. I only went one day though. I went Sunday. I met Iceman and Gordito was there. So, what did you guys take away from the game? What did you guys see that you're impressed with from Skyler, and what are things that you think he can work on? I'll let El Gordito go first.
All right. Well, I definitely think that Skyler came out and did a phenomenal job as a leader to control that offense. Granted, he did have some throws that were overthrown or not really placed where it needed to be. But as a rookie, to play 4 quarters, come out, play with our second string, third string offensive line, and still produce what he did. I think he was 20 for 28, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Man, I think he did a fantastic job. And to be honest with you, I've been saying it, but Skyler Thompson has been having a better camp than Teddy Bridgewater. By far, it's not even a close camp. Teddy has been definitely lacking in his accuracy and training camp, as well as on his throwing, overthrowing and underthrowing receivers. So, man, I don't know, man. I honestly think that Skyler Thompson might get his chance as at least a second string quarterback. But then again, we still need that vet, mentality as a backup to at least lead into the right direction. So, I've been saying we're going in with 2 quarterbacks, but at this point, I think we're looking at 3.
Yeah, and what surprised me most is right off the get-go, you're giving him a whole game. That kind of threw me off. I thought we would see Teddy. I thought that's why there was a practice day that Teddy didn't play, because I thought he was starting. You know what I mean? I think Color even thought of that. Shake Money says
one of the things I wanted to point out something about that. That's really striking to me that they gave him a full game like that. That tells me that what I had said earlier about him being able to play an entire game. Could that be what they were wondering? Could that be what they were testing? Can this guy go full 4 quarters yet? Does he get tired in the 4th quarter as a rookie? You know what I mean? No, I mean, he was strong all the way to the end. And I think that may be what they were looking at.
Yeah.
Remember what these preseason games are for? To give them information, to collect information about stuff they're wondering about. You know what I mean?
Facts. Yeah.
That is absolutely true, Color. Definitely. So, that kind of threw me off. Let's hear Color's going to play a play he got here.
You can keep talking. I'm just going to throw some highlights up while you guys are talking, because we got them to start rolling in now. So
chilling.
Definitely. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm very impressed. What is something you thought, and you may have said it, Gordito, but what do you think he needs to work on more?
Skyler or Bridgewater?
Let's start off with Skyler, and then we can move to Bridgewater, because I have some things to say about Bridgewater. But go ahead.
I definitely think one thing he needs to work on is his well, I'm looking at this highlight. To be honest with you,
that's short field right there, by the way.
Yeah, he's a young buck. His awareness is definitely something that I feel he may have lacked on. Granted, that our O-line, we don't have the best O-line as of right now, and especially the O-line that was, blocking for him isn't the best O-line. I obviously he's a running quarterback as well, as you guys seen in Kansas. He played for Kansas, correct?
Kansas State.
Correct, Kansas State. Yeah, just want to verify. But yeah, he is a running quarterback as well. So I felt that. He definitely should have found a way to get out of that pressure. But, I mean, granted, besides being precise on target with the accuracy on some of those throws, I think that, for a rookie, I think he did more than enough, especially going a whole game. You know what I mean? That was throwing my fire.
And that's something you don't see very often, is a rookie getting a whole game. You may get a whole half if you're lucky. That happens. I will say that, regarding the offensive line, since we're talking about it, Coleman did not have a good game. There was times where it felt like he was just letting people, he was playing catch up. Yeah, the left tackle that started the game. There was so many.
Choppy.
Yeah, it wasn't very. What are you saying, Iceman? I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
no, go. No, you were right. You were right. He was choppy.
I think he didn't. It didn't seem like he could get his blocks on correctly. It looked like he would half block somebody and have to try to catch up with him, and it was causing pressure from the left side. But there, and then there was the first play that Color actually had up here. If you go back and look, it's like he was looking for somebody to block. So he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just double team this guy. You know what I mean? It was kind of I don't know. It's not what I want to see. I want to see this offensive line all 5 horses running, let's go, pedal to the metal type style. Now, granted, none of these guys are really the starters. Hardly any of them. I don't think any of our starting offensive line played today. Is that correct? Dieter played. I saw that. That was really interesting. He was out with the injury last week, and he actually played. So that was good.
The only one I think that was in the O-line that may still is in the verge is Eichenberg. Austin Jackson was out today. Connor Williams was out today. Armstead was out today.
Yep.
Robert Hunt was in there. So Robert Hunt and Eichenberg will be the only two that's pretty much competing for that starting position.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Hunt?
So someone in the chat put that if we trade, it doesn't matter if we trade Teddy, it's going to cost us $6 million. Can someone verify that? Because I thought if you trade a player, you can negotiate how much of the contract you're taking
and he has no trade clause, right? So he's.
I don't know if he has no trade clause. I don't know if he does.
Let me check. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, Teddy. If you can find that out, that would be good.
Got you.
To know. I'm not saying we should trade him yet. I still think we have to let this preseason play out. I do want to see what happens in the second game. The second game, I believe, should be the dress rehearsal, if you want to call it that. I think Tua's going to play at least the first, quarter and a half. And then you're gonna bring in either Skyler or Teddy B. I think Skyler has put enough on the table that, they may give it to Teddy B just so, he has something to compare to. But it'll be very interesting how it plays out in the third game. If they're going to give each one of them half a game or how that works.
I agree. I think our second game is going to be all Teddy, the whole game. Kind of
not even Tua? No Tua at all?
I don't know if McDaniel wants to pay Tua. I don't think that. I think after he's seen Zach Wilson get hurt, I think he got scared. He was like, "Yeah, Tua's saying out this one." But I don't think Tua is even worth to put into the second game. I think our third game, Tua should at least play half the game on our last preseason game before doing cuts, just to kind of compare everything that's been going on. But I think the next game is going to be Teddy B playing the game.
I want to see if it's going to make me throw up.
To Skyler Thompson.
Color couldn't help himself. I'm sorry. But anyway, yeah, I definitely understand. I kind of think that's maybe how it plays out too. I'm kind of questioning if we're gonna play Tua or not. I kind of think we need to at least for a quarter maybe, or at least 2 possessions maybe. But that we'll see how that works out.
You can
going back
Teddy.
to the O line though, real quick. Someone mentioned it. The pass blocking looked better at times. The run blocking did not look so good. That was kind of concerning to me. Gaskins broke out a massive run. I mean, granted, I have to take it with a grain of salt because they were playing against third and fourth stringers. These aren't all ones. You know what I mean? So
Salvin Ahmad too. He didn't have a good one. He did not have a good day.
Yeah, it didn't look good. Sonny Michel didn't have a good game either. So. But that's something that I want to see improvement on, especially in the next game.
So it looks like if we trade Teddy, then we don't take on that salary cap, the salary of the $6.5 million. Now, if we cut him, then we get hit with the dead cap on him.
Okay, so if we cut him, we get hit with the dead cap. If we trade him, then we don't have to take it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So I just want to point out here, guys, because I know that, third, fourth string, I get all that, but that's not what I'm looking at here. What I want to point out is look how effortless this throw is. That's all.
Barely takes a step. He barely takes a step.
Look how effortless the throw was.
And I like how Lynn Bowden is healthy now too. Good for him.
Now here is the one thing I do.
Watch it in. Look. Like it's. I mean, effortless.
Right on the money.
Yeah. Here's one thing I think does need to be worked on, Color, and you can replay it to watch it again if you need to. There was 2 or 3 passes to Bowden that he threw that it seemed like it was like underthrown, or it was Bowden kind of like turning around to catch the. It was weird.
Going down, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one. The
one in the end zone was put in a place where it had to be. And Bowden actually got a hand on it. And some guys, if you're really great, you can make that catch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about Bowden competing for a 4th, 5th, or 6th spot, then he doesn't really have to make that catch to make the team. You know what I mean? But it'd be nice to see a guy make that catch because Skyler really put it where it was supposed to be on that type of throw, coming around the backside of the corner like that. You know what I mean? And he did put it in Bowden's hand, but it still would have had to be an amazing catch. And I don't necessarily expect that out of the 6th guy. It just would be nice to see it out of the 5th or 6th guy, And to be honest with you, I think Craycraft makes that catch, but that's just my opinion.
Shout out to Chef Drew in the house. Just want to say, hey, what's up, man?
Yep,
it's great seeing you at training camp. So shout out to him. But yeah,
man, you mean I missed out on a chance to meet Chef Jude by not going Sunday?
Dude, they introduced me and they didn't tell me what his name was, and I'm like, they're like, you don't know him? I'm like, dude, there's so many people I haven't met yet, so no, I see their name. That doesn't mean I know who they are. So, but no, it was really cool to meet him. That was really awesome. Yes, Sunday was pretty cool. That's where I met Iceman and El Gordito for the first time. And I will say, Gordito, you're a lot taller than I was expecting, to be honest.
D-line.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely.
6'4".
Through. I should be used to it. All my cousins are like 6'4" and taller. I have two cousins that are one 6'11" and another one 6'10". No joke.
Damn.
GameNet Scummy says gaming never looked too big for Skyler. Great sign.
Indeed.
He wasn't rushing his internal clock. That is true. That is definitely true. What else?
Yep, that's
is-
all those things that I really wanted to see, and I got to see him his very first go at it. That's really impressive to me.
Mhm. Yeah, he impressed me, and I think the talk is going to start heating up. Who's QB number 2? So at this point, Color, do you still have Teddy as your QB2?
I'm definitely more in favor of a third spot for Skyler with Teddy B as
That's what I'm
the
talking
second
about.
quarterback.
So you definitely see the value at
Well,
least
here's
on
the
why
thing.
you
It's
should
like I
keep him on
said.
the roster.
It's like I said earlier. I actually would rather keep all three.
Mhm.
If the worst happens, I would actually put Skyler in as QB1 and keep Teddy on the headset. That's his job. That's what he's training to do right now. You know
I
what I
will
mean?
mention this though. This was kind of odd to me, and I may have to rewind the game because I recorded to go back and double check. But every view after he scored that first touchdown, that they showed Tua coming up to him, slapping hands. Even Mike Gesicki, who shook hands with him and everything. And I didn't see Teddy B. The only time I ever saw Teddy B is when he went to go sit down and he's talking to the quarterback's coach. That was it.
That's because he knows he's gone. To be honest,
I
with
don't
you.
know about that, man.
I'm not trying to stir anything, Color. I'm really not. It's
No.
just that I noticed it though.
I still think we're gonna have 3 on the roster spot, man. Honestly, bro.
But Cutler,
I
let me
really
ask you a
do.
question.
I've been.
Let me pick your mind, Cutler. So you think that Miami should keep Teddy B at $6.5 million, or do you think that Miami should move up Skyler Thompson to the second quarterback position?
Well,
and
I'm not
have-
afraid if they do after what I saw tonight. I'm not afraid if they do
Okay,
that.
so
And I
you
know
don't
now
know-
there's plenty
okay.
of teams out there that need a guy like Teddy B. So sure,
I
I'm
feel
not
that.
averse to it.
So,
I just don't think it should be the default, you know?
let's just say we go after, I don't know who had a bad game. I don't know,
Who?
Blake Galbert.
He's been there for a minute, man, in the NFL.
I
I'm
would
gonna
not
lie.
trade him. No, I would not trade him to another team that's just taking him as a backup. Absolutely not.
No.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, we know
Why would you do that?
Seattle needs a quarterback. Who else needs a quarterback? The Falcons. I mean, Mariota. Had a good game, so maybe not. But I mean, there's teams that need a quarterback that we can trade them and at least get some draft picks. Or
I just
Yeah,
wouldn't,
yeah,
man.
maybe-
No.
I mean,
No. I know
So you
Teddy
think
hasn't
for-
done a lot in training, bro. I know that, but honestly, I would keep 3 because, knock on wood, if 1 and 2 do go down, Skyler can be that
You have
guy.
to,
so.
you have to think about this. Clearly, Tua technically has a history of having lingering injuries that show up mid-season.
With
right?
Teddy
the
as
last
well.
2 seasons,
Yeah.
it's happened. So, if you think about that, the chances of him getting injured, like with the finger or anything like that, a finger issue or anything.
Hey, I don't have my headphones on. I was coming in to tell you guys Mike McDaniel's interview's on.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm pulling
you guys
it
want
up
put it
right
on,
now.
can you,
Color.
yeah, can you get that on? That'd be cool.
Yep. Pulling
So,
it up now.
Capitan,
Thanks,
what's up,
Captain.
man?
Shout out to you, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having us, man.
That
Here we go.
it just felt like
All right. Here we go.
I was trying to fixate on what my job was at the time, so I didn't really get. I guess I did feel.
Y'all want me to go from the beginning if I can, or you want to just
If
play
you
it live and
can.
catch up later?
If you
try
can,
to
that'd
do
be
your
cool.
best
Yeah, that'd be chilling.
To, for me,
I like how
there's a lot-
my
a
logo
lot of
is
it that felt
covering
like
my
practice.
face. It's better looking, so I'm definitely
because
agree.
if you put yourself in the right mindset each and every day,
We'll restart it from the beginning. It hadn't been on that long.
Mic check.
Well, Mike definitely checked.
10, 9, 8,
Oh, they're doing a countdown.
6,
Mike McDaniel's going to lift off here, everybody.
3, 2, 1.
Okay. Yeah, it's making me nervous up here. So how are we doing?
Like it seemed like you were leaning toward resting a lot of the starters. So what ultimately led to that decision?
You know, it's a balancing act. There's a lot goes into it. I talked to the players about it. I waited all the way until Thursday evening to finally stamp it. But I talked to the players on Friday that it wasn't necessarily a punishment or a reward. It was every individual and where they're at, who needs it to perform on week one. You do your best guess. So it is. It wasn't we're just sitting guys because they've done X, Y, or Z. It was more protecting people against themselves, realizing specific positions that guys could get, a little taste of a game and then get them out. So it's a balancing act that we'll continue to do during the preseason to get ourselves best ready for the regular season. Yeah, and just in general, it is not an easy job to play tight end in the offense, and so we thought that it would benefit him to get him in a little bit, but again, we're trying to protect people too, so you're just really trying to manage all those things and having a scope for the whole preseason. We thought it would be good. We wanted to get him a touch and kind of get him orchestrated and hearing the offense, but also protect him. So I was happy. Before watching the tape, I was happy with the way he played and how he approached it because, again, it wasn't punishment at all.
Mike, what did you make of the reaction when that kick going off? Your guys seem pretty hyped, albeit being a preseason.
Yeah, I think it made me very happy because, that's what I want to see from the team. There's a lot of guys that, not a lot, but there's probably like 16 or 17 that didn't play a snap, that weren't even suited. But what I was happy about was the whole team stayed locked in for their teammates, and they genuinely wanted to win. And you better have a competitive nature in this business to be able to succeed in it. And so it was cool to see that they wanted to finish what they started, so I was happy with that. That I was. You're never going to be completely happy with a performance. That's the point of being a coach. The day that you have a perfect game, I feel like we should walk off to the sunset. So I was happy with how they handled adversity. That things didn't go their way. We kind of started behind the 8 ball a little bit. They were running a bunch of pressure. So we were struggling to get the run game going for reasons because they were committing to stop it. So I was happy how they responded, and there's a lot we can learn from it. Skyler, it's funny. I have to check myself when certain things will happen during a game or practice where I'll feel myself getting impatient with him because I've completely forgotten that he's a rookie, but he is a rookie. But to his credit, we rely on him as a veteran. So it's a hard thing in this league to with a night's sleep go in as a starter. We were pumped to get him that opportunity. I know he feels like, and we'll all feel like he left a lot of, not a lot, but he left some plays out there. But the biggest thing is we didn't have any turnovers as an offense. I think we had 1 penalty, so that's something to build on positively. And you can't have those type of statistics there specifically if you don't have efficient, good quarterback play. So it was cool to watch him. He was pumped. He was very salty and every series because he was like mad at himself for whatever happened on the previous series, and that's a good starting point because he didn't shy away from making plays either after he was frustrated.
That's what I'm talking about.
Things like plays and running the offense, getting guys lined up, all of those things that maybe you take for granted.
No, so that was one of my favorite parts. Was at the beginning of the game. I thought the operation was a little slow. We were trying to get the play in pretty fast, and I don't know what he was saying exactly in the huddle, but it was just taking a long time to get aligned. So I took the opportunity to go tell him, "Hey, dude, you need to get the guys in and out of the huddle." And he was able to adjust that. He did better with that, while also still taking each play one play at a time. So that was an encouraging thing that you don't know until it's real. There's a lot of rookies out there that I think felt more rookie feelings than he did, and he touches the ball every play. So happy with that. A lot to get better from, but he's a stud, and we're happy to have him.
I wish we could hear the questions.
I was just talking to the team about it. Like the receiver position in general, you have so many variables that are compounding for you to get opportunities, which is why I say every he was on the field, and he's whether a couple people have mentioned to me that he's maybe had a quiet camp or whatever. All I've seen him do is do his job. So then that sets you up for success when you continually do your job, and then all of a sudden you catch the right coverage or you get the right play call. So I was happy with that, and I think it's a lesson that for a lot of guys to take is to just be ready for your opportunity. I thought he was ready for his opportunity tonight. I don't. We'll always try to defer to. I don't want to start pushing a direction that we try to have science in our statements. So with regard to injuries, so that there was some concern, definitely for his lower extremity, but we'll find out more tomorrow. Exactly what it is, but he's a competitor, and he did not want to be hurt, and I think that's what you saw from him was emotion that he felt like he was making plays, and this was a setback, but that's all it is. However long it takes him, it's a setback. Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to maybe reflect on the plane for like 5 minutes. But really in the moment, I feel such obligation to the organization, the players, the coaches, that it just felt like I was trying to fixate on what my job was at the time. So I didn't really get. I guess I did feel there were some goosebumps in the national anthem for sure, but you try to do your best to, for me, there was a lot of it that felt like practice, because if you put yourself in the right mindset each and every day at practice should be like a game in theory, right? So, I was just focused on doing my job, for all the players and coaches in the organization, the beat writers. So that it was cool to get that out of the way, so that we can continue to focus on getting better and making everyone the best they can be, for regular season 1. You say corner or quarter? I'm very happy with the group. They've been very competitive, and there's a lot of guys that have really gotten better in the last couple weeks specifically. Now that you get some dings, you have to kind of reassess. Again, you have to figure out exactly the timeline. But I know Chris and his staff. I saw he had his backpack on, so he's probably already started to look at you guys just in case we get unforeseen or really any bad news tomorrow on some lengthy injuries, really. So we'll just be prepared for whatever is dealt, but we'll find out first and foremost what those injuries are and the extent of them, and move forward from there. Really, it's hot in here.
Great interview, guys. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. For whatever reason, we had a power surge. The power went out for a moment. So I got to wait for my internet and everything to load back up, and then I can rejoin with the computer. So you have me mobile right now. So it's really interesting what he had to say. I really liked how he talked about, he saw that this person was doing their job, and, that's why he's getting opportunities. Even though, people may say he have a quiet camp. That was really interesting. What was some of the things that you guys thought was interesting about what he said?
I'll let Gordito go, and then I'll piggyback. Hey, yeah.
I definitely like the fact.
Yo, Gordito.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. What's what you were saying? I'm sorry.
I like the fact that he addressed, as truthful as possible, where he's not hiding his insights of his mind and reality of what he's seen. Like he came off and he said the fact that he thought Skyler Thompson, during camp and during the game that he was a veteran. And I honestly think that he played like a veteran in that case. First game as a rookie, at the NFL level, it's nerve-wracking. It's, where the fact is. And like he said, once he put foot to ass on Skyler, he shaped up in a matter of, a couple plays and definitely came out to be that quarterback to lead the team to a win, as well as have that veteran performance. So, I mean, I honestly think, and quote me, this is my opinion, but something I got out of that interview with McDaniels is I honestly feel that, I don't know, like I just feel like he's scared to speak up. I mean, I feel like, he looks like a young buck, and
who is this now? Mike McDaniel?
Yeah. I don't know why I got that feeling during that interview, in the sense where I felt like he was kind of everywhere while these questions were being asked. And granted, we didn't get to hear the questions, so therefore I'm really just going based off of my own assumption. But
yeah,
I feel like, I kind of just feel like, he was trying to give the answer, but while looking as professional and knowledgeable as he can. But granted, it could just be his first game as a coach, you know what I'm saying? And he had those nervous feelings the way Skyler Thompson had the nervous feelings as a rookie, you know what I mean? So let's just see how things shape up,
Definitely. Go ahead, Iceman.
I liked what Skyler did today, It really looked nice. He had some good throws to Limbo Jr. We saw that right there. But I also took from Mike McDaniel what he said was, and what I really like, that, he went back and let him know, you did wrong on this play, and I'm going to have to hold you accountable. And at that point right there, you say, Gordito, he might be a young buck. I feel that. But, mind you, this man just got us a preseason, it doesn't count, obviously, but the fact that he got us that win, as a team, as a collective whole, even though they doinked it off that field goal.
You guys want to hear from the man of the hour?
Let's get it.
All right. Well, give me a second.
Oh, snap.
Give me a second. I'm about to go back to the computer now. The internet just finally came back up.
Roger that.
So you can keep going with it, though. I'll listen from here.
I thought I did some good things, but there's a handful of plays that like are on my mind right now. Just being able to anticipate and trust myself. I feel like I was seeing the field pretty well. There was a couple of times they stopped me a little bit, but I felt like I was seeing the field pretty well, have a pretty good understanding of what they were going to do, and there was times where I just felt a little hesitant instead of just trusting my read and throwing it to a spot, and I feel like as the game went on, there was a couple throws that did a little bit better, but there's always room for improvement. There's always room for growth. That's what I love about this game. That's what I love about playing this position is there's always room for improvement, room to grow and learn. And I'm super excited to go back and watch the film and see it from that perspective, just to see how it aligns with what my thoughts are right now. Yeah. First off, it was a great route by Lynn. Knew they were in a soft zone coverage, double move, so just had to get my eyes on it. Was hoping Lynn didn't get collisioned off the double move, and he ran a great route. Throws like that when he's that wide open, it's just making the layups. So just put it out there for him. He made a great catch, great play. Gave me plenty of time to make the throw. It was a team play right there. So super exciting. Yeah. Well, first off, I mean, obviously it's a big moment. My first time getting out there on the field, starting the game.
Color, can you turn it up just a little bit?
A lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts, all good. I was very excited to get out there and.
That's all it's given me.
And just get
Okay. You guys can hear me okay, right?
That's where I love being in that type of atmosphere, just because I feel like that's when I learn the most and really find out the most about myself. And I just had a lot of fun. I try not to make the moment too big. Just at the end of the day, it's football. It's a game that I've been playing for a very long time, and get to go out there with my teammates, coaches, and go play the game that I love. So I just try to make the game simple and try to have fun doing it. So. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole operational part, I think, is one of the most unspoken, challenging parts about playing quarterback is hearing the play call while it's on third down. They're playing music, the crowd's going. Being able to understand the call, being able to process it, spit it out to where everybody can hear it. Communication aspect is so important. I felt like there were times where I could have been better in that aspect and been more efficient, which could have helped clean up some of the stuff in the second half there. But that's all part of the process. I know I'm the more reps I get, it's gonna get a little easier. So that was my first time getting exposed to it. So I just try to take the coaching of what he was seeing and being able to rally the troops, be able to talk to the O-line, have some guys help me out a little bit, and then they did a great job help get that cleaned up a little bit. Yeah, he was just communicating with me, asking me what I was seeing or what I saw, what was like, why did I make the decision that I made, just having conversations about what was going on out there. And he just picked my mind about what I was seeing, and I was also gathering information of what he was seeing, what he was thinking, because that's the most important part is having an open line of communication, being able to be on the same page and understand the why behind the what. And that's very, very important. Yeah, well, first and foremost, like, I'm super grateful for Tua. and Teddy, both of them have been a tremendous help to me. Been, having my back, being, teaching me things, spreading their wisdom of what they know and their experiences, and being able to help me grow. And I know that's not something that they have to do, but it means a lot to me. And just giving me feedback of going through the iPad pictures and being able to, to walk me through of what they were seeing. Maybe you should have done this, or keep this in mind. Just throwing pointers, not telling me what to do, just keeping me on my toes of just trying to learn and keep processing things. And having guys like Tua and Teddy who have been there and done it, being able to spread wisdom to me, my ears are open and I'm listening to everything and trying to apply it. So super grateful for them. And then talking to Blaine, I knew Blaine, actually, funny story. I was in like second grade at a quarterback camp in Kansas City, and Blaine Gabbert was one of the, I want to say like one of the college Qs that came and like helped out at the camp. And when
Did he just say he went to a camp when Gabbert was there, when he was in second grade?
That put on the camp. And so I had already known him, and I just went up and was like, "Hey, I don't know if you remember."
I don't know
me.
if you guys
And
can
he
hear
was
me
like,
at
"Yeah,
all.
I do." So we were just talking about that.
Yeah, I
Yeah, we got you.
Long time.
I hear you.
Okay.
That was cool to talk to him too. Well, no, I actually, that day I was like one of the youngest guys there, and I was super nervous to be there because I felt like I didn't belong. And Blaine was a guy that actually grabbed me and encouraged me, and I will like still to this day remember that. So it was pretty cool to see him. Thank you, guys.
That was awesome. I will say, and I saw people talking about it in chat, he already sounds like the part. When you talked to him, it sounded like he knew what he was talking about. You know what I mean? He didn't seem like he was some lost puppy at the podium or anything like
He
that.
doesn't get rattled
He doesn't get rattled. He sound like he'd been doing this for a little bit.
for a long
You know what I
time.
mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed I like about him. I
maybe
like
he's
how he
PR
gave
trained
credit to the
too.
people that have been there and done that. That was
Yeah.
cool. I liked how he was talking about the different things that how they were talking to him about communicating and everything. And as he said himself, the more he does it, the better he's gonna get at it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's something I was really impressed to see. What did you guys think? We'll start off with you, El Gordito. What did you take away from his interview?
Damn, I definitely like it. And I give him kudos to the fact that he did give those shout outs, and he definitely did put his errors on the table, and obviously like he said it, he was just nervous rookie going into this first game, but like I said, I think that this was just a big experience for him. And honestly, I think that if we put him in next game, he's only going to get better. You know what I mean? I feel like he's developing as one of those phenomenal core quarterbacks. And honestly, I see him in the future being a starting quarterback. And we had the situation with David Fales when he was with Miami, where we all had that brief potential of him being a phenomenal quarterback as well. But I don't know, man. Skyler Thompson, I've been seeing him since training camp, and I just think that this guy is, if Tua was to go down, I feel like he would pick up Tua's slack.
God forbid.
And continue.
I have a wooden desk, so definitely knocking on wood.
Correct. And I want Tua as our starter. I feel like that man, if anyone earns that position, coming out of college, when we're speaking hypothetically when he was in college, I feel like that man does deserve a chance, a full season to physically show what he's capable of and what work is in him, So, this is a year for Tua to like I said, show up or shut up. And he has the weapons. Besides the O-line, he has a receiver. He's got the running backs. Everything is in his favor at this point, So hopefully, like I said, this is Tua's year, and Skyler Thompson can be there to back him up.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Omar, I have to give a shout out to Omar. Kelly when I can, made a tweet. I want to say it was like either yesterday or day before yesterday, where he said that Skyler could be the next Kirk Cousins. How do you guys feel about that? Similar kind of story, you know. They I believe Washington had drafted, who was it, RG3, and then in the same draft drafted Kirk Cousins towards the end. I believe I can't remember if it was the end of the first quarter or later in the draft. They drafted him.
Wait, Ali, what is this? This is the
Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
And you know, he kind of went through some history of like Washington D.C. wasn't in love with him, but he constantly performed. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like
could be that situation first. I mean,
yeah, maybe he's not the guy we all want, but he definitely is performing. You know what I mean? So
and if Tua does go down, you know, like you said, knock on wood. You know,
I know Gordito said himself he does see a starter in him at some point.
Yeah, he was doing good at training camp. You were there, Ali. He was doing good, man. He was doing good.
No, and before I forget, because he did throw to him like 3 consecutive times. My other favorite undrafted rookie, well, Skyler's been drafted, but I'm talking about out of long reach to make this team. What's his name? Connor Tanner. Connor Tanner. He made some impressive catches at tight end. You know, he was doing very well getting into the action kind of early, actually. Surprised me. I was good to see. I was great to see a variety of different players get to play in this game. You know what I mean? Even Mike Gesicki. Some people think it's Mike Gesicki's, you know, he's on his, maybe playing one of his last games for the Dolphins. I don't want to necessarily say that's the case exactly yet. He did impress me with some interesting blocks. It wasn't like straight up, you know, hands to chest block, but he made himself formidable by blocking in different ways. You know, there was a really good shoulder block that, you know, that he made that opened the pathway very nicely, actually. I don't know if you guys saw that.
No, but Ali, what's it called? Yeah, I got you, bro. Hold on. No, I was trying to send you something, but it didn't go through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
No worries. So, I mean, that was kind of interesting, you know, with the different players, like with Tanner Connor and stuff like that. I like seeing those names out there. You know what I mean? I like seeing what we did with Mohamed Sanu a little bit earlier. I like seeing Sharpfield with the big catch. You know what I mean? I love seeing that. You know, overall, a lot of different players did very well. You know, and you know, I know Trill Williams went down, and knock on wood, he comes back healthier and stronger, fast as possibly can. But Keon Crossan, he impressed me, keeping up stride for stride with that deep route to the receiver. That was good. He almost had the interception on that too. So
he's been balling out in training camp, and I like him, man. I hope he makes this roster spot.
And the commentators were saying, yeah, we brought him as a special teams specialist, and I'm like, I don't know if this kid wants to play special teams. It looks like he's trying to really play. You know what I mean? So a couple of things I noticed: coach not declining the penalty, 4th and 12, not calling timeouts, set up better defense, and well, these are notable things, and I do understand where you're coming from, 72 Fins logo. However, at the same time, this is basically the team's sandbox, if you want to call it, where they can create the scenarios and see what the players do under certain scenarios without you know, it hurting in the regular season. You know, this is the time to do it. If you're going to see, you know, not call the timeout, if you're going to play, you know, not decline the penalty on 4th and 12, you know what I mean? You're going to do those things. You're going to do it now in the preseason. So
he looks like a veteran. It's freaky.
Yeah. Anyway, Color, let's do the rundown, and then we'll you know, we'll give we'll let final thoughts for these two nice fine gentlemen. And
did you check the private chat for a second?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let me check real quick.
Big Philly.
Oh yeah. If you'd like to bring Big Philly on, we can talk to him too. You want to do the rundown first, Color?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. All right. So everybody check us out on TMI Tuesdays with Tonk 7 and Color. Definitely check out his show. You never know what they're going to talk about. We also got color commentary every Thursdays. You never know when he's going to go on. Sometimes it's during the day, sometimes it's later at night. Definitely check him out. You got me every Saturday night here at Late Night Exhale. I'm not going anywhere. And you can also check out Captain's show, the Finn's Tailgate, every other day of the week, usually around 10 or so. So definitely check that out. Shout out to all of our partners, Backroom Collections and Fanatics. Check out the links below. Fanatics, they got all the team gear you're ever going to want. They got some cool tailgating stuff, all different sports. Definitely check them out. They got a big selection, and you never know what they're going to have over there. Backroom Collections, if you're building a man cave like I am, currently in construction, otherwise I'd show you more. Definitely you can get some cool pieces of artwork and stuff and canvases to put up on the wall, all different sports, all that kind of stuff. So definitely check them out. You can use hashtag code TFTG at checkout to save 10% off. Check out the merch we got. We got hats, sandals, yoga pants, tank tops, beanie caps. Hats come in different colors, by the way. We got an awesome flag. Check that out. So use the links below to check out some of our merch. Shout out to our members. We got Cash App, Venmo. If you like donating to channel, you can super chat us or hit like and subscribe. Please tell your friends, folks. Definitely tell your friends. Definitely appreciate it. We definitely do. Anyways, all right. We got another guest. Everybody's wanting to show up on my show tonight. I really appreciate it. Big Philly, man. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Ali? What's going on, guys? How y'all
Definitely,
doing?
definitely. So, how's it going? What did you think of the game? What did you think of Skyler?
Man, I caught bits and pieces. I went out last night. Actually tonight. We went out to bowling with the family, but I got bits and pieces. At the bowling, I'll at least see the game. But I saw some good stuff. I missed the touchdown, but I caught the scramble that he picked up, like 10, 15, 20 yards, something like that, where he slid down at the end. I saw that. I like that he's being pocket. He has some pocket awareness. He did take that sack. A little bit later on down, which I wish he would get rid of the ball so that way you don't lose positioning, especially when you're in that in between the 50-yard line, and you give up that field goal positioning. Not that that was the problem.
Yeah, he might have been able to. Yeah, Big Philly. I think he might have been able to step up sooner and probably run for a little bit of yardage. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. So you definitely have those opportunities there. But again, he's a rookie, so you expect that. He's learning. He's going through progressions. He's going through learning a new playbook and all these other good things. Kind of getting a feel of what the coach is like. Him compared to, let's say, Malik Willis. At least, Skyler, who's a later draft pick, but at least he's aware enough to where he can use his legs. He slides, which is just as important compared to Willis from Tennessee, where he kind of leads like a running back, where he leads with his shoulder, which you don't want to injure your quarterback that way. When you start doing that as a quarterback, it tends that your life expectancy in the NFL becomes a lot shorter. So I like some stuff. I've been saying that since the very beginning when I went to training camp. I kept saying it on our show, yo, watch out for Skyler Thompson. So he looks good. If he keeps playing the way he's playing and he keeps progressing, we might not need Teddy next year. So we might not need to bring another backup quarterback. We might have the answer there. And
that's actually something I want. I want more consistency at who the backup is. It seems like every year it's a different person. I would like to see two players grow with each other, so when one, God forbid, goes down, I'm knocking on wood, the other one can fill in seamlessly.
The only issue with that, when you have that type of relationship with when you have that type of quarterback room, there's not a lot of competition because you already know what one's got and the other one's got. You already know who's number one and number two, so you don't push number one. But when you bring in these other quarterbacks, what the issue is when you're bringing in guys like Teddy, they require a lot of salary. When you bring in guys, even when Matt Moore was here, Matt Moore was considered the highest paid backup quarterback. So, when you bring in guys like that to compete against your number ones, you have to pay for it, and that's the issue. So it's like you're paying, even though right now we're okay because Tua's still on the rookie contract. But imagine when Tua's due. Let's say he has a decent year, they have to extend him, right? He has a good year, they have to extend him. They're not going to wait.
That's true.
So now you extend him. Now you're paying him $15-20 million a year, and then now you got to bring in a backup that's going to compete for $10 million a year. So now you got $30 million invested in cap just for quarterbacks. You see what I'm saying? So it's good. It's good to have. It's good to have. One, they're both young. Skyler is on a rookie contract, so at least that way you save some money, and you don't have to bring in a guy like Teddy next season. Teddy can go and actually have an opportunity somewhere else where he will actually be able to compete for the number one spot, because Teddy deserves that.
Definitely. I know Color wants to play this video, and I want him to, but I'm gonna say we haven't really talked about much about them, but the defense right off the get-go looked pretty solid in my opinion, especially on the defensive line and like
considering
the
most of our starters didn't start. A lot of the starters didn't start either.
Yeah, that's something that I'm really excited to see. And
Who's this
there was some cases where the run defense wasn't perfect, but there was times when it really showed up. In fact, there was one where I want to say it was I think it was Duke Riley that got into the backfield. It might have been Benito Jones, I think, but one of the two got into the backfield like really like tackled the runner for like a 5-yard loss, like really off the bat. That impressed me. And they were always pressuring. They were always in the quarterback's face too, quite a few times. So I was very impressed with that. I don't know what your guys' thoughts on the defense was. Now, I do know there's some questions at corner, specifically Noah. Again, he did not show very much. He got beat one. In fact, that first touchdown, he was supposed. I think the commentator said he was the guy that was supposed to be covering.
He was.
It didn't look pretty at all. And I've said this on another show and yesterday. If he doesn't show up, I think they're going to give him one more shot in the second game. But if we don't see anything, I won't be surprised if we move off of him now. That's the thing.
Hear me out. Noah needs to be repositioned. Noah needs to be repositioned. He's not a corner. You need to put him in at safety or free safety. That's where he should be playing right now. He can't keep up. He needs to be playing with space. He can't. He's getting burned. He's better off playing coverage, deep coverage as a safety, where he doesn't have anybody coming over top, where he can just play the field, compared to actually having to play the line of scrimmage.
Well, here's the other part of it, though. I mean, do you think he'll be formidable at safety? Because the truth behind it is, you're saying he's getting burned. If you go back to the draft analysis, they said he's not the fastest corner. You know what I mean? He actually uses his positioning to get the best angle on the receivers and everything. So,
but don't you think don't you think that he'll have a better opportunity being able to position himself as a free safety or a safety, coverage free safety specifically, not a because you have different types of safeties. You have balance safeties. Mm-hmm. You have safeties that are primarily run stoppers. Who are gonna come up on and charge down the field, and then you got those coverage safeties. They did the same thing with Bobby McCain. Bobby McCain was a nickel corner that they moved to free safety. He's still playing phenomenal at safety for Washington. So they did the same thing with Eric Rowe. Eric Rowe was a nickel corner that they moved to safety. So you can do that with Noah. Now, you're going to have to give him more time because he has to adjust. So you have to give him another year. Maybe not with the Fins, but with another team, he may be able to stay in the league by changing that position.
That's true. That's definitely true. Color, go ahead and play. I want Color to play the video. This is Tua's sideline interview. So go ahead, Color.
There's no comfort level yet. There's always nuances to Mike's offense, but I can't say that we are getting comfortable with timing, route distribution with guys on the field. And our communication I think has been a lot better as we're moving deeper into training camp.
Still got time, but how excited are you getting ready for the opening of this season?
We're super excited. We're really excited. I mean, you look around, football's back. You know, when we step foot on the field today, I mean, you can smell the grass, you can see the fans. It's exciting. It's exciting.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, communication is better and football is back, according to Tua. So I'll take his word for it. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with him what he was talking about with the timing and stuff. They are getting better. There was videos in let's call it the the practices with Tampa players and everything, where Tua was just throwing to a spot, and right when the defender thinks they have it covered, the receiver is just running by, catching it in stride, and gone. You know what I mean? That's cool. That's some definitely stuff I want to see in improvement. I think that they're making as they get deeper into this training camp, just like he said. So I definitely agree with that. Yeah. So I mean, is there something that you need to see more improvement from Big Philly?
Yo,
Big Philly.
My bad, guys. I'm bringing up the dog cage. From improvement,
Yeah, who needs to improve? Like, I know Noah does, but is there something like beyond Noah that?
well, just
you
the whole
really need
entire
to improve?
secondary, the secondary unit and corners. They were moving the ball on us, so that's another issue. Every time, I mean, again, I have to go back and actually rewatch the game because remember I got bits and pieces.
That's true.
You know, I was more so, but every time I looked up, there was a completion. It was like, and it wasn't like a small chunk. It was a big chunk. It was like 10, 15 yards, or a 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8, and then they convert. So I have to actually sit down and watch it again, just to kind of see. But you know, I would say maybe that position, the depth in the corner. I think JT said it during his as an announcer. You can never have too many corners. You can never have too many corners. That position, especially with the way the NFL is going, where it's a pass-happy league, you want to have depth at corner. So, you know, we can always improve in that category and always bring in extra help at corner. So that's what I would feel would be the best position. I think that we're okay at linebacker, regardless of what some fans feel in regards to Baker. You know, I think we're okay there. I think Melvin Ingram is coming into his own. He's definitely going to create havoc on that line to stop the run. You know, Jalen Phillips.
Duke Riley looked pretty good in the middle, by the way.
He looks good. He's a solid backup. He is a great special teams guy.
CIA is tapping in
Definitely,
right now.
but I definitely do feel that, you know, our corners, you know, because as now that we're seeing, you know, Noah and how he's not really being productive, what happens if, you know, X goes down, or Byron Jones, if Byron's not ready week 1, you know, we're going to get torched on the other side if, you know, this kid is not, you know, catching up to speed. So definitely having a good number 3, solid number 3. Nick Needham's a solid slot. I want to keep him there. I don't want him covering a number 2. And Trill Williams looks like, you know, he's coming into it, but you got to give him more time. So, you know, definitely having, you know, like we had Coleman. I wish we didn't let him go. Coleman would have been a nice upgrade to Noah, but, you know, something like that where you can bring in somebody that can play, you know, that third, like, you know, not play nickel, but play that backup 1-2 if needed, you know?
Yeah. That was so nice right there. Definitely good to see there. Sam McGuavin with the pickup and run to the end zone.
He's another good backup.
Yeah, he's definitely. You know, it sucks, man, because all these players show so much talent at times. You like want to keep them all, but you can't. You know what I mean? That's my issue. I want to keep them all if I could. You know what I mean? Color, if you get a chance, you brought it up earlier. I want to see if you can pull up Xavier Howard's interview. I want to know what he said. So if you can find that one for us.
I don't know if we have that yet. That was on the network that I was seeing that.
Oh, okay.
But as soon as we got a clip on it, or I can find it, even if the Dolphins have it posted, I'll get it up as soon as I can.
You rarely see him being interviewed, like you said. So I just want to check it out, see what he had to say. But yeah, I mean, I can understand that there's not necessarily a need for middle linebacker. You think they're pretty good where they're at so far, and you could be right with that. What do you guys, is there, besides the corner position, is there a move that you can see the Dolphins making right now based on what they saw, or is it too soon? Do you think if they make a move, it won't be until after the next game? Anyone want to start that?
I think it'll be after the next game. I think we won't be so hasty right now, see what we have to play for. But,
you don't think they're going to make any? Well, they have to make cuts now. They have to go down 5 or 6 players, right?
I think to 85 now, something like that. So at how many players do we have on the roster?
I think they have to get down to 85.
Yeah.
So if we're at 90, I think we have to get down to 85.
Yeah, we have to get 85 after this game, and then we go down to 74.
So we have to get down to 74. Is that right?
No, it's now to 85.
Okay, and then after that it's 74.
74,
okay.
and then coming into our third preseason game, it goes down to 60 something, and the last cuts have to be before, I think, a week before season starts.
So who are your guys? Let's start with Iceman, and then we'll go down to Gordito and then to Big Philly. Iceman, who's your first cut? Watching this game, who do you think needs to be cut first?
I'm going to start with Benito Jones.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it sounds crazy, but we have John Jenkins, don't we?
Yeah, we do have Jenkins.
So, and then we have Raekwon. So...
He didn't show anything in the game for you or anything?
He did make 2 plays stopping the run. He did make 2 plays. But for me, I mean, if you have to make that cut, I would. Because I'm a big fan of Cameron Goody. Because I think that Cameron Goody might not make this team.
He had a good game. Cam Good definitely had a good game.
That's the thing.
Me and Color looked at the tape, and we're like, oh, man.
You got to give up one to
body,
keep
but it
one.
really is hard to say no,
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to let him go, but you got to give one to lose one, which, in my opinion, I like the kid, though. So, yeah, man.
Definitely. El Gordito, who was your first cut?
I think it'll be Coleman.
I have to agree with you. He's my guy. He did not look good. He missed simple blocks, and there was even a play where he was looking for someone to block. If you have to look for someone to block, then there might be something going on there. And he just looked lost at one point. So that's something that I didn't really care for. So I definitely agree with you on that.
One of the things, why we're talking about things we didn't care for, I didn't really like, especially early on. It got a little better, but the run stopping was brilliant. Mm-hmm. But once that running back got to the second level, it's like you had guys standing around watching a dude struggle to tackle the guy, and he breaks the tackle. Everybody's standing around watching the whole play like they're all spectators.
Yeah, if I'm Boyer, the first day next practice, I'm like, what the hell are you guys thinking and doing? And like, do drills, make them run or do something. You know what I mean? I'd be yelling myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, like, are we playing or are we all just watching? I know that, like Tua said, the grass smells good and it's great to have football back, but
it's finally here.
True. That's true. Big Philly, who you got as your cut?
Hey.
The guy we couldn't trade, Adam Shaheen.
Damn.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
We couldn't trade him. We can't. So what's the point of having him? You were already willing to get rid of him.
True that.
So why
he honestly was my cut like a couple months ago before the offseason even started. He was someone I thought they would cut based on his contract. And
him and Eric Rowe are my 2 that I had cut. Those are my 2 big key cuts. And I went over. This was my first show. I went over like the roster cap and how they gained from it. So you couldn't trade him to Houston, which probably was his best shot of getting traded out of Miami. What's the point of keeping him? You already were willing to get rid of him, so what's the point of keeping him? So trade him.
But isn't that pretty much if we get rid of him?
Say it again.
Isn't that dead? If we
Yeah, but
cut
I think his dead. No, but I think his dead cap was super low. That's why, like, he has. We saved more money than what his cap is. If
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not
actually pulling.
mistaken.
I'm
You have
pulling.
to
We're
go
talking
back.
about Adam Shaheen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm
Pull him
looking
up
up
because
his.
I don't have it off the top of my head right now.
did
But
Tyndall play
I'm
today?
pretty sure. Who?
Did you guys see
Tyndall?
Tyndall today?
Yes, he played in special teams. I think he played a couple defensive snaps. I can't remember.
I'll tell you what, though.
Remember what happened with Baker?
You know who really showed up tonight was Cameron Good, man.
Yeah.
All over the field tonight.
That's what we got to keep.
All
out
up in
there.
the quarterback's business. Had a couple deflected passes. I mean, the guy is. I'm really impressed with Cameron Good.
So
if he's the second linebacker we got in the draft, we're doing pretty good.
yeah. So the 2022 dead cap for him is $333,000. And if we were to cut him, we would be saving $1.8 million.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
They free up a million. They free up a million. They free up $1.5 million, and then Eric Rowe. How much is Eric Rowe?
Let me look up Eric Rowe.
But they're not going to get rid of Eric Rowe.
No,
but they
no,
should.
he's a veteran like
Von
Landon.
Holland.
Yeah, bro. But
Keep
now
it,
what?
yeah.
So you're gonna keep five. You're gonna keep 5 safeties. So you have to cut somewhere else. You already have Brandon Jones. That's already the starter. They already named him the starter to start alongside Holland.
Holland, McKinney the third, Eric Rowe.
McKinney the third. No, and then you have the other buddy that plays special teams. Who you
You talking about
who we brought in
Clayton
from?
Fitzgerald?
Who we brought in from Cincinnati? Yeah, who we brought.
Oh,
Clayton.
Talking
about, I don't know that.
He's our special teams guy. But he's a backup safety.
I can't think of his name. I think I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, Fidel.
Yeah, we brought him.
Clayton Fitzgerald,
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, Fidel.
Yeah, he's there as our special teams guy. If I'm not mistaken, he's still there. He's on a 2-year deal.
I think he might be going.
Why?
But Javon Holland plays safety, and Brandon Jones plays free safety.
Right.
Okay.
And then you have McKinley the third that plays free safety.
Javon Holland.
Right, and then you have the other guy who plays behind.
Yeah, but if Brandon Jones goes down, Fidel Clayton's not going to be that guy to step up.
But they're going to bring in McKinney the third to play his side, like they do with Eric Rowe.
What?
So I have the Eric Rowe numbers. If Eric Rowe were to be cut, the dead cap is $525,000, and it would be a $4.5 million saving.
Thank you. That's $5 million, almost $6 million within the two cuts that they saved, and they still under $1 million in dead cap. Come on, man, it's some money moves.
Okay,
It's not bad. It's not bad.
What's Landon Roberts?
Now,
Landon
Roberts
Roberts
is watching. Landon Roberts need to go.
No, we keep him too. He's a veteran. He's a team captain. He's a voice.
No, yeah, bro, but you can bring in. But if that's the case, then make a move for Reuben Foster.
Oh no, let's skip that.
From
I heard
Chicago.
somebody mentioned earlier yesterday.
Roquan Smith. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Roquan.
My bad, Ali. What?
Roquan Smith had taken a heartbeat. Yeah,
Roquan. My bad. I'm sorry. The wrong person. Wrong person.
You good?
I'm sorry. I have the other people in my mind right now. So that's who they wanted. They look crazy.
I hear that.
So Landon Roberts, if we were to cut him, this doesn't make sense. The dead cap is $2.5 million. 500,000 is the savings.
That's it.
Yeah,
He's kind of got himself capped.
He's here. Yeah, he's here.
That's nasty.
Yeah, he just signed a contract
somehow.
So.
That's the lead.
Yeah, they're not going to trade him. He's going to stay. They're not bringing in anybody else.
Yeah, I'd take Roquan Smith yesterday, bro. You do that, you've solidified this defense. There's nothing else you really need to do with this defense whatsoever, the way it sits. And you have the #1 defense in the NFL, and no one's going to question that.
Yeah, I said that on my show. Imagine him paired with Baker.
Yourself retarded.
How disgusting that would be.
Yeah, I
And
smoke
then
myself
you have Tyndall
one
coming
color.
in.
You know it's true. You know Buffalo fans will be like, well, we have, we have some people too on our team. Yeah, it doesn't matter who you brought. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? We have a better defense than you the moment you do that, make that move.
I need that
Yeah.
player, man. Raekwon, yeah. I'll take it.
You know, I want to see Roquan. I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to see Raekwon Davis. I had to think about how I was going to say his name because there's Roquan and there's Raekwon.
Raekwon, yeah.
I don't even know who you are.
Raekwon Davis. I want to see I want to see him in a full game. He says that he worked hard to get faster, and he's moving now. And you know how big of a man this guy is. This guy is big, strong, giant among men, right?
Introducing ourselves. I am Hans. I'm Franz. And we want to pump you up.
He talked about moving, and I want to see what that looks like. That sounds scary. A man that size that can move.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to see what that happens with that. We could have had too much. I'm just looking to see what they got saying in the chat. Still waiting for Foster out. Yeah, I am too, man. Supposedly there's a question mark about the injury. That's why no one signed him yet, bro. They say that he doesn't have the speed because of his injury, and it doesn't correlate to the NFL. That's what I'm hearing now. So I don't know how true that is, but that's the last thing I heard.
It doesn't matter what you think.
You know what? I'm probably gonna get a lot of heat for saying this, and I don't care what anybody says. And you guys can play the Rock meme all you want, Color. You bring in Roquan Smith on this team, and I kid you not, he's the next coming of Zach Thomas.
Damn.
The way he gets from sideline to sideline, and if you think about it,
Oh, Jesus. Oh, you kill me. You really.
but you think about it, he's undersized just like Zach Thomas was, and that was the biggest knock on Zach Thomas, is that he was undersized. So, and the fact that he was responsible for over 100 solo tackles himself, even with Khalil Mack there, that's pretty impressive, to be honest.
Am I right, bitches?
Color with whipping those memes out, man. Whipping them. Oh, yeah. What's up, buddy?
I was feeling myself for a minute there, I was just getting in myself.
I was just trying to find out if it'd make me throw up.
Color
I want to
definitely.
see if it's gonna make me throw up.
That's Color's favorite meme. He's been playing it all week.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
Goes to bed and plays it on his phone.
My ringtone.
That's what I thought.
That's how you wake up in the morning. Oh man.
No joke. My wake up alarm plays the soundtrack from Tron Legacy. I'm a big like techno style fan, like Daft Punk type stuff. And I love the soundtrack from Tron Legacy. It gets me going, you know what I mean?
I hear that.
All that type of music does, to be honest. What else is going on? So Big Philly, you have your own channel too, right?
Yes, sir. Miami Fan Talk.
Yeah, so tell us more about your channel. Where can people find you? Tell me more about that.
Yeah, man. So we have our YouTube channel, Miami Fan Talk. We cover all sports. We do have a day dedicated to the Fins. It's Fins Monday, where we're gonna label it Victory Monday. But we try to focus on all 32 teams. We try to focus on the NBA, the MLB. We're getting into the NHL. I'm trying to find somebody for our panel that's an NHL expert. I'm not an NHL expert by any means. So we just try to cover all sports. Hence why it's called Miami Fan Talk and not like Fins Talk or whatever. However we wanted to name it. We wanted to bring. Miami is a very diverse city, right? Multiple cultures, multiple fans, different atmospheres, everything. So we wanted to kind of tap into that and attract different views and bring that all together and just, vibe on our show,
Scummy says, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Scummy says, I'm off the meds. This is what's driving it, ladies and gentlemen. The show is brought to you by Monster. So, so if I sound excited, that's what's driving it. Yeah, it's really awesome. So Monday nights, you guys talk about the NFL and the Fins, right?
Yeah, yeah. Primarily the Fins. We do have a Green Bay Packer on our panel, so we do try to, yeah. So we do so we do respect that. So we talk about his team. But we give him a lot of crap. So we have a meme for him called Oscar the Grouch, from the
That's
but,
awesome.
Yeah, we have fun. We have fun, man. We talk a lot of smack on our show. We make fun of everybody. We don't care who you are. And they make fun of me a lot. They make fun of Gordito at least once every hour on my show. So as you guys know, me and Gorditos are brothers. So we have that brother fun on our show. But we have fun.
You guys are really brothers in real life?
Yeah, it's my brother. It's my blood
Oh,
brother.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Awesome,
He's
man. I
just
got a
bigger
family
than me.
affair going on. It's awesome.
He's my little big brother because he's bigger than me, but little because he's younger than me.
I understand. My little brother, who's like 9 years younger than me, is taller than I am. So I know how that is.
See how they go on the show, Ali, man. It's crazy, bro.
Oh, you won't like how me. I'm never bringing my brother here. Just ladies and gentlemen, that's breaking. I'm not bringing my brother here because if I do, we go and it gets
crazy.
personal. It gets crazy. Yeah, that's right.
You can call Big Billy Bob. That's his name.
Oh,
Billy
here
Bob.
we go.
Listen,
Here we go. Oh my
yo,
God.
you lucky this is not my show because I will start throwing up that sumo wrestler from the replacement, bro. Because that's exactly what you look like, bro.
Damn, dude. Damn.
Here we go, bro. This is what I'm saying, Ali.
Ali,
This is what I'm talking about.
I put up Ali. Have you ever watched the movie Harry and the Hendersons?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I threw that up for Gordito too.
Yes.
the Bigfoot guy. Yeah, we have fun
I
on
grew
that
up
show,
with
man.
that, dude. That came out what, the late 80s, early 90s?
I'm a '90s kid, but I watched.
Yeah, they ended up having a
series,
one season sitcom on it too. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was the funniest movie, bro.
Isn't the one of the main actors the guy from Third Rock from the Sun?
No, see now you're getting too.
Could have been John Lithgow, maybe.
I think that's who it is.
Was it John Lithgow? It could have been.
I thought he was from I know who he is, but I don't know what movies he's from. But dude,
90s movies were really good.
No,
Yeah, it was kind of like Third Rock from the
like
Sun was kind of beneath
I
the
grew
guy
up
like
in the
John
90s
Lithgow
too,
in that respect. He has done a lot of great movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but you guys
Definitely.
haven't
We
watched
lost
Harry and the Hendersons. Do it, dude. It's hilarious.
Lost
It'll make you
Gordito.
laugh.
Yeah. So he didn't like you made fun of him, bro. You put him on blast. He didn't like it.
No, he'll be back.
No. But let me just check something. Okay. So Iceman, you got a show, Vin's 100. Is there certain days that you go on? Is there certain topics you guys cover?
Well, we go Mondays through Fridays, but when the season's on Sundays as well, we'll still be on Sundays as well. So Mondays through Fridays and Sundays.
Okay.
But Saturday
Every
we
day
just
but
off.
Saturdays.
Yeah.
Y'all are troopers.
I
Monday,
got you. Now,
Wednesdays,
when the
Fridays,
high school football season starts, though, are we going to see a little bit less of you on Fridays?
No, you're still seeing me. You'll still see us. We'll still be there. I'll still fit in the time here, man.
You didn't know,
Always.
man.
I'll
Iceman's
be
gonna
tired,
be on the
but...
sideline yelling at people and still be on live stream.
Nah, man, I won't be live streaming on the sideline. But I gotta get on to
He's gonna give us the inside track of who's gonna get the college call up, or Color's asking, well, I want to know if he's Kane ready, as in Hurricane ready. I want to know. That's what Color's.
Oh, by the way, real quick, Iceman, question.
Talk to me.
So, do your kids, do they get scholarship offers or what?
Yeah, man. Depending on how we do the record season and how they do stat wise, we have Huddle, so we try to give that film as much as to anyone. Try to see what colleges they want to go to, and then we just send film to those colleges and see if they like them. That's the only way we can. Yeah, man, we got a couple scholarships for them. Like usually in any high school they get 10. You get them out of 10. So yeah.
Right, but if you do get any kids that are seniors that don't get offers, let me know. because there's a new program that just opened up, which I'm gonna have the head coach on my show very soon.
Okay.
It's the University of Fort Lauderdale. It's a NCCAA, which is like it's not.
It's JUCO.
It's like JUCO, but it's JUCO, but it's not JUCO.
JUCO.
It's
Hey,
some other
nothing's
shit.
wrong with JUCO.
Yeah,
JUCO, you can still. It's right there below D3, literally. So you can still.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, but you can still look like Turbo, who's on my panel. His first game is September 3rd, but they're having issues with recruiting, specifically offensive
Okay.
linemen, specifically. So if you have kids that maybe past graduated that are at home and they don't have offers and they're looking to play, let me know because I can get them
Okay.
in contact with that university and they'll get them eligible to play tackle or guard or center because they need offensive linemen. That's the main position that they need. They have
So
everything
would
else
I
kind of
would I
set.
be guessing correctly to think that means that stands for the National Community College Athletic Association? Is that what
It could be.
NCCAA is?
It could be because
Something
Kaiser
like that.
I
University
think
is part
so.
of it.
I'm not sure.
Kaiser's in that same division too, and a couple.
I didn't
other
even know
teams.
Kaiser had a team. That's really
I
interesting.
didn't.
Me
Dude,
neither.
I didn't know either.
Until
I
now.
didn't know either. So, but he's playing a D2 school. They're gonna air his first game on ESPNU.
So I just looked it up. It's actually the National Christian College Athletic
Oh,
Association.
so that's what it is.
So
Yeah,
it's okay.
it's a religious school, I guess. But yeah, man. So they play like St. Thomas University down here, Miami Gardens.
Right, St. Thomas School.
Yeah, they play a couple schools. But but at the end of the day, as a young kid, what you need is footage. What you need is film.
That's the
In different levels. So like he's going to be trying out for USFL, and they require film. So he needs film. So he's going to go play for them for 1 year, so he can get the film work, so that he can go try out for USFL.
Philly, I have your numbers, so we have to do that honestly. Because if I
Yeah,
have
dude.
kids this year at this season, that because we have some good ones, man. I'm telling you. So
Yeah, but those are mainly for the guys who don't get scholarships. I mean, obviously, So,
Yeah,
but if they want
that
to
needs
pursue their dream,
scholarship.
and
Yeah.
exactly. They go from there, and they're local kids, so they don't need to dorm or anything like that. So
right, better education and the opportunity for them to better get a job or also even play football. Yeah, man.
yeah, play football for a year. Who knows? Maybe you get a D1, D2 offer, and you go play over there.
Right.
So
I got to get in touch. I have your number. I got you, man. Definitely.
yeah,
definitely.
no, man, definitely.
Send the hood. Yep.
Yeah, dude. But see?
I just want to point out something because I keep seeing, we've been off the topic for a bit and people are still talking about this, right? Nobody here is saying that Skyler is going to be QB1. All right. No one's said that. I haven't
do
said
y'all
that
realize?
at all.
Do y'all realize this is week 1 of preseason?
Yeah, this is week 1 of preseason, right?
Come
We
on,
are
guys.
just impressed with the level of play he has brought since the fact he was a 7th round draft pick. That is what we're
That's-
impressed by, right?
Hidden
So
gem.
we are going to support all of our players.
Yep.
Do I think Skyler has the ability to be QB2? Yes, I think he does. The issues that Color had an issue with was his experience and can he manage a game is kind of out of the window. He feels that it's a level playing ground between both quarterbacks now, and that's Teddy and Skyler, and we need to see what happens. Probably the next game is going to be Teddy's tryout, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, if Skyler blows up in the next game and the game after,
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
it very well, we could have 3 QBs on this team.
That's what I'm
Very
saying.
What-
That's what I'm
hold on,
saying.
but question:
3.
What's
Yeah.
Teddy's cap hit?
He has a $6.5 million contract. Now, this is what I get conflicting reports because when I go to Sport Track,
That's what I
and
use.
because that's where I look at a lot of the contracts on my side.
Yeah.
When I go there, and I'm bringing them up right now. There we go,
I
Bridgewater.
have Bridgewater's too. Oh, but no, you bring it up. Yeah. Man.
Yeah, so it's $6.5 million, right? The dead cap is $6.5 million. So it doesn't matter if we cut him or we trade him. That is the dead cap. I'm sorry, if we trade him, I take that back. The trading would be $2 million dead cap, and we
2 million,
save 4.5. So
Is that
the
his
goal is to
signing
trade
bonus?
him. That is the goal.
That's
If-
his
if we
signing
were to-
bonus, right? The 2 mil?
Yeah, it is a signing bonus, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so that wouldn't help. I mean, and that wouldn't hurt us as much. All right, but
No, I don't mind taking a $2 million hit. This isn't like a.
I don't think, but I think
This
I
isn't
don't
like a
think they'll
Sue
do
deal
that,
where he
though.
was like $100 million dead cap. You know what I mean? That
They're not gonna do that though. They're gonna keep 3 quarterbacks.
But doesn't he have, if he stays healthy, it says here he also can make 3.5 million in incentives, but they haven't
I'm pretty sure that's
specified
if
what
he
it is.
starts. I'm pretty sure that's if he starts.
Yeah, I think that's if he
It's
starts.
not. It's not if he stays healthy.
No, bro, because why are you gonna pay
Alright.
somebody to stay healthy to be on the bench?
Hey,
He's
we-
obviously healthy on the bench.
You know how the Dolphins be. We'd be foolish out
Can you
there.
imagine, yo? We get a breaking news: Teddy Bridgewater hurts ankle running to get water for Tua.
Jeez, man. Knock on.
It still bothers me that when he scored his first touchdown, Teddy
Really,
didn't
man.
come and congratulate him. Tua ran over. Gesicki came running over and
Because
congratulated the kid,
remember,
and Teddy
Teddy
didn't do it.
Because Teddy wants to
knows.
start.
Yeah.
Teddy
Who
wants
knows?
to. Remember, Tua. The whole point of this was that the reason why Teddy
out.
came here was because it was one, Miami was a competitor, and two, he had an opportunity to compete for the number 1 job. He was competing against Tua. Tua just balled this offseason. He has had an excellent camp. So now he's like, oh shit, now he's stuck. But at least he's stuck in his hometown. But now you got this young kid coming right up behind him where they're like, oh shoot. So now he's gotta be like, oh, now I might be on the 3rd on the depth on the
Oof.
chart. So he
I'll
doesn't
take
want
it.
that. Dude, you send
Dolphin
him to-
fan 72. I'm sorry, Big Philly, real quick. Dolphins fan 72. Yes, I did know what his tangibles were and what he did in the combine. His numbers are very impressive. Some of them are very similar to what Gesicki did when he was, with his draft analysis. So that's why I'm kind of like, wow, we already got someone that can do some of the stuff that Gesicki can do. And in my opinion, I think he's been blocking a little bit more longer than Gesicki has, so it's a little bit better. So that's a kid to watch. Tanner Connor, everybody, watch out for that name. He might do something. He had some good catches in the game already.
Did you see that guy who commented on there that Tua hasn't earned the right to sit out preseason?
I didn't see that one.
Okay, well, all I have to tell that guy is, did you not see what happened to Zach Wilson?
That's true.
So do you really want to risk that?
Nope.
We just saw what happened to Trill Williams. I don't want to risk that. Trill Williams was somebody. He
Kansas
was
City did, ironically.
So
No, I don't want to risk that. No.
I thought that was. I could not believe that Kansas City played Patrick Mahomes. That is just the most ridiculous thing I've seen.
Well,
they really did play Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
For
to be
what?
honest, Keller, do you think it's because he needs to gel more with their wide receivers?
No,
But you
not
do
at
that in
all.
the offseason, dude. You do that during training camp.
Not in the slightest. There is
Dude,
absolutely no reason to take a risk. You could do that. Okay, do that the second game or the third game. But I mean,
dude.
I don't know.
That's stupid. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
keep fucking around like that.
Especially
Well,
after,
but
especially
you know
after
something,
having witnessed the Zach Wilson injury. You know what I mean? It's like, really?
Yeah, it's
but you
kind
know
of crazy.
something,
And the Jalen Hurts hit.
Yeah, that was. I'm sorry, dude. That I think there should be a suspension there. It was so the guy was like, it wasn't like he was on the sideline. He was like almost into the other team's bench. You know what I'm saying? It was nasty hit. If anybody hasn't
should've
seen that
been-
yet, Jalen Hurts got it was a head-on collision on the sideline that was already a late hit, and it looked nasty every time I watch it. So. Just my opinion. And did
But
you guys
you
see
know,
the Eagles coach going off? You didn't have to even know what he was saying. You could read his lips, dude. It was so
Yeah,
bad.
dude. He said it's bullshit. I don't blame him.
Yeah,
But
accompanied by a bunch of f-bombs. But yeah.
Oh,
Be taking that blind eye, those refs.
See, if that was Flo though, Flo would be already at the 50-yard line in the middle of the field trying to attack players. You know it. Just saying.
He'd be
And,
holding
and,
the
and
necks.
on top of that, though, that was a starter. That was a starting defense. You're not worried about film. You're not worried about making the cut.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have that was an unnecessary hit. That was an unnecessary hit on Zach Wilson, which, by the way, if he was out a little bit longer, great for us because then we would play him with Joe Flacco as the starter. But
Is he
you
even with
know,
their team still? I thought
yeah,
I
he
haven't
is.
seen anything from him.
No, he's still there. He's there.
Wow.
He's hanging out. He's hanging out there. You know, but you know, to be out 2 to 4 weeks, nah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And you know, this goes back to it too, where you know I said on my show, I thought that the Dolphins would have started their starters this game and sit them out the rest of preseason. Well, and the reason being is that reason. So you see, with Zach, if Zach's out 2 weeks, he's back by the home opener, and even then with the bye week on that in between the third preseason game and the home opener, he might only miss the home opener. So he should be fine. He should be ready to go. So that's why I was telling people like, yo, if you're gonna start them now, because they got 4 weeks to recover in case there is an injury. As long as it's not significant, you know, if it's like a minor tweak, then they should be fine. They should be ready to go.
I feel that.
So that's why, you know. So, but hey, if y'all feel that Tua should have played that game, well, I don't want.
I kind of after seeing what happened to Zach Wilson, I'm gonna say no, dude. I don't think so. I only expected even before the Zach Wilson deal. Especially seeing what happened in the Hall of Fame game where like no starters were playing at all, hardly. I really felt that the second game, like the first half of the second game, would be the only time you're gonna see Tua, to be honest. So I was already prepared for it. What I am more surprised is the fact that Teddy didn't play in this game, and it was all Skyler.
This guy Jarvis is going off in your comments, my guy.
And I didn't, you know, maybe we didn't have the depth behind him. I don't know, but I'd really like an answer from the coach as to why Trill Williams was in the game that late with nothing to play for.
You guys, all right, listen, to answer Jarvis, right? Jarvis put up some stuff there. Y'all have to realize something. And like, and I talked about this on Friday. Okay. We played an interview from this guy from ESPN, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought it was hilarious because he's giving quarterback feedback and he played defensive end in the NFL. But anyways, it's a different story. But you have to realize something. He said, you know, Tua completed, I think, 5 or 6 passes past the 20-yard line or some he gave us some crazy statistics, right? And I get that, okay, but you have to understand something. You have to also look at the time of possession of him holding the ball in the pocket to be able to throw deep. He didn't have the time to throw deep. That's why they ended up going to RPO to get rid of that ball in 2.5 seconds. Think about it.
How about getting him out of the pocket?
Thank you. Tua had a
How about getting himself out of the pocket?
But that could have been play calling too. It could have been that they didn't want him doing that.
Well, see, that's the
Because remember, they don't want to
issue.
risk injury.
That's the issue, though. It doesn't matter what anybody wants him to do. He's the one with the football on the football field.
Yeah, but
you know, I've heard this a lot. I've heard this a lot that every time we get to this point, it's,
look what they did to Dan.
He was told not to do this or told not to do that.
But
you know, I just don't buy that. I don't buy that whatsoever.
Cutler, let me give you an example. Look what happened to Dan Marino. Look what happened to Dan Marino.
What happened to Dan Marino? How's it relevant?
Jimmy Johnson came in, wanted to run his team the way he wanted to run it, did not want Dan to change the pace at the line of scrimmage, and that caused him to retire.
So then maybe Tua should retire. I don't know what to say.
No, it's like, what I'm trying to say is that some coaches want a lot of control and they don't give options to their playmakers.
When the play is going on, Brian Flores is not standing out there going, "You will not roll out of the pocket."
Well, maybe not. Maybe
we don't. You telling me you've got footage of Flores running out onto the field during the play to tell him not to scramble.
What I'm saying is that when they go back to looking at the footage, they're probably telling him, "We don't want you to do that. Don't do that. Stay in the pocket. Get rid of the ball."
He needs to stand up and tell him, "What the hell do you want me to do then?"
Well,
sit his ass on the bench and say, "Until you all tell me what you want me to do, I'm gonna sit right here."
He's not like that though.
Then what do you want me to say?
That's not his personality.
Okay, fine.
No, but personality don't know.
No, bro, that's how he is, bro. You hear him on his interviews.
Right, but he gone now, Philly. So like at the same
No, it's
point,
not. I'm not talking about Brian. I'm talking about Tua.
But now
Tua's not that type of
now
guy.
we're getting to the point where that's
Tua,
just how he
dude,
is.
I have
Well,
leadership questions with Tua. That's
all
my
right,
issue
no
with
doubt,
Tua.
but
Tua's
now
not.
we
I don't
gotta-
see Tua as a vocal leader. He's not that type of person. He's more of that guy that's going to stay quiet and sit in the back and do what he's told.
He's not a vocal leader. He doesn't lead by example. What kind of form of leadership does he do?
He's not. I don't know. He's just not a captain type unless he.
well,
proves
we
it
have to
this
see.
year.
You have to see,
Yeah,
Philly. So
unless he
you have to
proves it,
see.
maybe.
Okay.
And again, what if he comes in this year and does all the things that we're talking about right now? What if he extends the play? What if he runs out of the pocket? What if he changes the plays?
What if he
at the line of
doesn't?
scrimmage?
What if he doesn't?
Then we know that it's him that's the issue, not the coach.
No, we can't. No, I can't. No.
Can we just get through the season before we start like going off about it?
Bro,
We just had to make it all about why he had a hard time last year again. I'm
He had a
done
lot of-
litigating that.
No, he had a hard time last year because his offensive line was horrible.
Not
Yeah,
just
we know.
that, but
That's
a lot
what
of
we
things.
know.
A lot of things.
We have
but
the
we know.
entire book written on why he didn't
Yeah.
perform last year. Trust me, we know.
When you only
The
have
list is
2.3
long
seconds.
and distinguished.
Yeah, so then we know what's wrong. Now we're gonna see what the
No,
O-line does.
maybe
Sounds
not.
like
Maybe
it
not.
sounds. You know
Maybe
what?
not.
It reminds me. I'm not even going to go that far, but
We've been
That's-
we've been doing this now for
I'm
like
gonna
what
go there.
4 months now.
So
no,
I'm looking
no,
on Twitter,
no.
and it seems like a lot of people are saying, and I want you guys' opinion. There's no way the Dolphins let Skyler go to the practice squad because he'll be gone.
No.
You agree with
He's
that?
playing well. Yeah.
You
He's a
can't
solid
afford
number
that.
2.
You can't afford
He's a-
that.
What about you, El Gordito? What do you think?
Not right now. Kid did good today. I'll give him that.
He's been good all
we lost Gordito.
training camp.
Gordito, you
He's
there,
been
man?
good all training camp, dude.
Yeah, I think he's been good enough the entire time. So I think we have to consider 3 quarterbacks on this team. That's what we have to prepare for. Yeah.
what happens? What happens if next week Teddy gets the nod the whole game and he balls out? Where are we then?
I still say we have 3,
You still
but
keep him.
You still keep all
I've been
3. If they
been
both
saying that
do
all
all
preseason.
really good.
yeah,
And here's the other thing. Yeah, as I said earlier, and as I was trying to talk about it earlier, is that the history shows that Tua gets these like little injuries in the middle of a season.
that's the thing,
right?
yeah.
So you're going to
Could
end up
be.
having to have a backup come in to back up the backup anyway.
Yeah, but
This
if he
way
has
you
a
already
healthy
got him on the
season,
team. They already
be
know
nice.
everything. You know, there's no transition period. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we don't even know if Tua actually gets injured, do we?
No, we don't. This is true.
Could be a healthy season. That's why.
No,
It's a
it
big.
could be an evil sabotaging coach that purposely benched him even though his finger wasn't hurt.
No.
We know.
No, that's true. Yeah. Could be that.
y'all play too much, bro.
Don't
Y'all
play into
yeah.
it, Victor. Don't.
Yo.
I'm gonna have fun with that.
Not like I made up a trope.
I understand.
I know.
But here's the other thing. The one thing I like about Skyler, and people don't give it credit enough, you guys did. He can actually run. That's what people don't realize. In the first 2 years of college, the kid rushed for over 1,000 yards in the first 2 years of college.
That's
Right.
Didn't he play like Northwestern or some shit? Where did he play at?
Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Yeah, so in Kansas State, the
that's what
first
they
2 seasons, he had over 1,000 yards rushing.
They
and
played against the Canes.
Yeah,
I
he
think,
did
like,
a game,
He
I think.
did, and he ran all over the Canes.
Yeah, so
ran
the
all over
fact
the games.
the fact is that there is a lot of special ways we could use him in this team, in more so than just a standard quarterback. He could be that. Who the Saints have? Was it Tyson Hill? Is that what's his name?
Yeah, Tyson Hill.
Yeah, Tyson Hill. He could be that type of player for the Miami Dolphins. You know what I mean? That's a possibility.
That'd be crazy.
I'm
cool.
not going to say he's going to be catching balls at the same time. I'm not going to say that, but the kid can run. It's kind of like what we were trying to use Brissett for. To those, 4th and 1 type yards. This guy can actually get the 1 yard that's needed. That's the difference.
See, it's a different ball game now, Ali. You got Miss Finn's asking for the.
We gotta bring Miss Finn's. I just saw Miss Finn's. I'm not kidding. I just saw a picture of you and Skyler, and he's looking up at the camera and everything. That's really dope.
Everybody's been
Skyler's-
asking, Ali, but I didn't know how you wanted to. I didn't. It's your show, so I
Yeah,
would
we can
wait
have
for
a little
you to.
panel. Okay, we're gonna have a panel. That's great. I want everyone to respect everybody, be cordial, and make sure when you come into the backstage, if you're deciding to change your name, please let Color know first before we do it. I do not want any
Yeah,
surprises.
we don't want no streakers tonight.
Yeah, not tonight, please.
But
So-
hey, Big Philly, bro, I totally respect your opinion, bro. I'm just like,
I know.
and I
Hey,
ain't
no,
going
but-
back on anything that I have
Hey,
said or witnessed in training camp. I
Of
certainly
course.
have seen improvement. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
he looked solid.
But again, I'm looking at what I'm looking at going forward based on what I've already seen, because that's all I have to go on. You know what I mean?
Of course, all we have is the footage. All we have. Is
I
the
wish
footage
I
that
was in
done
the room.
past.
I wish I was on the sideline to know. I wish I had the headset on to hear what's going on before every snap. But I don't. I can only see what I see on the field and what I see from other quarterbacks on the field, other teams for the entire, God, almost 40 some years I've been watching football. You know what I mean?
Hey, brother, I always say
feel
quarterbacks
that.
are judged by accolades. And he
I
has
mean,
no
they literally
accolades.
have a story where they glorify Brett Favre because early in his career, he said, "Fuck the coach," drew a play in the dirt, threw a touchdown, and what was the coach going to say to him?
That's true. I mean,
That's how he handled it.
Let
You
the
know what I
player
mean?
play.
But that's Brett Favre.
That's Brett Favre. That's right. That's what we want on our team.
And now
Brett
we got
Favre.
Tua. And now we got Tua. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna see, bro.
Look, we've been promised it for 25 years, man.
Hey, listen, dude. Listen, man, I'm telling you.
Plus in the Super Bowl ring, you win 50.
If Tua
man.
becomes that guy, great. If Tua becomes that guy, great. Does he have the potential? Anybody with his skill set and what he's already shown flashes of has that ability.
Yeah.
But nobody's going to tell me that he's shown it. Nobody's going to give me an excuse other than Tua Tagovailoa
It's
as to why he hasn't shown it.
It's a big
And he'll
question
tell
mark.
you the same thing.
Yeah. It's a question mark.
We're gonna see this year. Mind you, I wanted Justin. Actually, I've been very vocal. I wanted Justin in the draft.
Do not open that Pandora box right now, bro.
honestly,
It's too late for that noise.
Let's include everybody
Throw out
else.
all
Color,
the
drop
other
the link.
excuses aside, because if he wasn't back from the injury truly, and we just were lied to and didn't know about that, then that is more believable to me than anything else. That's what we're going to see
If
a
you guys
difference
want
this year
the link,
because
hit
of the
like and
training that he's
subscribe,
done
too.
in the offseason. You know what I mean?
No, they
really
knew where
appreciate
he
it.
was. They knew where he was with his injury.
But we
So
didn't.
good, Philip.
But we
The
didn't.
fans,
Yeah.
no, the fans, but they don't care about the fans. They
No,
only
of
care
course
about
not.
the fans.
But they can't turn around and be upset with me because I'm critiquing his play on the field.
Well, but that's just the fans because they don't want negative publicity.
Hey, we
You know?
don't know, bro.
They
We don't
can't have
know.
it
We don't
both
know,
ways.
Philly.
If
We
they
don't
would have
know.
just come out and said, "Hey, look, guys, he just isn't ready." Okay, let's lay off of him then. But that's not what they've been telling us for 2 years.
And because they don't want us to know, because they don't want to know that they fucked up.
And how's that make us haters?
We're not haters.
No, I'm just saying in general, the label we all receive. How does that make us haters?
I don't know how that makes us haters. That just makes us concerned that our front office can't make
Right.
reliable choices with the
And now we
first-round pick.
changing it. We on to better things.
We'll
Right.
change
And
that
it's
narrative
that
as
same
we
front
go.
office. It's that same front office that has told us who the bad guy in the room was last year. Now all of a sudden we believe that front office.
Yo,
Flores
these
is an
guys with
evil
Tannehill,
saboteur.
bro.
That's the sound of the police.
Boy, this guy dude comes in. Everybody gave Tannehill 7 years, but gave an injured quarterback 1.5.
We didn't give Tannehill anything. They shoved
Tannehill-
Tannehill down our throat for 7
They
years.
did. They
This
did.
is
That was
true.
brutal. That
This
was
is true.
brutal.
He did give us a playoff.
We didn't have the internet back then for you to hear me bitching about Tannehill
I think
in his
Jay
second year.
I think Jay single-handedly gave us that, but you know, it's
I
just
have
me.
to almost agree with Iceman on that.
Just
No, but
Jay
Tua-
was that
Tua-
man, dog.
No.
203
No.
times, and then carrying
Bro,
us against the Bills,
bro,
and then also destroying a lot of teams at the end of the season. What you
bro,
talking about, Philip? What you
bro,
talking
but if
about?
you go back, if you go back,
Tannehill is proving right now what he would have
What you
ever
talking
been
about,
if we would
Willis?
have built around him. He'd have
he
got
ain't
1.5 more games closer to the Super Bowl every year, but he'll never, ever sniff the Super Bowl field. Mark it.
But color,
game
the only
manager. He's a game
difference between that team that he's playing for now and in what we had at that point, they're actually it's similar. It's almost the same team. It's the fact that he had a running back. That's
Derrick
the fault
Henry, right? A guy
that's
as
the
big
fault
as
that they
Christian
have.
Okoye, right? Who's better than Christian Okoye, who actually knows football. But a lot of people don't realize Christian Okoye did not know football at all. They just said, here, take the ball and run to the open space. And if somebody plugged up that hole, he ran right over him until Steve Atwater put a hit on him. That literally ended Okoye's career. Because he had never been hit like that before. It didn't even injure him. But he stood him up at the line of scrimmage, and that had never happened to Christian Okoye before. And that was the last time you heard of him.
Color, drop the link so we can get Miss Fins in here. I want to talk to her, and Q's been.
Derrick Henry actually knows football. That's why he's like ridiculous version of Christian Okoye.
This is true.
But still, the guy gets injured. And yeah, Tannehill balled out in the regular season to keep them going.
He threw 4,000 yards 3 times with us.
Right, but where did it get them?
Got him to a playoff berth, but that's about it.
Yeah, got us to a playoff berth too.
Everybody, welcome Miss Fins to the show, and Mr. Ron Levy. What's up, man? Good evening.
What's going on? What's going on, Miss Fins?
I just think that if Tannehill would have been in that Pittsburgh game instead of Matt Moore, we might not have got a 40 burger put up on us, but we would have still got destroyed.
I agree. Wasn't it in Baltimore? It was Baltimore.
No, it was against Pittsburgh because Matt Moore almost got killed by.
It was Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh. I'm sure Q can remind us.
Q can remind us of exactly how that play went down. Go ahead, Q. What's
question though, wasn't
Here's some
Hold on, Miss Fins was the first in. We gotta let Miss Fins talk. Ladies
Yeah,
first.
what's up, Miss Fins? How's your night? What did you see? What did you love? Tell me how good Skyler is.
Oh, well, gentlemen, first and foremost, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. You guys are always amazing over here at TFTG, and I'm loving the fact that your show is so awesome and so popular, Ali. And thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Tonight, I actually didn't even get to catch the game. I was at a baby reveal. I caught like the last, like half of the third all the way to the end. But even just seeing that, I loved me some Skyler. I mean, he was looking clean, even though he did mess up. Obviously, those two, I think they were like back-to-back plays, but besides those two back-to-back plays, and he got the sack, and the other one, I think he almost got that interception. Overall, I really like Skyler. I love the way that he moved. I love that giant run that he did. I was like, okay, I see you. And I love the power of his arm. That touchdown, my God, that was awesome. I mean, what was that, like 40 yards?
Yeah,
all
it
air.
was
So for me, I
very
really
impressive.
love that.
And he barely like took a step forward. It was like half a step forward.
Yeah, not even. And he is very raw. I will say this. He still needs to clean up a few things, but I mean, I think he could become a really, really solid quarterback for us.
Yeah.
And honestly, I wanna, if he doesn't make the 53, he needs to be like one of those protected players because definitely can't lose him for sure, in my opinion.
Definitely. I have to ask only because you mentioned it. Was it a boy or a girl?
Oh, it's a girl.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh my
I have
God,
two
we
girls.
tried. It was awesome.
Yeah, I have 2 girls and a boy, so I had to ask.
That's good, yeah.
Here we go. Here's that step. Half a step. I want to say it's about 35, 40 yards. You're right.
I think the best thing is Skyler tonight was his poise for a rookie.
Yep. I really like that too. And then the other thing I was looking at,
it was
I was
just
a little
effortless.
upset. about the run game. The run game disappointed me. Defense was looking good. Trill, man, with that injury. Oh man, that is just. I'm hoping it's nothing serious, but it looks like it is, especially to be carted off. And you can see he was
Yeah.
trying, so you
I
know
forgot
he was holding
to
it
forgot
in.
to mention that Trill Williams got carted off after he made it to the sideline. They carted him into the back.
Yeah.
Colors seem to think that maybe because if you look at it, it doesn't look so bad. Like you don't see it buckle up or anything. It just maybe someone just landed on his knee and it hurt really bad.
It could have
And
been
he
the
thought it was.
helmet.
Yeah, see, he thinks Colors seem to think that it could have been he just been so upset because he thought something was wrong and that he was going to miss the season, but it might not be anything
Right,
at all.
like it did look like the helmet landed on his side of his knee, and it probably cracked it like a bad bruise, and it probably hurt like ever loving hell. And that pain probably gave him an indicator that it was a bad injury, and that's probably why he started crying. I mean, he probably thought his season is over. Let's
Of
hope
course.
that's not what it is.
And
I would
on
like
top of
to
that,
think if
too-
it was a major injury that he probably would have felt less pain in the long run, you know, until he's getting.
You can see when he was sliding. You can see when he was sliding like cleats first, and his knee just dug into the ground, like to the dirt, and they just like buckled. It didn't look good.
I hope because he was looking so good in training camp when I was there, and then when he did the joint practice, he was looking good too. And he's definitely one of the young ones that I feel like could really give us that depth. So I'm hoping that God was, that it's not bad.
Hey, Coach, do you have a replay of the injury?
No, not at the moment.
Yeah, I was looking for it as well.
Yeah, it just looks like he went to make the tackle, and the way the player that he tackled landed on the ground, it looks like the helmet just landed right on his knee. It didn't look like he twisted it or anything like that, or not like what happened to Zach Wilson. So that's why I'm kind of like.
Is Zach out? Is that it? I heard
Zach
something.
has a
by the way, I just wanna
meniscus
say-
injury, and he's going to have surgery. It's arthroscopic. They say he's going to be out 2 to 4 weeks.
I just want to point something out real quick on this play. Look at this. Look at the freaking pocket, man. Look at the protection.
Who played fullback in that position? Was that Stephen Carter?
Yeah, he was
playing.
Yeah,
82. Who's 82?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, who is 82 right
See,
there?
Season Carter.
Well,
gotta be-
Craycraft goes in motion.
Yeah, but Coach, look at his drop back. That's like 7 steps.
First of all, that was a great fake. That was a great fake.
I like how he, in certain plays, how he would wheel out to the right or the left very easily, like he's been doing it all day long, and he made it look so natural.
he totally takes this safety to school. Watch this, man, with this fake.
This
Look at
fake was
27
clean.
follows the running back all the way through the hole without the ball. That is freaking
Yep.
amazing.
That was amazing.
27 follows the running back all the way.
You know how they were giving Pickett a bad rap because of the size of his hands? Like, I want to know the size of this kid's hands, because I think he has some man hands, man, like man-sized hands, because he can grip that ball, and when it comes out, it looks beautiful, man.
Is that Cap for life? How you doing, Cap?
Oh, man, I'm doing good, Mama. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. And hello
Yo,
to everybody
Q.
else. I'm not even looking at my screen, so.
Yeah, everybody. How
Good
everybody
night,
doing?
Yo, Q.
So I have the size if you
Going
really
on,
want to know
Miss
his hand
Ed?
size. Do you want
What
to know
is
his hand size? I have it.
What is it?
It's 8 5/8 inches.
Is that good or what?
Let's check. You said Kenny Pickett. His name's Kenny Pickett, right?
Kenny Pickett, yeah.
Over 10, I think it's supposed to be pretty good.
Does anybody know how they measure that? Like what point to what point?
I think it's from the end of your thumb to your pinky. I think.
Yeah.
Is
No,
that
I
what it
think
is?
top of the middle finger to the bottom of the wrist.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
It's
that's
from the
length.
tip of your thumb to the tip of your pinky.
That's the width. That's your width.
What is this now? Wait, what are we
Okay,
talking
so
about?
my width is 8 1/4 inches, and from my middle finger to my wrist is 8 inches. and I played wide receiver.
So
in
they're
high school.
saying that Kenny Pickett's hand size is 8.5 inches.
I played wide receiver.
So who has bigger hands, Kenny Pickett or Skyler?
Well, Skyler's.
What's Skyler again?
Skyler is 8 5/8 of an inch.
5 inches, a little bit bigger than half.
Skyler again?
Okay,
Half
Kenny
a
Pickett is 8.5, so he's just slightly smaller measured hands, I guess.
So he has smaller hands than Pickett then.
No.
Yeah. What's weirder is that they're saying that, however, at Pitt's
Oh,
pro day,
hey, Jason.
Appreciate you, Miss Fins.
How you
And-
doing?
at Pitt's pro day, his hands were measured at 8.625 inches. So somehow they got bigger at a pro day versus the combine. That's weird.
Like the 40.
I gotta stretch that pinky out. Let me make sure I get it. That's weird.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You know what, Miss Fins? I bet it's because you're probably the only person that's pronounced that name correctly. The other morning you were like, it's probably just a different spelling, but it's probably pronounced Jason, like normal. And now all of a sudden the person is like a fan of yours. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, I
you
love
probably
it. I
nailed
like
it.
to
You're
think my
probably the
content.
only one that pronounced it properly, and that impressed somebody. You know what I mean?
Oh, I work really hard on names, to be honest with you, and that's
Well, I've been
important for me.
calling him Jay Zan. So, I've probably been offending the person this whole time,
Yeah, Jason. But
Right.
but no, I work on names really,
Like
really.
the Z's in pizza. It'd be Jason. It'd just be Jason.
Yeah, no. Well, I'd like to think also my content, is also good too. Color. But I don't know. I really like what I saw in the third and fourth quarter. I'm still on the running game. My goodness, what is happening? That's the only thing that upset me. So
They didn't have hardly any starters on the
It's
offensive
you. I
line.
think Scummy's trying to get you to time him out again. But please don't.
Steelers regret
He
not
really
drafting
is,
Skyler.
dude, seriously, he's not trying to hurt anybody's feelings, dude.
So,
Hey, I love
Q,
Scummy.
Q, I got a
Scummy's
question directly
hilarious.
for you. I have a question directly for you. I heard
Hey,
their
what is up, guys?
Steelers
What's up,
are
buddy?
interested in Roquan Smith. What can you tell me about that?
You're right. There are rumors around it surrounding a trade for Roquan, but it's just rumors at this stage and nothing more.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe in the next couple of weeks, we'll see what the rumors, pans out. to
There
be.
were Baker rumors at one
But
point.
There were Baker
But
rumors.
man, hey, thank you, Ali, for holding a panel, man. I just want to get up here and say, man, wow, Skyler, man, wow, he looked the part. What can I say, man? He looked
Effort.
the part.
What do you think,
Was
Q?
that not
Hold on, hold on, Color, hold on. Q. So you're one of the biggest Tua supporters I know.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
And
sir.
you're saying that you were impressed by Skyler? Is that what you're saying?
I was impressed by Skyler, bro. His poise
Okay.
in the pocket. He was very fluid with his game. He didn't look jittery. He didn't look like he was hopping and something like that. Man, I love what he was showing. I understand these are second and third teamers, but man, you can't knock what the performance this kid has shown us, man. This kid
Yeah.
put up a great performance. Shout out to the defense. Still concerns on the O line a little bit. Still concerns on the D line in terms of run stopping ability, but splash plays and on the defense and opportunistic, a defense, man, it's all coming together, man. I'm really overall great performance by the team, man.
Hey, Ali, I want to say, bro, thank you for having me, bro. Straight up, man. It's that time for me, bro. But I appreciate you, Color, and Chris, man. El Capitan, everyone, bro, just for having us, man. I appreciate
Yeah, man.
you,
Thank you,
Iceman, if you want to put out your link of your channel in the chat, that'd be great. Everyone hit
Gotcha.
like and subscribe. Check them out. They're
Yep.
always putting up good content. So thank you, Iceman. Come on the show anytime you want to, man. Okay.
I met
Always,
Iceman.
man.
He's pretty dope.
Hey, I miss Fins, man. It was fun. It was
Welcome on,
fun.
my brother.
Yeah,
Shit. Somebody
Take care,
feed
Iceman.
back a little bit. Just check
all
your
right, guys. Have a good one.
Good
Fins
night.
up, man. Fins up.
Hey, Ali, you mentioned the Q that he was one of the biggest Tua supporters, but yet he was pleased with Skyler. Why can't you like both? It was almost like you're like, oh, you like Tua, you can't like Skyler.
Why do you
No. You can definitely like both, bro.
Why
I
does
don't
a
have
person
a
have
No,
to,
Ron.
The real question is, why does a person
let me clarify.
have
Let me
to?
clarify. Ron, yeah, you don't have to go there. You don't have to, compare the two. Today, Tua is already determined QB1. Nothing more. But today was all about Skyler because it was his day to come out and show the fans what he had. And he
That's
put up a great
exactly
show,
why I
man. You got
knew.
to give it to him. Give props to the
That's
kid,
exactly
man.
why
But
I knew
at the same
Tua wasn't
time,
gonna play.
you hold your horses, bro. Because I know Scummy out here trying to trigger a reaction out of us, But man, you gotta hold your horses, man. These are not first teamers, man. These are not first teamers. These are second and third teamers.
Well, that's why Q. That's
And
why
they're
Q,
not calling
Q,
real plays.
Q. That's why I'm not judging the play itself. I'm judging things like the fact that touchdown throw was effortless off of his hand, dude.
We're talking about the technique of the throw and how good the throw looked, not necessarily the play.
And I like that.
You guys are missing one
It was
thing.
like he was
You guys
throwing
are
with a
missing one
junior
thing as
ball,
well.
man.
Those
Yeah,
receivers
it
were
looks natural.
open.
Like he's not forcing
Those
it. That's what I
receivers
like.
had way too much separation, bro.
More than the athletic ability.
Yeah, Bowden definitely
That
had
was
a lot
good
of separation.
I think his
I have to
points,
agree.
the fact that the game wasn't too big for him, is more of a reason to be excited about his potential.
But Q's right. I mean, it is his very first outing. I mean, he did a great job for it being his very first
Of
outing.
course, you have to take all of that into consideration, but still, it doesn't
he's
matter. He has to perform. You know what I mean? So
He's
I still think
it's like what
performed.
I said on the platform. He's a development. He's a
Of
good.
course.
To me, he looked very well. He was very poised. He didn't. To me, he didn't look like a college. He just came out of college where he was playing today.
Right.
But he is still a development, and we need to find some kind of way of keeping him and let him sit behind Tua and Teddy and learn. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Miss Fins, but I was very impressed with Skyler. I'm very impressed with.
I got a question. I don't know if you guys know the answer. What if you're put on the pup list? How many games do you miss, and are you considered on the protected on the roster?
Wait, say it
I'm
again.
not really sure, but from what I understand, we're allowed to protect 2 anyway. I mean, teams have to be able to have a practice quarterback.
But they have to clear waivers first, I think.
I don't know if I think that's part of the 2 we're allowed to protect.
I think when it comes to the protected ones, they don't need to clear because that's why you're
I'm going to do a
protecting them.
deep dive into the rules here in a second while we're all talking.
Yeah, 2022 rules state that a pup, inactive/pup list rules are that a player can only be placed on an active pup list before the start of training camp.
Okay.
Yeah, but how do teams keep a practice quarterback? It's got to be some kind of etiquette that they don't cross a line they don't cross.
The practice rules allow them to make 2 players safe on the practice squad.
Yeah, one of them has to be the quarterback. You can't be using your second guy to play with the practice squad guys.
We lost Reed Sinnett by put him on the practice squad. You can't be using your second guy to.
And even if we got somebody feeding back. I don't know who it is, but I can hear me.
I know.
All right. I think we're good. Anyway, so it's just a matter of even if it's not like that, it's got to be some kind of line of etiquette that they don't all cross with each other. You know what I mean?
No, I don't care.
Well, I know they don't care, but if it's something that they've done for 50 years and nobody's ever crossed that line, then yeah, they kind of do care. You know what I mean?
Snatched up Reed Sinnett.
I mean, that's what I'm concerned about, Ron. Good thing you bring him up because Reed Sinnett impressed us all too. I just want to make sure everybody pumps the brakes and realizes that we go through this every single year with a third quarterback. Every single year. They all look good in preseason. We all get excited about them all.
And they're all playing against second and third teamers. You got to remember that.
I mean, that's true. However, we've never been in a situation where, it's kind of plain as day to me, that somebody looks like they're throwing a junior ball and somebody looks like they're throwing a basketball. You know, I mean, the way the ball comes out of off his arm and the way that touchdown throw was, forget the second and third teamers. Forget the fact that Bowden was open because it was their trash second or third team secondary. I get that part.
Still had to make the play.
But you can take everybody off the field and look at the throw and just look at how effortless it was. It was like
Thing has zip, man.
Honestly, I'm more impressed with the fact that he had poise. The game wasn't too big for him because mentally, is mental awareness.
That's mine.
That's the biggest aspect when it comes to quarterback in the NFL. You got so many guys that have physical traits.
That's what I was looking for in his game too, Ron Levy.
Yeah, right, exactly. Full NFL game speed. That was the only answer we hadn't had in him yet. What is he going to do under that actual real speed and real tackling?
He wasn't afraid to get contact. You saw that. He took the hit, let go of the ball.
I would like him if he's going to step up in the pocket. I would like him to decide to do it earlier because that one sack he had could have been a 5 or 6 yard gain if he'd have decided to do it a little earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, Color, check private chat. I put something there we might want to put up on the screen.
And another thing, he didn't panic neither. He kept his poise, even if he made a mistake.
He didn't see ghosts.
We want to put that up here.
What actually is that?
That is a video, basically a GIF showing how the coverage played out from above.
Which player are we looking at here?
This is the touchdown that was scored against Noah, the first touchdown.
Oh, tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
What happened there? Was he playing zone?
This
Because
isn't a
where the
video
hell
of
was
the
he?
actual play. These are little, I don't know what you call it, color. It shows the numbers and where they're going on the routes. It breaks the route and play down. So it's kind of difficult to figure out who's at fault. This actually could be Brandon Jones's fault, according to this video, what we see.
It looked like he was playing safety.
You're talking about, I wasn't ready to, I haven't looked at the play yet, but the couple replays on the network broadcast, I wasn't ready to say that was Noah's fault. I let everybody just have their say, but I didn't ever really comment.
The commentator said that
I'm
Noah
not sure
was
it
like
was.
far away. They were blaming Noah too.
I mean, he was acting sort of like a free safety on that play. Even though
but if you look at Brandon on this thing, if you put it up on the screen, what the heck is Brandon doing?
It's like they were switching positions.
Can everybody see that? Okay.
Yeah, if you could like
just a break.
play
It could be just a
yeah,
break.
make it a little bit bigger. Make it a little bit bigger.
Let me see if it'll blow up the GIF if I just zoom in. Yep. Okay.
It could be too that yeah, but this is the
Better?
All right, before you play it. So we got number 9 right here. That's Noah, and then you got 29, which I believe is Brandon Jones, right?
Yeah, Brandon Jones is 29.
Okay,
Noah
and
is like
then you
8 or
see the
9.
receivers 1 and 10 that they have here. 10, I believe, is gonna go off here to the right, the line that slashes off to the right here, and then number 1 is gonna do that. Like it's almost like a roundabout post route almost. Later
This
up
looks
in the
like
field.
it's gonna be. This looks like it's gonna be motion, and he's gonna trickle right here, right before the snap, and then run across her. That's what that looks like to me.
Yeah. Now play it.
He's
Now
probably
play
in
it, 'cause I
motion.
want
He's
you
in
to
motion.
watch number
He's in
29.
motion. Yeah, he's just playing underneath. He's just playing underneath coverage. So it's still Noah.
You still think it's Noah?
Hold on.
He's playing
hold on,
underneath
let's
and
see
Noah's
this here.
playing over top.
So currently, obviously, this is some kind of zone because they're passing off
Yeah.
receivers to each other, right?
Exactly.
So number 29 currently is number 10 is in 29 zone. 1 is in 9 zone. 40's acting as a total single high free safety. 88. Both these guys are actually 88's gonna fall back, or that's 41's route, not 15's, or is that 15? No, that's 41's route. So 88, 27, maybe 49's supposed to kick out with 41. 27's basically got 88 right here. So at this point. So as it develops, 10 cuts all the way in. Now, for some reason, 29 passes off 10 to nobody.
That's why I thought it was Brandon Jones'
high
fault.
safety.
29 should have grabbed 10. He should have trailed 10 because you had Noah.
But here's the thing, though. Now, this is a little different because 88's not running a crosser, okay? But on the play that happened in training camp, this is almost very similar, except 88 would have run a crosser, okay? And 10, one was going down. Noah broke off because one came in. 29, which was or 40 was Holland on the play, bid on this guy on the crosser, and that left Tyreek wide open. But watch, so right here, 29 is what is he doing? Is he saying Noah needs help with this guy? Who has
here's another thing. I'm pretty sure our linebackers didn't drop far enough back into coverage to cover that bandit going across in the center. I'm pretty sure one of those backers
still
had to
have
drop
running back and full back to cover, and I don't know, maybe 10 is 27's responsibility, and this linebacker needs to take 88.
It could be single high with man coverage, and they just doubled that receiver, and he played underneath.
At the same time, back to over here, 29 obviously assumed this guy was going to continue down on the corners. Okay.
Because if you
and
really
expecting 40 to cover that. Well, if that's the case, you're deciding, okay, I'm leaving 40 to number 10 because no matter what 10 does here, 40 is in a position to cover him, at least tackle him for no gain, no yards after catch, right? So 29 passes him off,
15, 20 yards.
but then totally gets burned by one anyway. Now, Noah doesn't recognize that early enough and doesn't break down quick enough, and you'll see that play out.
So that was his assignment then.
Watch.
I think Brandon.
But what's 29 doing? Just like nobody? So he gets to just cover nobody that play?
That's my question.
No, Noah thought he was going to break out. He broke in.
No.
And we're lucky they didn't throw this to 10 because if they throw this early enough, he's gone for the rest of the
Stop.
Right.
Look, he didn't go in. He went out.
But here's the thing. What I'm wondering though is if Noah doesn't see 29 pass off 10, does he keep on his step? Does he keep tighter coverage on one? This is the same thing that happened on the crosser in practice.
Right there.
Listen, hold up. Noah covered like that because he saw the underneath protection.
He read it wrong. He read it
wrong. But hold on. I'm not blaming Noah. I'm blaming Jones. Jones was supposed to drift and pick up 10 in the middle and then pass it off to 40. To pass it off to Needham as he came over.
Right, as it got more over here. Right, as it got more over here.
Right. So then
guess what that would allow him to do? But guess what that would allow him to do? That would allow him to suck up 25 or 41 as well. Because once he passes number 10 off to 40, he's in this middle part of the field he can do anything to anybody.
But Needham, but you got to realize the quarterback, depending on the quarterback and where the quarterback puts that ball, Needham has a good option, has a good chance to make a play on that ball.
Too much separation.
Now, Noah, it is a lot
like
of. Well, he could play. Well, the quarterback could throw underneath, and then you take away that ability to make a play. But if he overthrows,
I mean,
he overran the route.
I guess Noah could say, "Well, I was covering. I was making sure the comeback doesn't happen."
Yeah, he overran the route.
Because look, 29 is in position in case the guy wanted to run a comeback right here. But other than that,
give him too much separation.
So bottom line is you got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys that are standing in open space on no receiver.
Yeah. It's blown coverage.
We all know he's a former receiver, and sometimes
Noah does recognize, to his credit, Noah recognizes that and does break on the receiver. But really, what is he supposed to? Let's watch the whole thing in real time. He's got him, but he's taking back because he knows he's got help. But the help never comes.
Yeah, I mean he does run the route properly.
Brandon Jones trailing.
That's not as bad. Now that I'm looking at it this way, it doesn't look so bad. It looks more bad on Brandon Jones.
He's supposed to ride him. He didn't ride him.
Yeah, he waited too long.
Or at least if these linebackers are going to fall back into coverage like they did, they need to take 88 so 27 can catch 10 quicker. And Noah
Yeah,
sees
that's
that 10 is
definitely
covered
good,
and
but
breaks
40
earlier.
The other thing
40 has nobody.
He should be deeper than Noah anyway.
Yeah, exactly, Miss Fins. And what's 40 doing? Exactly.
He's literally taking nobody. And the problem
now
is
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that were literally on no receivers.
the quarterback actually picked the harder route because definitely 10 would have been the best one. It's wide open in the middle with nobody covering. And
Right here.
27, if you look at 27, he recognizes that, and because he let go of 88, he recognizes that nobody's covering 10, and
Right.
he probably
Which Miss Fins, which is the reason I thought he was playing in a free safety role there, because he came down as if he was a safety.
Right.
And
So
look
yeah,
at
that
this.
was blown
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that are completely useless in the secondary right now.
Actually, the only one doing their job is Noah, if you look at it.
Yeah, he did his job exactly.
Well, that could also be sabotage, you know.
Come on, Color. We ain't going.
I mean, hey, if everybody wants to just throw that allegation out there for everything that looks fishy.
No, that was to me. I'm okay with Noah and how he played that. Literally number 29, and 40 are the reason why that touchdown
It's
happened.
almost the same thing that happened on the dig route in the bomb to Tyreek.
Yeah.
In practice.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You guys want to see some McDaniel shenanigans, by the way?
Who's a linebacker? I think that's Iguavin.
Color, play the next link I sent you in private chat. That's some McDaniel shenanigans. Check out McDaniel on this video.
Hey, did y'all see the hit that Elijah Campbell made on the tight end, and how Coach McDaniel reacted to it?
Oh, I didn't see how he reacted. I do remember the hit though. It was pretty.
Oh, they showed Coach McDaniel reacting to it.
Ali,
What's
and
up?
Cutler, thank you guys for having me on. It's bedtime.
All right. Well, shout out Big Philly. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah,
and,
thanks, Big Philly.
brother.
Link your channel. If
You know I
want in
love
the
you,
chat,
buddy.
By the way.
Hey, I'm going to, bro. No, Cutler, bro. Me and you, bro. I met you the
I
first
just
time
love
I
you
met
way
you,
more
bro.
than I love you, bro. That's all.
Yeah, brother. I love all of y'all guys. Hey, man, it was a pleasure. We'll be on Monday. I'll put a link down in the bio. We'll be on
Roger that,
Monday. We'll
man.
have some fun. Later, guys. Later.
Bye, Big
guys.
Philly.
Man.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, guys. It was nice to meet you.
You too, buddy.
We got his replacement, but his name's not Hunter Long. It's Tanner Collins.
Watch this video, y'all, and check out McDaniel in this video.
By the way, number 35, Ross, he was all over the field tonight, but God, he got burned so many times, man.
He
Like,
did
who
a
is this
lot.
guy,
Yes,
man?
he did.
A lot.
He's an easy cut.
Yeah.
He'll be cut by Tuesday.
Oh, that's hilarious.
hope
Did you
Tanner-
see
What
that?
the heck
What?
is McDaniel doing?
Wait,
He scared him off.
If
He's
you
like,
zoom out on the video a little bit so people can see it from like. He's like staring him down or something.
Hilarious, dude. Like he was gonna take him on.
What, he thought he was gonna get tackled by McDaniel?
Yeah, if you click the link I have
No,
in
he
private
actually
chat,
slipped, but
you
that's
can
what it
watch
looks like.
from a distance. It's weird. It's like
I think
he's like,
McDaniel was trying to prepare for it himself.
no, he wasn't. He looks
like
like,
it was
he's
a
staring him
tackle.
down, dude.
Like it was
I
a
hate
tackle.
you. You cut the ball.
Yeah,
You know,
that was definitely he was breaking down for the angle. He was about to tackle him.
He was
Oh,
John.
it's
Squaring up.
funny.
You were squaring up with him.
John
Hey, us wide receivers know how to tackle, man. Come on.
Look at his feet. Look at his feet.
Gentlemen, I gotta go. My phone's about to die, but thank you guys for having
Oh,
me.
thank you, Miss
Really
Finn. Appreciate you coming
Miss
by.
Vince.
All right.
Check out Miss Vince's channel, everybody. Make sure you hit like and subscribe to her channel as well.
Appreciate
So,
it.
thank
Appreciate it. See you later, guys.
Later.
That is some good
Man.
stuff. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
You guys worried about Skyler Thompson making it to the practice squad, but I want
But
to
now, but wait a minute though. That's not much different than Coach Flo going after the guy for the for the hit. So like a year from now, are we gonna all forget this moment when McDaniel was this cool guy that was about to tackle number 80.
That's true. I want to see what was it Mr. Paulkins that was asking me if I saw his reaction?
Yeah, what happened is Elijah Campbell hit this tight end. I mean, he hit him hard, and Coach McDaniels had like a satisfaction or a smile on his face, or a surprised look on his face. And I said, "Oh,
yeah, I want to see this. I want to see if I can find it. Was it on the interception play or?
Well, no, the guy. Let me see. He the Tampa Bay tight end. He attempted to catch the ball. He caught it, and Elijah Campbell hit him. I mean, hit him hard. And Coach McDaniels was standing right there looking at it, and he had a look on his face like, "Oh my goodness!" And he had and he started smiling, almost giggling.
I'm trying to see if I find it. I can share it with y'all. Still can't believe the guy caught the interception with his legs. That was kind of cool, right?
Did we finally get one of those? I saw that. It's like, oh, we finally got one of those New England Patriots style catches.
Between his legs that he didn't let the ball touch the ground. That was they were like, what the heck just happened?
That's one thing about, man, this defense continuing from last season. We get those turnovers, man, and we're starting to get them by like 2 a game, which is awesome.
And it's not all Xavier either, by the way.
Yeah.
In this case, we had Sam McGuavin running one in for once. You know what I mean?
Was anybody surprised when Stecky suited up and yet all the other starters didn't play?
Say that again. Say it again, Ron.
Stecky.
The whole starting roster, almost.
Yeah. And almost all the starters didn't suit up, but Stecky did.
Surprisingly, the players that are all considered to be on the trade block that have been rumored to be talked, they all played.
Right.
Bowden played, Gesicki played, and so did. Not saying Gesicki's part of the trade talk, but he's someone I was expecting to be traded.
And it could be for different reasons why they were, whether they were or not. Like, but with Gesicki, yeah, I think it's because what's the biggest question? Can he block? Well, we put him in situations where he had to tonight. So now that's shown to whoever a trade partner might be. You know what I mean? Oh, he can do this. He is the $20 zillion tight end that you want him to be. You know what I mean? Also, but
and then both
have interesting ones that I thought was really interesting was a guy like Jalen Phillips starting the game.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah. I was like really stunned to see that he wasn't on the list of scratches.
Yeah, that was surprising.
But they did pull him out after the first series or two, so I was happy to see them get him off the field. And he did. Oh, there's this one play. I wish we had that one on a highlight clip so I could show you guys. Maybe it'll come out in the next couple of days. But man, he just threw off the running back blocker and totally stopped the fullback blocker and totally stopped the guy coming from behind him from going anywhere for some other guy to clean up behind. It was the most brilliant thing I've seen, man. All camp, man.
Trust me, Color was on my texting, blowing up my phone every time.
I mean, really good stuff from this kid, man.
Raised his stock tonight for trade value. I mean, not only the catches but the punt return. He broke.
Lynn Bowden, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did much better for himself than Preston did. That's for sure.
That is true. Absolutely.
Fifth rounder now.
Let me ask you guys this. I'm gonna open up the can of worms. All right. I'm sorry, but I kind of want to talk about it. So the biggest issue we had with Gesicki is that he felt he deserved wide receiver money because he lined up at wide receiver more often than none, and we were throwing balls to him and everything, right? Well, if you look, even in camp, they have him, lined up, but they're really not throwing to him at all. He was throwing some blocks here and there. I mean, I wonder if it's like a money play at the same time. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
I think you're trying to get him to learn how to block.
You think that's strictly what they're doing? They're like, we already know you can catch the ball and you know how to do that. We just want to work on your blocking the whole training camp. Is that basically what it is?
Reps to block, yeah.
What about you, Cap for Life? What do you?
No, yeah, I really think like at this point in time, they've worked something out with him. You know, they know they franchise tagged him. He knows he's franchised. He's pretty much, look, listen, let me audition, put me out there. You know, worst comes to worst, something happens.
You're either bumping to something really cool, or that's your blinker, one or the other. What
Yeah,
you
we're getting some
bumping to,
feedback,
bro?
Cap.
You got
Sorry.
some bump going on.
No,
Like
it's
it
my
had-
damn headphones, man. My
It
headphones
had
suck.
rhythm and everything. It was
Now
like
you sound like the next coming of God. It sounds great, dude.
Yeah, no, man. I just think at this point, yeah, man, Gesicki's just, you know, auditioning right now at this point.
I hear you. I see what you're saying. What do you think, Mr. Pumpkin?
That's a good question. Because I didn't see much of him throughout the game. I don't know.
He had like
I'm gonna
one
take it.
throw to them. They did pass the ball once to him.
Right.
And then after that, they had him lining up blocking. He had some good shoulder blocks, you know, along the offensive
I
line.
really think that's what they were doing, was showcasing him, how they've improved his blocking.
I agree.
Right.
They're either doing that for the fans to shut the fans up, or they're doing it to impress a trade partner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something else. Not only is Hunter Long in the wings, but this kid Tanner Collins, man, I'm really impressed with him.
Oh, you talking about number good grief.
Tanner
Tanner
Connor. He's
Connor,
my boy.
Yes.
He's the
Yes.
guy that I said is a dark horse to make this team. And if you look at his tangibles from the combine and everything, they're very similar to Gesicki.
And you look at his determination.
No, but
he
they
walk on in college, played receiver, became one of the top receivers in the conference. They signed him undrafted, switched him to tight end, and now he's balling out at tight end.
You know, I think Scummy makes a very fair point right here, because you know, we all want to say pump the brakes on Skyler because he was playing against, you know, second and third stringers and whatnot, but he was also being protected by second and third stringers and catching the ball and throwing to the ball.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
You know, the offensive line, to me, yeah, I showed that one play where there was nice protection, but look what he did with that protection.
Right.
You know what I mean? And even on the play, the touchdown throw, he was gobbled up and he just threw the ball, still got it out. So Scummy makes a very good point here. Like, now I want to see him. I want to see him at game speed with the first team. That would be lovely to see.
Was Jeter at center tonight?
Yeah. No, it was him. It was him and Panky.
He must have
Panky played a little bit too.
for him to step up there.
Appleball, man.
Well, it could be their foot's getting healed finally too.
Yeah, but Panky did some snaps also.
Were there any bad snaps? I didn't get to see the game really.
I saw. I don't know who it was. It was one snap that went to the punter, and he had to kind of reach to his right to bring the, you know, grab the ball and bring it down and kick it.
Yeah, man. I mean, they were. I mean, swing block. I mean, the swing was there. They were blocking on run. The run protect. I mean, the run blocking for me, man. I seen the holes there. That's why I was disappointed to see that these backs were not doing jack, man. I mean, they rotated from Sony. They rotated from who else? Dokes played. Gaskins had the longest run, but besides that, it's just I seen the holes developing. They just weren't doing nothing.
Well, again, we don't have.
I got you, Ollie.
You didn't have Edmonds.
Oh, that link. Yeah, I was gonna make fun of. I was like, if you watch that video, the fan when he gets signed, I'm like, well, he'll never wear those again.
Yeah, and you're probably right. Canes 89. By the way, shout out to Canes 89. Skyler needs to stop forcing passes into the double coverage, sure, which is probably a good problem to have, seeing as our number one quarterback throws into triple coverage. So, you know, we're at least getting some progress there.
Good call.
Comedy
Good
night here
call.
on Finn's Tailgate.
Yeah, but he'll only do it once. He'll learn from his mistakes.
I mean, you know, I was quasi kidding there. I'm not trying to throw shade onto it, but it's just funny. The one Gesicki play I always pull up, he drops the ball and Tua throws a really nice pass right into his hands. But the one thing that's funny is that you'll hear the dichotomy immediately come out to the people that are still that are critical of Tua. Oh, look, he threw into triple coverage. It's like, yeah, I want to ding him for that, but I also want to give him credit for the nice pass into triple coverage, which was right in Gesicki's hands. And let's face it, Gesicki dropped it. You're a professional tight end. Fashion yourself as a wide receiver. Okay, your quarterback made a mistake and threw it into triple coverage, but he still put it right on your hand.
Yeah, I remember you showed that play before.
Yeah, it's on my channel. I've got it uploaded on my channel. It's always a go-to for me. But so it's just ironic sometimes. You know, it's like I can also use it to point out a spot where Tua threw into triple coverage, but I don't want to hate on him like that because it was a good throw. You know what I mean?
How about having this problem? If Tua does play well this year and Skyler keeps improving, then we got an Alex Smith, Pat Mahomes situation.
I'm sorry, Ron?
I said if Tua does play well, gets us to the playoffs, but he's not carrying the team, so to speak. He helps us win, but he's not the reason we win. So kind of like Alex Smith and Pat Mahomes in Kansas City.
Well, yeah, I would say that, and I know what you're getting at. I would still, I don't expect him to care, like it to be him the reason we're in the playoffs. But what I do expect is that, look, it's a long season. You know, there are going to be games where just everybody on the team has a tummy ache. You know what I mean? Yeah. And those are the games where you need your quarterback to take it on his shoulders and just will them to win.
Right.
And that would need at least 2 or 3 times in any Super Bowl contender needs that type of quarterback at least 2 or 3 times during any given season.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You know, again,
he doesn't have to carry it the whole season. Yes, every quarterback needs a team. Sure, they can't do that for 17 games. I get that. But we do need to see it 2 or 3 times a season to expect to be called Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah, you don't need to do it every game, but it also doesn't need to be every game that the defense has to save us. You know what I mean? We don't want to see that either.
Defense, I mean, the running game can help us. You know, I mean,
and you certainly can't live in this world where you can give credit to Tua for beating the New England Patriots first game of the season last year.
I like to shout out to CT here.
Like,
welcome
it's so
to the show.
apparent and obvious. People, like, really.
And Lewis.
Lose that game.
Oh, we got Lewis in here.
But see, that's how. But Ron, we get baited into bringing that up, and then we get called Tua haters. It's like, no. But you're not going to gaslight me into thinking he won us that game.
Yeah, you're not going to listen. The facts are the facts. I mean, if you watch the game, you saw they were in field goal position, running the clock down. Howard doesn't strip that ball, we lose that game.
Yep. Unless we win like we did tonight, where their kicker misses the field goal.
Hey, can I make a point on that real quick? It's fucking hilarious to me.
We're glad you showed up. We want to get your opinion on Trill too and all that, if you could.
Whatever
for real. You can elaborate on. You know what I mean?
Man,
but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, think about this. The first go around for Mike McDaniel of clock management and timeout management, and he fucking ices the kicker. How fucking awesome is that?
I know.
How fucking awesome.
I know, CT, but you're again, what are you up here to talk about? Let's not smooth over the point that there's no reason Trill should have been in the game at the time he was in the game. I'd like an answer as to why he was still in the game at that point.
I think they wanted to give him a long look. They did the same with Noah, and Noah got burned a couple times early. Trill got burnt once early, and I think they were just trying to give them more reps. And you got to balance that out. And so I have not seen a replay of what actually happened on the play. I've looked on YouTube to try to find it, and I have not seen one uploaded yet because I was streaming it and it was the Bucks broadcast. So
we may not get another chance till the replay tomorrow on NFL Network. It comes on at like 5 a.m, by the way, guys, Eastern time, something really early like that.
Yeah. And so I can't specifically, I saw them, them helping him off the field because the NFL or the film crew, they went off and did an interview or whatever while they were tending to him on the field. So they didn't play any replays. I haven't seen the exact play, but they said that it was a lower leg injury. That's a very broad term. So, even if it's a knee, you hope that it's not a torn ACL. You're hoping maybe it's an MCL or an LCL injury, something that'll take, 3 to 4 weeks to heal, something along the lines of Zach Wilson-esque. But
I would say this, I'm sorry.
Shout out to Mr.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Say that again.
I said I didn't mean to cut you off, CT. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, you're
CT,
fine.
So, CT, real quick, I wanted to get your opinion on what I had mentioned earlier about it being possible that the tears were coming from the fact that, and also that, there is if we want to look at as much on the bright side as we can, as much optimism as we can, is it am I kind of thinking the right way that it's the more damaging an injury, you're less likely to feel that kind of severe pain right out of the gate. You know what I mean? And that if he got hit in a certain way that it just really, really hurt, that he might have self-evaluated right there at the moment and thought this level of pain has to be a season-ending injury, and that may be why he started crying and showing emotion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could absolutely be that, but it could also be he realizes that he's in a fight for a roster spot.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I meant. That the pressure is where the emotion comes from. But what I'm asking you is, am I being overly optimistic by thinking the severe pain actually indicates possibly a lesser injury?
That's not
because
really
most real big injuries like that, you're going to get a lot of endorphins. You're going to get a lot of numbness right out the gate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
but
not
at the
being as
same
much
time,
pain.
if he feels a pop,
right? That's what's going to be my next question.
If he
knows his body, he knows his tendons.
Yeah,
right,
exactly. So it's hard because without the replay, I can't really see where. All I've heard is that he got rolled up on.
So it doesn't even look bad if you.
It looked to me like the guy's helmet laid down on the side of his knee.
That's all it looks
like to me.
Right. It doesn't look like he rolled his leg. It doesn't look like he buckled his knee. Nothing like that.
Almost like just like a blunt force bruise. You know what I mean? Which would be very painful. You know what I mean?
Right. And then when he got injured, he was laying on his stomach. He was laying on his stomach, and then he turned him over.
Helmet, that's going to be extremely painful. When you smack a bone, it's going to hurt like hell.
Sure. I think the emotional part of it was just
it could have chipped it too.
He knows he's in a fight for the number 4 quarterback spot.
That's what I'm saying, Ron. If he felt that pain and just immediately assumed because of the pain that it was season ending, then that's where you're going to get the emotion from. But not from the pain itself. You know what I mean?
No, but that's how he reacted when he
go ahead. Training camp. That's time he can't show out to earn a job. So it doesn't even have to be season ending. It could just be, listen, he's going to miss time. He's not going to be able to show what he has. Right. And, he could lose a job to somebody else.
Right. Well, that's what I was getting at. Is I think he would be more upset about that because, I mean, if you know that you're going down for the year, yeah, you're going to be in pain. But to be honest, a lot of them. I just want to
make sure everybody knows the guy isn't crying because of the pain. He's not a pussy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is these guys don't cry because they're in pain. These guys cry because they know all the work they've put in, and now they're going to be out for a while, and that's what gets them. They're angry,
undrafted too, right?
Well, and that's the thing. CT is I guess I'm trying to be optimistic and have hope in that. That severe pain might actually indicate possibly a lesser injury, more like a blunt force injury that just is a bad, really hurt. You know what I mean?
Hey, I mean, good morning, but time will tell.
Good morning, man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, can we stop talking about the injuries and can we talk about my man number 19?
knew it.
Color and Ali's favorite player, Skyler Thompson. QB2 is in the building.
Lewis, you left me out, bro. You left me out because I was on the podcast with you.
Oh yeah,
last
Mr.
night.
Polk is diehard Skylar, man. Definitely.
Mr. Paul, that's why I love you.
Hey, and when we're
QB2
done
is in
talking
the
about
building.
y'all infatuation with Skyler, I'd like to talk about some real issues that I'm concerned about in what I saw tonight.
Show him, Ali.
Oh, don't worry,
Ali.
CG. We'll give you the floor. Don't worry.
I just,
here.
I was,
I already got his
I was
signature
giving
right
Lewis
here.
some shit. Him and I were texting before we came on.
Hey, Color, I need that hat up off you, Color.
Real
I need
quick,
that
guys. I
hat
just
up
want to
off
make
you,
a
Color.
hold on, real quick, Lewis. I just want to make a show correction. Epps pointed out 1, 2, 3, 4 Epps. Thank you, buddy. I did just double check. Also, the game replay is tomorrow at 7 a.m. on NFL Network on Eastern Standard Time.
All right.
Eastern Daylight Time. I'm sorry.
Hours you can.
Hey,
Go ahead, Lewis.
Listen, in my opinion, real quick, I know I'm going to let y'all fellas go. I won't be up here long. But all I'm going to say is 20 for 27, 218, 1 touchdown, and you look at the poise that this kid played with.
That's exactly what I'm
playing the whole game. I know there was a couple throws and
Didn't even seem tired after the game either, Lewis.
Well, and again, when I watch Tua, I've seen improvement in his game. I've seen improvement in the way he handles interviews and stuff. He's getting better at all that. But again, we got to remember, Skyler Thompson is 25. When you watch him even speak, the way he carries himself, bro, this is a grown man we're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? You can tell the physical difference. I was very, very impressed with what I've seen from Skyler Thompson today.
Lewis,
I would just say this.
I said earlier that I was more impressed with poise and the fact that the game wasn't too big for him, more so than even the physical attributes.
Absolutely. 100%. He handled himself very well. And you see, this is where I usually fight with people. And, well, I wouldn't even say fight, but this is where the debate comes. And again, and let me preface it because the Buccaneers were playing their second and third strings, and I get all that. But when we come out here and say, well, a quarterback needs a perfect offensive line, a quarterback needs perfect wide receivers, number ones all over the field. Well, wait a minute. Tyreek Hill didn't play. Jalen Waddle didn't play.
Right.
The offensive line kind of had some struggles today, and there was no running game today for Miami. And did Skyler Thompson look like he missed a beat at all?
Nope.
There you go. So look
Not
at what he did. Look what he did with the Preston Williams of the world, the Lynn Bowdens of the world, right? And just now, imagine him with the starting offensive line, starting running backs, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle on the field. Let's be honest, fellas. Like Skyler Thompson, I'm not calling for QB1 yet, but I think the debate about QB2, that's already been put to bed after one preseason game.
I think you got to pump.
Now, wait a minute, though, Lewis. What if they start Teddy next week and he balls out for a whole game?
Then we got a quarterback competition. That's what that's called, Color.
Well, yeah, but would you admit it's a competition?
I would admit that that's good for our trade value when we trade Teddy B. That's what I would say.
That is true. He does have a good point, Color. That's fair.
Fair enough.
The thing is, Color, did you think, and let's be honest, Color, did you think that Skyler even had a chance knowing the fact that Teddy B was already here when they drafted him?
Exactly. Good point, Ali. Yep.
Because I remember when I saw the video and I was like, man, this kid may have something. Just look at the kid's highlights. Everybody thought I was crazy. Just saying.
But would they not have known about Skylar before they signed Teddy?
No, not well. This is true. This is true.
Scouting
But maybe
wise.
they didn't know how it would translate on the field yet, and that's
I
something
see
they
what
had
you're
to
saying.
see.
Like tonight they're pumping their fists tonight in the back office now. Like, now we got a trade piece. Right, I can see that.
Yeah.
And one more
what's
thing.
his name? McDaniel's back there going like this.
Absolutely.
I wonder how much.
I
Wait a minute, guys. I wonder
McDaniel-
how much. Hold on. I wonder how much the us losing the pick has affected Teddy's standing in the building.
Oh,
like in
that
other words,
actually
has
has
that
really
advanced?
good- oh.
Has that
Good
advanced
point.
the timetable on Skylar and turned Teddy into a trade piece because we need to recover as
really
many
went-
picks back as we
Very
can.
good point.
That's
Absolutely.
a really good point.
Yep. Well, before I go, fellas, I just wanted to mention one play that this is not taking a crap on Tua, but there was a play in the first half where the Buccaneers blitzed Skylar. I almost said Skylar. Listen to me, I'm acting like color. No, but there was a play where there was a blitz. Skyler was in the pocket, stood strong in the pocket. There was 2 Buccaneers draped all over him. Now the pass came out of his hand. It was a little bit wobbly, but it was about a 4 or 5 yard pass to the sideline. I don't know if you guys remember that play.
Yeah, the out. Yep,
It was the out.
Yep.
Now again, it's not taking a crap on Tua, but in my opinion, if that's Tua back there, that's a sack, or that's just not getting thrown. That shows you the difference between a 6'3", 218-pound quarterback that has a cannon for an arm. Can, even with guys draped all over him, he's standing in there and making those kind of throws. And again, it's not taking a crap on Tua, but Tua, no matter if he gets better or not, which I do believe he is, but he can't give you that kind of attribute. Those are the attributes that, again, I'm not calling Skyler special, but those are the things that special guys do. Again, we can't. If there's 2 guys hanging on you and you can still make throws, bro, Tua will never be able to do those kind of things. You see what I'm saying? It's like, again, I'm not calling for QB1, but I think that if Tua, I think if Teddy's not here, Tua's gonna have to look over his right shoulder. That's all I'm saying. Color,
and I want
like
to bring up
Color,
something that Lewis and I talked about as
Color,
well.
I'm gonna need that hat up off you, Color. I'm gonna start sending you my address. I'm gonna need that hat up off you, Color.
Oh man. Oh man.
And Lewis and I were talking about it too.
Must have heard DB's show last night.
Who else is concerned at the fact that we had a lack of a running game and our run defense was atrocious?
Our run defense was not atrocious. It wasn't consistent. That was the issue.
Well, what I would say,
there was games. There was plays.
I literally have notes play by play.
Yeah, but CT, you got to admit, our first level run D though was just.
Absolutely. In that first quarter, we absolutely played well.
But the second level, man, when those running backs did make it to the second level, it was like guys standing around everywhere, just watching everything happen. I'm like,
and that's where I was getting
at. What the hell, man?
Bro, there was a lot of missed tackles by linebackers.
Ali, that text conversation we were having during the game. I got one of the transcripts of me saying, what did I say?
RD is for real.
No, I was like, Jesus, get to the ball, guys, or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Let me take a look at it. Hold on 1 second.
It was ridiculous. Like people just standing around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was the other. Yeah, you did complain about that a lot. I remember. Here we go.
Because I've got here too, one play, left side of the D line gets owned.
Right here. Come on, guys, get to the ball. That's what I wrote.
Yeah, I wrote here on one. It was left side of the D line gets owned for a gain of 4. The very next play, the same exact run play, and they get 7 yards. And 93 and 56 both missed a tackle on the same play.
Who was 56? I saw him a couple times. Forget who.
Let me see if I can find it.
I don't remember every player. I just wrote down.
Color. I was going back and looking at our conversation. You made the comment, and the context is that you were joking about it, about saying that Tua is better than Mahomes. Remember, duh. But I said, wouldn't it be funny if Skyler starts this game and lo and behold, right off the get-go, Skyler started. I didn't even know he was starting, bro. I was like, wouldn't it be funny? I was joking about it, and then look what happened.
That caught me off guard.
It didn't, to be honest, if I had to think about it, it actually did catch me off guard because I thought the whole purpose of why Teddy didn't play in one of the last practices with Tampa was because they were resting him for the game. That's what I thought.
56 is a UDFA.
56 is DeAndre Johnson.
Yeah, DeAndre Johnson.
From the University of Miami.
Yep.
Wasn't he one of the guys that got burned?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was the guy? There was like some missed tackles, really bad missed tackling on the second level that I didn't really care for.
Well, there was one where the guy missed the tackle, but all of his help was just standing there watching it happen.
Yep.
And then watching the running back run by him after he broke the tackle.
Yeah,
Like,
Duke
what the
Brown
hell?
looked pretty good as far as like coverage. I mean, in the first couple of minutes, I mean, he was all over the field. But besides that, yeah, the interior defense did not look good, man.
I mean, at the line, at the point of attack, though, boy, man, yeah, they were blowing the line up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then especially when Jalen Phillips got taken out, it was like all downhill from there, man. That's when you saw all the tackles start getting missed, man. It's like, dang.
Yeah. I mean, we literally that one play, the DN doesn't set the edge, the linebacker gets washed out, and literally two guys miss a tackle. The running back squirts out and runs for 16 yards, and you're like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, there was another one. There was another one. I forget who the linebacker was on the play, but he totally bit the cheese, man, and like went with the flow, and the running back's like going the other way by him. It's like, oh yeah, good one there.
And the other play where they are on blocks, but they can't shed their blocks, but they're there in the running lane. Then the running back stops, turns around, and runs to the total opposite line. And you're like, what the fuck are we doing?
On a lighter note, well, I don't want to say this yet. I'll say it in a second. Go ahead. I gotta look at the numbers first.
That when Cameron Good came in a little bit later, he
was, man. Cameron Good, man. I thought he might impress, but he impressed more than I thought he was going to impress me. And you know, another thing I noticed, that dude is tall, man.
He's a big guy,
he
man.
stands on the field, man.
Tyndall had that fucking tackle in the backfield for a 5-yard loss. That pitch was bad.
Good also had a pass deflection.
Yeah.
Crossing looked good.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm wondering if they might start working him more at corner rather than special teams now because of what happened with Trill. You know, hopefully he comes back and everything, but still, he looked really good. Crossing did look very well.
He got burned a couple times, but nothing. He didn't give up anything major.
No, but that one play, he almost had the interception there too.
Yeah, he did, definitely. He played good. There was just a couple times where he was trailing a little bit far and he got burned, but that's all right. He's got to learn when they get to the top of the route, break down and slow down and wait for them to make their move. That's all.
Couple points. Couple bullet points. We had 2 penalties for 10 yards. Tampa had 4 for 34.
How many were by the center?
I don't know. It doesn't say that.
Okay.
Oh, Benito Jones had a couple good. Looked like he had a couple good plays.
Yeah, he did. John Jenkins shit the bed tonight. John Jenkins did not play well. He got pushed all over the fucking place tonight.
That's surprising.
Yeah, dude. When I was going through the notes and I was looking back at the numbers, I was like, holy shit. That many times he got blown off the ball at least 4 or 5 times that I have in my notes.
Yeah, because they've been talking all
right on that.
He's been a monster.
Hey Ali, do you have the link that El Cap sent us in text? Because I don't have it on my computer.
The
one with the one with the stats for the night.
Oh, for the first quarter.
Oh, that was only the first quarter. All right, let me.
Yeah, that was what's his name? Adam.
Let me just look Beasley. It up then.
Oh.
Ding.
I mean, wherever you got in your microwave.
What am I hearing? Oh, sorry. It was me. I was looking at ESPN box score and it started playing a video. Sorry about that. Yeah, Myles Gaskin had the longest run.
That's what I was That's what I was looking for.
He did. He had the longest run and it was
Skyler
quick.
by 1 yard, bro. Skyler had 21 yards, was the longest run for the Dolphins rushing, and Gaskins was 1 yard less, which was 20.
Who was saying earlier that Skyler had almost 1,000 yards rushing in college?
He
In 2
did
seasons?
actually. Let me pull that
Yeah.
up. And that was in the first 2 seasons. The third season was the COVID year. And then the season after that, I don't know if they changed their offense or what, but they didn't run him very much for some reason.
But one Skyler, one of the lead rushes tonight, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
he was the second most. He had 25 yards rushing. Gaskins had 27 yards.
Was that? Yeah, that was Elijah.
That's not a
Yes,
great
that was Elijah Campbell that came
quarterback.
up and hit that guy.
I'm not liking that when the quarterback is one of your top ball carriers.
Yeah, the running game was horrible.
Yeah, for real.
All right, so according to Sports Reference, let's see here.
We had 3 good runs off the top of my head that I can remember all fucking game long, which is sad.
So actually, I was wrong. In the first 3 years of his college career, he rushed quite a bit. He had 267 yards and 3 rushing touchdowns in his rookie year, as in college. And then the next year, 2018, he had 373 yards and 5 rushing touchdowns. The big year was 2019. He had 405 yards, but he had 11 rushing touchdowns in 2019. 2020, that's the COVID year where they canceled the Pac-12. So they didn't really have a year or anything. And then Kansas State in 2021, for whatever reason, they didn't rush him very much. He played all the games, but only had 48 yards rushing and 4 rushing touchdowns. So, but he rushed for a total of 1,087 yards and 26 touchdowns rushing in his college career.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But I tell you what,
11 touchdowns in one season just rushing, that's pretty impressive.
Exactly.
And in fact, I'm looking, he had, wow, that's interesting. In 2019, which was the year that he had the 11 rushing touchdowns, he had 12 passing touchdowns and only 5 interceptions. So, very interesting.
Man, it's really hard not to get the picture of that type of quarterback play out of my head, man.
Yeah, no.
God, man.
I really want to find that video of Trill Williams getting
wasted
injured,
on
man,
our
because I
team.
want CT to break this down for us. That's what I want.
What? Oh, the video for the injury?
Yeah, I really want to see because it wasn't horrible. It's not like
You know how
gruesome where you
people
can't
don't
watch
like
it.
people don't like putting out clips of injuries, so we might not see it again till the replay tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That probably is the deal. I just want CT to kind
Everybody's
of give us an
afraid
idea
to
what
be
it's
that
like.
guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of think you're right though, Color. I think it could be just a deep bruising or something. You know,
That's what I'm
because
hoping for the best on. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it just looked like it got hit. And again, if I was in that, I mean, I get what CT's saying. CT makes a great point about these guys knowing their bodies. If he felt something pop or whatnot, then that could be every bit as much the emotion knowing. In other words, he could know. He might not just be judging by pain. You know what I mean? I'm hoping he's just judging by pain, and it felt like a bad injury, and that may be why he got emotional. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because when
I'm
I
just trying to
when I
be
seen the
optimistic.
injury.
Go ahead, Mr. Park. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. No, when I seen the injury, he reacted as though he knew something was wrong, and I kept saying, "Please just let it be something simple." In fact, I was hoping it'd be a cramp, and that he had a cramp, and what happened. But the way he was pounding the ground and he was lying on his stomach, and then the trainers came out there and told him to turn over on his back, Like I said, I kept hoping it would be a cramp, but when they were looking at this knee, I said, okay, well, still gotta hope for the best. I just hope it, just like I said, I hope it just him hitting his knee and just a sharp pain, nothing serious.
Because I've had something hit my knee very similar to that, and it hurt really bad. I almost thought I wasn't going to be able to walk, but it ended up being just bruising. I didn't break anything or anything. So, I got a wooden desk. I'm really legitly knocking on wood here. That's all it is for. So.
Yeah, I just tried pulling. I was trying to pull it up on YouTube, but it's not showing anything. So
Yeah, nobody has anything on it.
yeah.
So. Shout out to MCJB. How's it going, man?
Yep. Time to do a reset, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll probably do that soon. Shout out to MCJB. Had his premiere video. Go check it out. You can find him on Spotify, YouTube, all those places. Some great music. But yeah, let's do the rundown real quick, Color. Let's do that. So check us out on Tuesdays, TMI Tuesdays. Check out Tonk 7 and Color. They talk a lot about everything, not just sports. Really cool stuff there. Every Thursday, you can find Color commentary, sometimes during the daytime, sometimes at night. But definitely check out Color. You never know what he's going to talk about. You got me every Saturday night shenanigans, get everything off your chest. I'm going to start having more special guests as they come along. Every other day of the week, though, you can check out Capitan on the Finn's Tailgate Show. Never know who he's going to interview, so definitely cool stuff there. But yeah, check out our partners. We got the links below, used in the description. Fanatics, get all your sport fan gear you need there. Everything from jerseys, hats, and galore. We also have backroom collections. You got some great artwork to go in your room, home theater room, or even a man cave, whatever you want. You have, your area, your office. Some cool stuff. We also have some great merch: hats, beanie hats, flip-flops, yoga pants, tank tops, all different stuff. They come in different colors and everything. We also have an awesome flag. Check that out. Looks sick every time I look at it. Hats are pretty cool. If you are ordering stuff from Backrooms Collection, make sure you use hashtag TFTG as the special code at checkout to save 10% off your order. And last but not least, shout out to all our members. Thank you for coming and joining us. If people want to join, we have 3 different memberships: Amigas, Familia, and MVP. Definitely check it out. They have some great special content that Captain's putting out for them that you get early access to. So definitely check that stuff out. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we also have, super chats. We also have Cash App, Venmo. Just look up the Finn's Tailgate. We really appreciate any support. And make sure, most of all, that you hit like and subscribe. In fact, tell a friend, tell your neighbor, tell your kids, hit like and subscribe on the Finn's Tailgate. So, yeah.
Then hide all those people. No, I'm just kidding.
They say
if
we'll
you
know
haven't
about.
heard, if you haven't heard already, I mentioned earlier. I'll just give myself one more shout out for the heck of it. On my own personal channel, Broken Takes, I just put the link in the chat. I have my premiere video. I'll be doing reaction videos. You will get a reaction video for this first preseason game. It'll be there tomorrow or Monday that I'll drop that. I kind of want to find out what happened to Trill first, like what they say about that next day anyway. So
No, they said we'll know about today what's going on.
Yeah, technically it's after midnight. Yeah, so it'd be by today. They'll know more is what they said. So we'll definitely find out. But yeah, I had my premiere episode. As I do more, we'll definitely expand off of that. They're only going to be about 10, 20-minute videos, but you will find me exclusively live here as a host on Late Night Exhale at the Finn's Tailgate. So.
A 10! A fucking 10! Gentlemen.
Really expanded.
10. That's what I give every time.
Yeah.
So.
All
right. Let's you guys want to get into final thoughts here? Mr. Paul.
No, they're ignorant. That's ignorant.
Mr. Paul, tell me what's on your mind, man. What are your final thoughts?
A win, a win is a win. My thing is we pray and hope we can find some way to keep Skyler. I know it's kind of early and he's playing in preseason games, but I still think we need to find some kind of way to keep this man. I know we done that with Sinet and all that, but it's something special about Skyler Thompson, and it's not just his weird name.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for having me on the show, and y'all have a good night.
You too, Mr. Polk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all.
Anytime. Mr. Ron Levy.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to come up and talk Dolphins football. It's my one vice that I have, and I appreciate the opportunity. So,
well, we love your takes, Ron.
Well, I wouldn't have if I didn't have you to antagonize me, Colin. I'm just I'm excited about Skyler too. I'm just tempering enthusiasm. He just first game. He's got a lot to learn, but the potential is there, and to have somebody like that on the roster that we can groom instead of throwing him out there to the wolves right away, I think is the optimum position to be in. We got Tua. If he shows out like I think he's going to, and everybody that's a Dolphin fan hopes he will, whether you're a Tua fan or not, then we got a great problem to deal with. I mean, you got Tua that's your starter. You got this kid that can learn. The optimum, like I said this before, back before the salary cap and everything else with rookies making $50 million coming out of college. Quarterbacks would sit for 3 to 5 years, hold the clipboard on the sidelines before they ever got a chance to start. And unfortunately, with our microwave society, it's not like that anymore. But if you look at all the quarterbacks that did have that opportunity, most of them have been successful. Aaron Rodgers, Pat Mahomes, these guys, they didn't sit because they weren't any good. I mean, Brett Favre was the starter. Alex Smith took them to the playoffs. So, they had the opportunity to sit and learn, and the game speed, they weren't thrown in. They could mature slowly, learn the nuances that they needed to know. And I think it made them better quarterbacks, better pros when they did start. So I think for us to have a guy that we can groom that has all the physical tools that, we don't have to rush in. We can make sure that he has all the components around him that we got Tua and we didn't have. I think that's going to be, in the long run, what's going to be best for Miami Dolphins. And again, I'm not a Tua stan or Tua fan. He's our quarterback one. I want him to do well because I want the Dolphins to win. And I think having Skyler Thompson there, I mean, could push him a little bit. Could get the competitive juices flowing. I don't think he's afraid of Teddy competition at all. But if you see a young, rising talent, you start looking over your shoulder a little bit. So it could push him to be. And Tua is competitive. I mean, that's one thing all the guys on the team say, that he's very competitive. So I think it's good for everybody. But I just say, let's pump the brakes. He's not going to be the quarterback.
Let me ask you something though. For me, I kind of miss the old days when we had Matt Moore as the backup forever, right? I don't like having a new backup every year because I find that one, you have to reteach everything.
You got to pay them.
You got to pay them. You got to reteach them everything all over again, and it's like a never-ending circle, right? And we constantly draft these guys, or we bring in someone that shows a lot of promise and then let them go. What's the point? What is the point of developing people if we're just going to let them go? We're developing them for other teams. You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense.
Years, it's just insanity.
So my thing is that I wanted them to find somebody that they could permanently make as the QB2. Well, at least for now, you know what I mean?
Right.
And someone that could grow to where they could fill into his shoes when needed without any hiccups. You know what I mean?
Correct.
That's why I was like, well, I like what he brings to the table because he does some things that are very similar to Tua. He brings a running game to a wide zone scheme that is really good. You know what I mean? That he ran a very similar system in college.
Right.
So a lot of the things that you don't have to necessarily reteach to him. And the kid has a very strong arm too, on top of it, that you can't just look away from.
Can't teach
You-
that.
You know, Teddy, on the other hand, he is the check down king. The stats won't lie. And he's here on a 1-year deal. It is guaranteed. So, and I know for a fact he really wants to start. That's what that kid wants.
Yeah, but he's had a shot. I don't think anybody's going to give him a shot to start again.
I don't know. There are teams that may need a quarterback. I don't know what's going on in Atlanta. Has anyone heard? Is everything okay there? You know, that's maybe an option for him. You know,
That's all I heard.
we don't know what's going on with the Watson deal. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, if they do end up suspending Watson for a year,
I believe that.
there's no way Browns run with Brissett. No way. They would
I
probably
think
call
they're
us in a heartbeat, like, "Hey, we want Teddy. What do you want?"
I think they're going to go after Garoppolo.
Yeah, maybe that definitely is possible. I would say it's between both quarterbacks.
I don't think they're going to run with Brissett for a whole year.
Does Garoppolo want to go to Cleveland though? That's the question.
They got a solid roster, man. They have a playoff roster.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I mean, if he's confident, you know, if he's confident in his ability, which he should be, he went to the Super Bowl and he went to the NFC Championship game. You know, why wouldn't he feel like with everything around him in Cleveland, they got a hell of a running game, they got a defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Because he has no future in Cleveland.
if he wins a Super Bowl or goes to another
They just spent 300. What did they just spend on Deshaun Watson? It don't matter what anybody does.
I agree, Color, but the market for him right now is not good. So he goes there for a year and he builds up his value.
See, I think the market's better for him than people realize.
Well, for what teams? I don't think Seattle's looking to upgrade because
Jets,
they're so-called tanking. You know,
the Jets.
I mean that's a definite possibility now. It depends on how long Zach Wilson's going to be out.
And you really can't believe that Atlanta is truly going to roll with Marcus Mariota.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't see them paying for a quarterback when they know that they're not going to be contenders.
I mean, to be honest with you, Atlanta could be just fine rolling with Desmond Ridder after what I saw last night. So they might as well get started on their future guy now
It's so
because he
funny
looks
how
good enough, you know.
we anoint these guys after coming and playing one preseason game.
Yeah,
No, I agree with it. If a team like Atlanta, yeah, I mean, again, you don't want him to throw him to the wolves if the offensive line's not there. He's going to get, David Carr all over again. I felt so bad for that guy. You know, he was such a.
Well, that's another option too. What kind of situation are the Giants in?
Yeah, with Daniel Jones, right?
I mean, are they in a situation to get a guy like Garoppolo in the building at this point? I don't know I don't follow them, so I don't know what their money situation is like.
I'm up here in Jersey, so that's all I hear on the talk radio. And all the talk is that Daboll's all in on Daniel Jones.
There's also Seattle.
Yeah, but I don't think Seattle wants to upgrade. I think they want to tank.
You think they want to tank? Yeah, I
Without
agree.
saying it, you know.
Right.
But
Allegedly.
If they upgrade a quarterback, then they have a better shot at winning more games.
I mean, if anybody thinks Drew Lock is the real deal, I mean, come on.
I think they said Gino's going to start.
Oh, I heard lately though that they're enamored with Drew Lock all of a sudden. Like they're trying to claim they believe in him, you know.
Man, it's
like,
so
or at least maybe it was just reports of good training camp. I don't remember exactly, but
it's amazing how some teams are so lucky with quarterbacks, and some teams have such hard luck with quarterbacks.
If they win, they're going to win the same way they won with Russell Wilson, which is through the running game, because Drew Lock ain't going to give them nothing. I'll tell you that much.
They don't have any more Marshawn Lynch there anymore, so
I had I was fortunate enough to be living in Missouri when he was Mizzou's quarterback, and I can tell you that the local media didn't care for him in his own hometown. So,
yeah, I never thought very highly of him for anything that I saw, but I'm still very excited. I mean, it's hard to get excited what we saw tonight as far as the offensive line and the running defense, like everybody was mentioning. But you got to keep in mind we had Teron Armstead didn't play, Williams didn't play. That's huge for the offensive line. Defensively, I wonder the same thing as you, Color. Why was Jalen Phillips even in the game when everybody else?
It must, I'm almost thinking that some of them had for their own personal training. Maybe that was part of his regimen, and maybe he requested to get a few reps at full game speed. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, man, because they did take him right out.
Yeah, I would think if the people requesting Melvin Ingram might be in there too.
I hope to God they ain't gonna pull a Khalil Mack on him.
Oh hell no! That guy's.
I hope to God that ain't what they're doing, man.
He's a future defensive player of the year. I hands down, I believe that wholeheartedly.
As I make crazy takes about other star players, I have to be honest. We could get a haul for him right now too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think he's
just on potential alone.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, Javon Holland too.
No, I honestly think he probably himself personally, with what he was going through last year, his own, maybe it's just something that was part of his regimen that he needed to do. You know what I mean?
Wanted to get it to game.
Kind of like spending a little extra time in the gym or whatever. Like, hey, coach, I want to get some real reps.
I'll say one thing though. I have faith in his coaching staff. I think he has a plan. He has a reason for everything he does, and
I also want to say it's the first time this Jalen Phillips wasn't a number one last year. He's a number one now, so it's the first time. He probably wanted to get in there and get some game speed action as a number one.
Yeah,
for his own. Remember the confidence issues, all that stuff he was having last year. So again, I think it's part of his regimen.
Yeah, he had to hire that confidence coach. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So, I mean, that could very well be. And thank God, and hopefully Trill is not injured seriously, but thank God we got out of this game without really any starters getting hurt or any real serious injuries, knock on wood for Trill.
Yeah, I mean, Trill to me was moving his way into possibly that role, especially if Byron was not going to be ready by the beginning of the season.
I'm starting to get a little nervous about Byron not being ready.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm kind of there too. And if you went to camp and saw him, he looked really good. So
who Trill did?
Yeah, he looked decent.
Yeah, I agree. I agree there too, Scummy. Scummy makes a good point about the past concussion issues with Phillips. He might have wanted to just get acclimated to the hitting.
That's true. I know that's concussion that came on the motorcycle accident. Really.
And again, Scummy always coming in with a great point. Drew Lock doesn't even believe in Drew Lock.
Good one, Scummy. Yeah, Squeeze, I agree. The guys do want to be on the field, but they want to be on the field for the regular season too, and that's what we want.
But if Teddy ends up getting a good amount of time and balling out, then we're right back to he holds the experience advantage over Skyler.
Right, but
if we're on a Super Bowl run, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree, but I think the fact that the way Skyler has showed himself, I think he's going to make the roster, even if.
I mean, for all we know, Teddy might be one of those. Who was it? Iverson? Was that who it was? Practice, man. Practice, man.
Well,
let's practice, man.
I've heard from
practice.
Teddy is not a good practice player.
Preseason is practice.
It certainly is. I just think I like the fact that, like somebody said earlier, clock management. all that stuff that McDaniel's getting his, his experience now. And so far, he did pretty well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and again, I'll say that maybe I'll make this my final thought is look, I said it before. Now that he's got some game speed experience and he came through. Look, I am not going to be like Chicken Little if we go with him at 2 and trade off Teddy or something. I just think it is unwise. It would be more wise, I should say, to try to fit him in on the 53 or the practice squad as a third quarterback.
Right. I agree. I agree.
And I also believe that if the worst case happened, which I don't even want to talk, I don't even want to speak.
Yeah, don't put it out there.
I still think you should have Teddy on the headset as number 2 and Skyler elevated to number 1.
I see your point there.
And that would be the case for having a third quarterback.
I see your point there.
Because I really think that I know Teddy probably wants to be a starter, but all in all, I'm pretty sure that what Mike McDaniel wants him to do is be on the headset.
Yeah. My biggest fear of Thompson is, like I said this earlier, late in the season, we got to go up to New England. We're in playoffs, and Belichick just throws shit at him that he's never seen before. And again, that's really the one thing that I'm hesitant about Thompson over Bridgewater.
Well, the reason I think it's more likely to play out as a third quarterback situation in a case like I said is because, again, it goes back to the size of the window between Teddy and Tua. I mean, you saw it in our chat tonight. There's already those that are like, forget Tua now. It ain't even about a competition between him and Teddy.
Yeah,
it's between him and Tua.
I knew that was coming as soon as
and you know that you're going to get a certain amount of that out of the straight haters, but not all the people that have said things like that are straight haters.
Right.
At least in my opinion.
Well, it's like I said before, it's a good problem to have, and I think. Yeah, like I said, even if Tua plays well enough that we go to the playoffs, win a playoff game, another year maybe, and he doesn't show that he can carry the team in the games that we need him to carry us, then you got Skyler Thompson that's been groomed for a couple of years. You don't have to pay Tua, and you don't have to pay Skyler either.
Well, see, here's the thing. It's like what Scummy says here, and maybe I wouldn't deliver it this way because, I mean, obviously, Scummy is providing a little comic relief for us too, you know what I mean? But the point he's making is actually valid. An okay QB looks amazing when you've had 2 years of a toddler at QB. And I wouldn't go to that extreme, but the point is valid. When you look at that touchdown throw tonight with 2 guys draped on him, it was an effortless throw into the end zone. It was completely effortless. That has nothing to do with the defense being second stringers and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? That's raw talent. Take away everybody off the field and have him throw that ball, and it was just effortless.
I agree. But I will say this. Cam Newton had that same effortless, but he didn't have to me, he never had the mental makeup.
And in that case, I'll point out the dime he threw that's on his big highlight film from Kansas State, because Cam Newton wasn't throwing dimes like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said,
granted, the windows are tighter in the NFL. I get it. You know what I mean? But as far as being concerned about being able to put the ball in time and space, I ain't concerned at all with his ability there.
Right.
He's far better a quarterback than Cam Newton in that respect.
Again, I think it's just a wonderful problem for us to have. Just like
that's why exactly. But that if you're talking about good problem, you're talking about keep him as a 3, keep Teddy on the headset no matter what happens at number 1. So he effectively is the playing number 2.
I hear you, and I've changed my tune. I mean, Ali asked me last week, would I want to keep a third quarterback, and I said no because I wanted the roster spot for somebody else. But
that's the first time I kind of put it at that angle. Maybe somebody like Lewis is going to come back up real quick to give his final thought. But if I were to say that rephrase that a different way for a guy like Lewis, if you're talking about playing the game, yes, Skyler should be the number 2. But if you're talking about wearing the headset, I mean, you got to have the guy with experience, man. And if you're talking about during the middle of a game,
right?
If somebody goes down, the guy with the headset needs to go in to finish out the game. Then you start Skyler as your QB1 the next week with Teddy back on the headset.
Agreed. Hey, Color, I'm sure you remember Strzok on the headset when Marino was first starting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Peterson.
Actually, Strzok called the spike play. Actually, I think it was Bernie Kosar called the spike play.
Did you give Lewis the link?
Yeah, I stuck it in chat.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I didn't pull him up, though. He was already there. You get what I'm saying, Lewis, about I agree with you. Like playing-wise, yes, definitely QB2.
Yeah,
get him on as a third guy so we can have him as a QB2.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. Listen, I just don't want to lose Skyler, and I don't believe that if we try to clear him through waivers to get him on the practice squad, I don't think he makes that.
Well, that point I've graduated to agree with you on.
Me too, and that's why I said last week. I said I wouldn't want to keep Reed now. I don't want to lose him either. I think he could be groomed into something, and I changed my take on that. I definitely want him on the roster.
Right, but yeah, I could definitely see your point, Color. Have Teddy Bree like on the headset, and if let's say Tua went out, just like let's say in the third quarter or something, yeah, you would put Teddy B, and if Tua was injured, then you would start Skyler the next week. I could see that happening. Absolutely.
Right, because the theory behind what I'm saying is, okay, if he's like I've said before, if he's good enough to be better than Teddy, he's good enough to be better than Tua, right?
I would agree with that.
We know that Tua, for whatever reason, okay, be it personal issues, be it gameplay perception, whatever it might be, he's earned QB1 spot and he's the guy. I get that. However, if there's a guy behind him that is better, that doesn't mean, you know what I mean? That doesn't jeopardize Tua's job as long as he keeps winning.
Right.
Correct.
But if the worst happened, then yeah, I agree with you that Skyler gives us the best opportunity to continue winning going forward with Teddy still on the headset.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. For sure.
Because my original thought was that, yeah, he was probably better than QB1 anyway. Not to say that should be a reason to start him over Tua, just to say that should definitely be a reason why you start him over Teddy if the worst happened.
I'm still looking forward to seeing Tua this year, full health, with all the compliments around him, a little bit better offensive line, and an offensive coach that supports him. So I still think he's going to be successful this year. I do.
Well, I just wanted to ask though, because to Color scenario, hopefully that is the case, and we do carry 3 quarterbacks. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, just to change, and maybe you already answered this, I'm coming in late. But if we only going to carry 2, let's say it is only 2 quarterbacks making this roster, what are we doing?
I wouldn't be chicken little over it if they chose Skyler over Teddy at this point. I saw him at game speed. I'm happy with how he played at game speed. I'm impressed with how he played at game speed. So I would not be chicken little about them choosing him over Teddy.
Hold on, Color. I got to press you a little bit. I'm putting you in the GM. You're the GM of the Miami Dolphins. It's up to you. I know you just said you wouldn't have a problem. But if they told you, Color, we got 52 men, but we need 53. Who you picking? If they told you it's Skyler or Teddy? And
see, the problem with that is I don't know either of them in the building. I don't know what kind of conversations have been had between everybody in the building and Teddy. I don't know what's been told was expected of him in camp and all this other stuff. But putting that aside and just going on, raw eye test ability and all that,
right?
I would say I'd like them to give him the same shot that they gave Skyler, and I would like to see how that turns out. Because if it ends up being equal, then Teddy still has the experience advantage over me if we're making a Super Bowl run.
Right. I mean, if God forbid something happens in the playoffs, you want somebody with experience.
Yeah, but the way I look at it is basically we all know Teddy's only here for this year anyway. He will not be on this roster next year.
Agreed.
So I wouldn't be. I'm not going to just cut it again. We're going to the scenario of only 2 quarterbacks, bro. We know that we have Skyler Thompson for the next 4 years. That's just a fact. So I wouldn't give up on Skyler Thompson, knowing I got him on a real cheap rookie deal for Teddy B just for this one season. I know we're talking about Super Bowls and stuff, but again, it's tough, man. It's tough.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly how you feel, Lewis. You know what I mean?
He's a late round pick, though. I don't know if we have him for 4 years, do we? Late round pick?
Yeah, 4 years. Yeah. No, if you're a first round pick, you get the 5th year option. But once you get drafted, you're guaranteed to that team for the first 4 years.
Okay. I didn't know that was the case for late round picks too.
Absolutely.
I mean, hey, we could do this. We could kind of do what New Orleans did.
Keep 3. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No. They didn't keep 3 quarterbacks. If you ever played fantasy, you would know that Taysom Hill is listed as a tight end.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Now remember, there's the whole Gesicki on the trading block thing.
Absolutely.
We open up another spot for tight end, and that could be Skyler's spot.
No,
as a tight end.
Tanner Connor.
Well, what happens if? And again, I could be wrong. I don't even know. I haven't checked up in it. Has anyone heard about Zach Wilson? Because what happens is Zach Wilson goes down for the year, and the Jets come calling looking for Teddy B.
Then you're talking about recovering some of our loss from the punishment, and I'm all for that. Like I said, I would not be Chicken Little over it.
Okay. All right.
I think they're saying.
I think Skyler's shown enough that if it was a couple game scenario, we'd be fine. And if it was longer than that, given what we have built, I think Skyler has shown enough to show that he can be as successful as anybody would be with the stars we have on our roster. So I wouldn't be that it would be like, yeah, let's try this, let's go, balls out, you know what I mean? See what we got. If let's say the worst happened. If the worst doesn't happen and we got rid of Teddy instead, then we're not worried about it anyway. It's the perfect scenario because we can continue to just let Skyler grow, Yep.
Well, I heard before I came up, I heard you Color talking about the touchdown throw. I mean, that's a thing of beauty.
Just effortless, man.
That was a thing of beauty. Yeah.
Look at the way it came off his hand and the way his arm moved and it's just effortless.
Yeah, it was definitely even the pass I seen earlier. I wasn't up, but you guys were showing the film. I think it was it was a play action, like a 7-step drop back. Offensive line held up perfect. I think it was the pass to Trent Sherfield, if I'm not mistaken. Just look at the way he stood in there and the form, the release, and everything. I mean, today it was.
And that was Scummy's point that he was actually trying to make, was that it was a sight for sore eyes, was it not?
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
And that shouldn't be. Now, if Tua starts doing that, that'll be a sight for sore eyes too.
Right. Listen, fellas, I was very impressed with what I seen from Skyler Thompson today.
No doubt.
Very impressed. One thing is to have putting good throws at training camp in the Panties Olympics and stuff. And again, it's 2nd and 3rd string, 4th string in the Buccaneers. But for a rookie to come out, handle himself, again, 20 for 27, 218, a touchdown, no interception. And again, you could see, even when he took off and scrambled out of the pocket, his head was always up. He was scrambling, but he was still scanning the field. It just
let's
felt
be
different
honest
today. Looking at that.
And again, 2nd and 3rd string defense or not, he didn't have Tyreek on the field. He didn't have Waddle on the field. He didn't have our stars that we brought in for offensive line on the field.
Yep.
He didn't have the star running backs in his backfield.
Yep. I agree. Well, that
And he made lemonade out of lemonade out of lemons.
That's why when the first time I came up here, that was the first thing I mentioned. That narrative that everybody puts up that the quarterback needs all this. No, they don't. At the end of the day, sometimes the quarterback is the one that's going to have to win you games, and he's going to have to uplift the talent around him.
What's the other thing I put in the text, Ali? It's amazing what your defense looks like when your O pays them off.
He did say that. He definitely did say that.
Absolutely.
So,
because we had some problems on defense, but it didn't kill us. It didn't break us because our offense was paying them the frick off.
Mm-hmm.
Just like last year, the defense was paying the offense off.
Agreed, Ali. Yep.
So,
and you know what else I want to look at before you go, Lewis? Because this is going to drive home the same point, and it's the one thing that one of the areas.
Shout out to Ron, who's a new member now. Thank you, Ron.
Oh, appreciate it, Ron. Let me pull that up.
Ron.
I think I was a member, but my bank sent me a new card with a new number.
Yeah.
I update the payment.
Well, we didn't put a goose egg up in the third quarter, to our credit, but we still didn't score much in the third quarter.
But
we put up 17
over
in
20
the second
points.
quarter.
Right. Yep.
It was already 20-14 at halftime for us. That we haven't done in a long time.
Well, wasn't that play? I've been coming on every panel and every Twitter space I say, and I always say the same thing. When playing the offense that we played last year, this 13, 14, 15 play drive, having to be methodical, what I liked was I think that Skyler Thompson touchdown was like a play 2 plays after the interception. That's a quick strike offense. That's showing your defense, hey, you get me the ball, I'm putting this ball in the end zone for you. That's what this team has been missing. That quick strike ability. And again, it's preseason, but just look at the shot. Like Skyler was on the field and he was like, hey, I see this, I'm going to take it. And bro, if we can have that element added to this offense, and again, with Tua, it's going to be different than last year. I don't want to see no more of these 13, 14s. We have to play perfect and everything. Like, no. It has to be, again, I was very impressed with Skyler. I'll just say that.
Oh, and by the way, shout out to Justin Tucker II, Jason Sanders, 4 for 4 tonight.
See what a good older does for you.
I saw him in practice. That guy puts the ball right on the square that they have in the netting. Like
one of them was 53 yards. Yep. Another for 52 yards.
Yep.
He had 2 field goals over 50 yards tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he was Mr. Automatic.
And guess what? Take one of those 50-plus yard field goals away, and we lose the game.
There you go.
Yep.
How did our punter look, by the way?
I'm glad you brought that up, Ali. Don't worry about our punter. Did you see Matt Ariza in Buffalo?
I don't even want to talk about it. It already upsets me.
Dude, that ball was coming off that kid's leg. And
don't even talk about it, man. It upsets me in color. 80-yard punt. Dude.
Oh, my God.
You had a 20th string punt block defense. Okay, just like in college, they probably spread out a 25-yard open space for him to get a running start to punt that ball. Just to show off. I haven't looked at the film, but we'll see.
He actually doesn't look like he gets a running start, just so you know.
Yeah.
It really doesn't.
Yeah, and I bet there was a 25-mile-an-hour wind blowing at his back, too.
It lands on the 5-yard. It's
color Matt Ariza
blowing at his back, too.
Color Matt Ariza is the Skyler Thompson of punters. All right.
Geez.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Let's hope he's not.
Let's hope Matt Ariza is not his punter one day.
What I want to see is, because in the tape, not only did he punt, he chased players down and actually wasn't afraid to get hit. I want to see if he does that in the NFL.
I hope he does. I hope he does.
Hey, Crypto, Color was
just
up
like
here
always, Crypto making a late arrival.
Sorry, Crypto. I knew it was you. I just when I was gonna mention it to Ali, and then I got all excited about Matt Ariza.
Hey, Crypto
Got you
Color,
as well.
Crypto Color was out here saying Jason Sanders is Justin Tucker. Crypto, get him.
Oh my God.
4
Wow.
for 4. 4 for 4 with 2 over 50 yards, bro.
Yeah, what do you got? What do you got, bro? What do you got?
Justin Tucker could do that blindfolded in his sleep
Yes, I
while
know
high
this.
on crack.
Yes, I know this. But who else besides Justin Tucker rises to that level?
I don't know. Maybe the guy in Tampa Bay, they were saying he kicking 70 in practice.
Yeah, let's see what the guy in Tampa Bay did tonight. I didn't even look.
No, we bounced one off the upright.
Hey,
oh, that's right. That's right. He lost the game, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, I know
forgot.
he's not a quarterback on our team, but what was everybody's impression of Kyle Trask? What did you guys think about how he performed tonight?
He actually did okay. I'm sure the Bucs fans was pretty happy with his performance. He had some good drives. He put together a couple of good ones. Made me nervous about Boyer.
What's Justin Tucker's longest field goal?
66, I believe.
66 last year against Detroit.
Yeah, he holds the record.
Jason Sanders' longest is 56. So that's actually still pretty long.
Oh, I
in my
know.
opinion.
Give him a chance.
Just in my opinion,
kicks
it's
in
still pretty
Miami.
long.
He kicks in Miami. Come on.
That's true.
Come on. He should be kicking 80 yards then, Color.
Oh, and just so you guys know, I did look into the subscription, the bell notifications on my channel. According to YouTube, they should be working. If they're not, you may need to look at your permissions, it says. So it's there. YouTube's trying to say it's on your guys' end. So I'm not
You
really
need
sure
to
what's
look
going
at
on.
your permissions.
I don't know what's going on. I
what are you
created some
talking
burner
about,
account
Ali?
to check it, and it works perfectly fine on my end.
What's going on, Ali?
Oh, I don't know if you heard. I have my own YouTube channel, and I put out my first premiere video, reaction video, just basically an introduction into the channel and what I'm expecting from this game and what I wanted to see. And every week,
you did a YouTube reaction video?
It let me put up all the notifications. No problem.
So I don't know. I if you guys can't do it for some reason, it's something on your guys' end. I'm not really sure. I looked as much as I could, and I asked YouTube, and that's what they're telling me.
So it's only YouTube, but not Facebook or Twitter or anything like that?
No, I only have it on YouTube. I will advertise for it on Twitter and Facebook, but I only have it posted on YouTube. The link is in the description. I can link it again. But you're going to find me a host here for live. Those are just pre-recorded reaction videos that I'm just doing. About 10, 20-minute video. That's it. So.
Oh, okay. A reaction to the game?
Yeah, kind of like I just did one to introduce the channel, and then like probably Monday after we get the Trill Williams news, I'll probably do another one to recap this game. And during the season, because I'm going to be at the games primarily, the next day or two, you'll find a little 20-minute video. I say, hey, what I saw, my reaction, stuff like that.
What's
So
that,
you guys don't have
Lewis?
to work till
Game box? You said game box, right?
No, for the tickets, it's game time.
Game time, okay.
Yeah. Hey, so does Tua and the offense play next week against the Las Vegas Raiders?
I think Tua should play the first quarter.
Need to.
He has to. It's a.
You don't want Russ to set in.
He don't want to lose his job to Skyler. He better play.
Talk to him, Crypto. Talk to
him. He don't want to lose his job. He better play. If he don't play next week, then that means he's been officially benched for the season.
Uh-oh.
So color, you don't have to you don't have to wear the sundress. You can actually put it up.
Oh, the bet is still live. You're saying, Crypto. You're saying there's a chance.
Just imagine, Color. You almost made a bet with me for Skyler. You would have been wearing 2 dresses.
There you go.
Right.
And then I would have forced you to go up to Skyler wearing the dress and ask for signature.
Oh, that's
man.
even better, Ali.
Oh,
That's
man.
better. Yeah. I like that.
I'm waiting for Color's reaction.
Man. My God, the Chargers got a brutal schedule. Their first 5 games worse than ours.
They can go 0-5.
Who does? Who is that?
The Chargers.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, we lost color. He's upset.
No, I'm all right. I'm just dropping back for a second. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. I'm just busting. Yeah, Chargers do have a tough schedule. So do the 49ers. They have a tough schedule. That's why a lot of people
I think
are not so
everybody
high on
does.
the 49ers, by the way.
I think everybody in football is going to go 500. It's going to be 9-8. Everybody's going to be 9-8.
Wow. So I'm watching this
Imagine
video,
that.
Javon Holland signing autographs, right? And somebody hands their Jordans off their foot and had him sign the Jordan. So you're never wearing those shoes again.
For real.
Oh, man. Like Rams and Chargers. He just fumbled the ball.
What's the score?
29-22. The Chargers losing.
Who
The Rams.
play?
Yeah, they got the scrubs in there now. They're playing the Chargers, the Rams.
See, if it was like a football cleat, I get why he would hand it to him. But it's his own shoes. You can tell that he probably wore those to the game.
Wait a minute, who was that? Holland?
Yeah, Javon Holland. He's signing autographs. Even Howard was here signing autographs too, which was kind of cool. I heard like
Okay,
everybody, like
signing.
Jalen Phillips, everybody was signing autographs.
So what's the over on that he gets 8 picks this season?
Who? Skyler
Holland.
or Tua?
No, Holland.
Oh, Holland?
Yeah. Holland.
I'm gonna say that Xavier could maybe get 7 to 8, but I'm gonna say 5 picks by Holland.
That's gonna take yeah. I tell you what, we need that streak to stay alive. The turnover streak. It was at 22 and it ended. We need to start another one.
Hey, we had some turnovers tonight, so it was good. They're already getting started early. I like to see that.
I do
Right.
like to see that.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Ron. Go ahead with what you were saying.
I said 5 INTs and 5 sacks from Holland. I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get some sacks. He's always hanging out in the backfield.
He has that first step, man. He explodes off that line.
Now, Kenny Pickett was balling now. He was 13 for 15, 95 yards, 2 touchdowns. Wow, that Kenny Pickett guy might actually win the job.
That's why I say pump the brakes.
Trubisky's trash.
Not gonna argue with you there.
Well, some of the low lights from today, though, I was kind of high coming into today, thinking about Channing Tindall, and what I seen, I wasn't really impressed. There was a lot of most of the time
He's trying to figure things out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna give him time, but bro, you got to get your head up. I what I seen today, even when
He had a nice hit, nice takedown in the backfield.
yeah, it was like
but
on a
he didn't
screen
see him
pass
a
or
lot
something.
though. He wasn't like every other player or anything.
Yeah, I just think when I seen him, every time he would rush in or try to fill a gap, his head was always down. He wasn't looking up. It was I don't know. I didn't like that. But again, he's young. I'll definitely give him some time. But
Different rookies take different time, to get it when a light bulb comes on.
Did you guys see the run blocking by George Pickens today in the Steelers game? Oh, what's this one?
Yeah, the Steelers Seahawks.
Oh, this is the field goal. That's right.
Hey,
McDaniel
not
iced him in a
Jason
preseason
Sanders.
game.
This is not Jason Sanders.
Yes, that will be
That's
Jason
funny.
Sanders in Week 1 against the Patriots.
With Pilardi holding.
So George Pickens, I posted the link in private chat if Color wants to put it up. George Pickens, the receiver from Steelers, basically shoves the corner right at the line of scrimmage, and the corner goes flying. Yeah, I was like, man, that's why I talk that's why I call about blocking, like run blocking.
Well, I think I got a taste for some IHOP.
You know what I had I haven't had in like forever, and it was really good. Speaking of IHOP, not IHOP, but it's called Perkins. Very similar place.
Is good.
Yeah, Perkins. Yeah, they got them mainly in the South, right? I think I went to one.
I don't know if you
And,
guys have them where
I
you're at
think
in
I-
Maryland.
We got him up here in Jersey.
Watch this run block.
Yeah, Perkins.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what
Oh,
that's what I call
whoa.
a block right there.
I know.
Sticky, take note.
Like Waffle House.
Wow.
I guess
That's
they
cute.
replaced Juju Smith, didn't they?
There you go.
Gotta love the Waffle House though.
Waffle
Yeah,
House
Waffle
is
House
good.
is good.
Oh yeah,
They
you
got
can't
some
go
good.
wrong with Waffle House. Yeah.
They got some good, freshly squeezed orange juice.
So I don't know if this
Pretty
place
good.
is still in business, but in Ohio, I used to go there like after going out to the bars and stuff, like 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was so good. Frisch's Big Boy. Do they still have that up north near
HB
you?
Stoney's Big Boy down when I was a kid.
Yeah, like Frisch's Big Boy was where it was at, dude. I'd get their slam breakfast, whatever you want to call it, and it was so good.
You guys got
4 o'clock in
Denny's?
the morning.
Yeah, we got Danny.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got diners galore here in Jersey.
Huh.
So Tua's
Yeah,
gonna play next week, huh?
Denny's is pretty popular.
You think Tua's gonna play a full quarter next week?
I
If
think
it
he
was-
kind of has to.
If it was me, I'd play him till halftime.
To halftime, yeah, he's got to get full 2 quarters.
I'd see how the pass rush was doing before I made that decision. If he's running for his life, I'm pulling him.
Listen, at the end of the day, these are big boys. We can't put them in bubble wrap. You know, in my opinion, I wouldn't play no one on the defense. The defense has been together multiple years. There's continuity. I don't need to see Xavier Howard, Javon Holland, those. But Tua in this offense, absolutely. I think Taron Armstead should play. I think Tyreek should play. They have to have reps together.
Right, but I'm just saying, for how long though?
Until halftime. Again, we can't worry about these injuries and stuff. Listen, who knows Tua getting on the plane tonight, twisted an ankle. Like anything can happen. These are big boys. We can't worry about our players and put them in bubble wrap neither.
Yeah,
they got to play.
You can't also invite, things to happen by being negligent.
Mm.
I mean, look at the Jets. The Jets are. I mean, I'm up here in Jersey, so all I heard all day on talk shows is, "Oh my God, the Jets, same old Jets, another season."
Yeah, but he didn't get hurt by getting hit or nothing. I
understand that. I understand that. Non-contact. I understand that.
This again, that goes to my point. This is football. Anything can happen. I'm not going to just say I'm not going to play Tua because there might be a pass rush. No, I want to see him against a pass rush.
We need to see it.
Right? Yeah, I want to see it.
I agree also, but again, I just don't want their season to end before it begins.
Man, that was.
I'm
really
trying
good
to
cut by
find.
Miles Gaskin.
I just don't want to their season to end before it begins. That's all.
I'm not worried about that. Miles Gaskin had a pretty good run today, though.
Yeah, he had one good run.
Speaking of,
Overall,
good call, Lewis. I was
Yeah,
just
there you go.
pulling it up.
I got you, Color. I'm here. We're on the same wavelength, Color. Don't worry about it.
overall, the running game, I think it's going to be a lot different when you have all the starters in. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And Dieter, I think, was on that playing center there, and he hasn't been playing all week. Actually, the last 2 weeks, I don't think.
Well, the one thing that they did have was room. He had room to step up, so Dieter must have been holding his own.
And no high snaps today. Is that just because we had a 6'3" quarterback back there instead of a 4'11"? I mean 5'11".
Yeah, pretty much.
Stop hating, Lewis.
See, they're all practicing for Skyler, Lewis. That's all it was.
There you go. There you go, Ali. I hear you.
I do agree with you, Lewis. That one pass that he did where it looked like the defender was like had the pass like blocked, like it was a lineman coming at him.
Right.
he threw it. And it just flew past the defender perfectly, in and out route. That was a great pass.
Yeah, and if you go back, I don't know if you guys could find it. It's hard. I think it was a play in the first half. But, bro, there was another guy that was coming up the middle. But I think around the edge, he was already getting, like, dragged down. And that's like two people in his face holding him. And just the arm strength to get the ball even out there. Again, I'm not trying to take a crap on Tua, but that Tua can't make that play.
Is Noah watching this?
Right? Yeah, get your head turned around. Right.
Yeah, watching the replay too, Lewis. They show a close up. I hope Noah's watching this. This is how it's done right here. Little hand fighting. Get your head around. Boom.
Bam.
You're complete.
Yep. Absolutely.
So, Color, you know that video we showed earlier of where it kind of looks like McDaniel was sizing up to hit this receiver?
Yeah.
I'm looking at a clear video of that, and it almost looks like the receiver thought he was going to get hit too and almost fell over because of it.
Right. He slipped.
Is that what it
He
was?
like slipped and fell, yeah.
It was kind of like, whoa.
Yeah. It's a cheat code against Noah.
Cheat code. Well, we did pull up a play that we thought was Noah's fault, and it is debatable that Brendan Jones was lost in coverage. And that was on the touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I think on that touchdown play, now again, it would have been a hard play for the linebacker, and I don't know if he could have. But if you look at it, I think Sam McGuavin was like running back. I don't think maybe Sam McGuavin was probably didn't get deep enough in his coverage. Because if you notice, as soon as the receiver for the Buccaneers caught the ball, you seen Sam McGuavin like hauling ass to the end zone to that actual spot. So again, I'm not saying he would have been there, but it could have been on Sam McGuavin a little bit too. Maybe he just didn't get deep enough in his drop.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who this coach is that stands next to McDaniel. It looks like he's like a drill sergeant for the military.
And Darryl Bevel?
Is he the assistant coach?
I don't know who he is, dude, but he looks. You can tell that he has some nice shit. He works out and whatever. He has the guns, and he's wearing a white hat and these khakis, and he's constantly walking either next to or is behind McDaniel. Every time I see McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is this? Is this the one he fakes the guy out?
Yeah, this is the play right here. Yep.
No, that one, I don't know. You can't barely see it in that one.
He slips and falls a little bit. Like, watch, he'll slip on the sidelines. See, when it looks like the timing is perfect, it looks like McDaniel, like, totally, like, get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like at the very end, he does this like jerk move. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not gonna lie though. Coach McDaniel kind of got my kind of swag, man. He just looks swaggy on the field. Did anyone check out them clean Air Force Ones he had on?
I know,
yeah,
right?
actually, here's a good picture of him showing off the
Air
swag.
Force Ones.
Hey,
It also has. I put it in the private chat. Not only is he showing off his shoes, but the guy that is to the left of him is the guy I'm talking about. I want to know who this is. That's not what I was talking about, but I wonder if that's his secret wife. I'm just Josh. I don't really care if he has this. It doesn't matter.
Skyler getting involved with the fans. He's about to do the.
I think that's his
Buccaneers.
girlfriend or something. I think that's his girlfriend. But not crypto. Color. Look at the last link I sent. This is what Lewis was talking about, his shoes. But the guy I was talking about trying to figure out who it is to the left of him.
Mm-hmm.
And nice Air Force Ones.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, he's
Somebody
swag.
balled that out.
Yeah, you see this guy to the left? Who is this guy?
That might be the guy that pulls him away from the sideline, you know, if he gets too close.
Is that his private security or something?
Well, they all have a guy that pulls them back off the
right
field
next
so
to
they
each
don't
other
get
as well.
penalized. There's a guy that's literally responsible for making sure he doesn't put his foot on the field.
Damn, is that number? Is it 52? Is that Landon Roberts standing back there?
Yeah.
Damn, Landon Roberts is pretty big, man.
Yeah. He is. He probably don't even need no shoulder pads.
What you trying to say, Crypto?
I'm just saying.
Anybody that wanted to
Look
watch
at her
Tua today.
freaking shirt, dude. Look at her blouse, bro. That's just jamming, bro.
Is that the old school symbol? Zoom in on it. I think that's the old
can't
school.
tell.
It's the old school Dolphin.
Well, let's see.
It is the old school Dolphin.
Yeah. That's dope. Whoever made that for her, that's dope.
That's interesting.
Here's a really cool one-hand catch by Tyreek today, by the way. I posted that in the private chat. Guy just catches it out of the air like no problem.
Reaching effortlessly.
Yeah, dude, it's like it appeared in his hand. That's how good it was.
Look at his eyes.
On the ball.
Right on the ball, yeah.
That's a horrible pass from Tua. He had to turn around to catch it. That's a horrible pass.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, you're going with that. They were just playing catch. That's all it was.
Here's the biggest problem right here. I'll show you. And it's just the way it is. Look how when he cocks back to throw, look at it, if you drew a vertical line right up here. Look, this dude's standing straight.
Right.
Tua needs to be standing just as straight as this guy. Because watch what happens. See what he does? He lifts up. He pushes it up. Now watch where his arm ends up after the follow through. See that?
I agree.
That needs to be his shoulders need to be way turned around more. His hip needs to have way more rotation, and his arm needs to be finishing like way down here. And that's why it sails up in the air like that. I'm not saying that this is that one pass. It is what it is.
Well, he did have problems with his footwork at the end of last year.
I know he can throw other ways. I'm just saying that particular pass, that's what's wrong there. You know what I mean?
The color there was a Hall of Fame throw. You're a hater. That's a Hall of Fame throw.
That's the Super Bowl winning throw, Color. How dare you?
Color, you remember Jim Plunkett, don't you?
I'm not live. No, I'm not that old. But just to illustrate that too.
And who in the hell is that Chargers backup quarterback throwing dimes like this? I guess Herbert's in trouble.
Well, it might have been Brian Hoyer.
He's throwing dimes like Herbert out there. What the hell's going on?
Hoyer was dropping him in last night. Like,
yeah. I'm like, man, what the hell is this
Lewis.
guy?
I was just he came back. Good. I was just about to show your favorite play of the night, Lewis. The reason I'm showing it again is because I want to illustrate the difference. Look how effortless this throw is.
Beautiful throw.
And it was right after a turnover. Bam.
And I also want to point out, too.
It was an effortless throw. He flicked the wrist.
Look at it. Look.
Ooh.
Look at his body.
Yep.
Straight up and down.
Agreed.
Look where his release point ends up. Look at his follow through all the way over. It's hard to see because it goes out of the picture really quick.
Yeah. You had to have an end zone shot.
Look where it's at. His shoulder all the way around.
That's a perfect throw. That's a great throw.
And that's what makes it effortless. It's not his arm strength per se. It's just, look at the throw. It's completely effortless.
The sound mechanics.
I mean, and a lot of you, if you've never thrown a football before, could go out in your backyard, and if you actually just thought of those mechanics and you got a bigger arm than me, you can actually throw like that. It's not really that hard a thing to do.
Yeah, I played quarterbacks before, Color.
It's just having those mechanics down every throw. Now, was Tua like at that moment of the day, was he thinking of, I got to have perfect mechanics? Probably not. That's why I don't really hold much water to it. But I can look at the play and point out why it was somebody had to turn around for the ball.
Yeah.
Damn, Scummy's in the comment section saying Tua's father teaches different mechanics. Wow.
Okay.
Technically, he's not wrong. He taught him how to throw left-handed rather than right-handed.
There you go.
Different mechanics.
And that may be why the release point is not in the right spot off his hand.
I see my man, the EM.
I mean, it is what it is.
What up, player?
I'm not saying he can't win. I'm not saying he can't throw good enough to win in the NFL and whatever else. I'm just saying that if you don't think there's a stark difference between those two throws, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not my eye test that needs adjustment.
Color, are you trying to say that Skyler Thompson should start signing autographs as QB1?
Well, again, that was the point I was making earlier about Teddy. And that's why the window is so tight between Teddy and Tua for him to thread. If he's going to do that, then we might as well keep him as a third and make him QB2, but listed as QB3. So that if the worst happened, Skyler would be the one to go in, not Teddy. Tua's got the job. There's nothing, even if Skyler was Tom Brady, they're not going to start him over Tua. It's obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the political
I see you. I do see.
And Tua has shown enough in camp, enough improvement in camp that I don't necessarily disagree with them going with that angle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. But again, that's why I don't think Skyler can thread the window between Teddy and Tua, because they have no interest in not doing anything but starting Tua.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I thought it was 3 o'clock in the morning. I thought two Aneers were already be asleep. The two Aneers are already coming back after you, Color.
We should continue with final thoughts, Color. It's getting late.
I already gave mine earlier.
I know. So
probably why I'm good at this.
I think it's time to make me a batch of popcorn.
Yeah.
I'll be the first one to get out of here. You want my final thoughts? It's 2 words.
Yeah, man. Make it hype. Bring the hype. What you got?
No hype. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's only 2 words. Skyler Thompson.
There you go.
That is the
Way
hype.
to go. Talk to him, Lewis. Talk to him. Talk to him.
QB2 coming for QB1. Hey, I appreciate you guys
Thanks,
having me,
Lewis.
Ali. Always a pleasure.
Definitely.
Color, I need that hat ASAP.
Lewis, you have a great night, man. We'll talk soon.
You guys too. All right, Chris.
Yep, we'll catch you, Lewis.
Be good,
Everybody,
man.
make sure you catch Lewis's Twitter Spaces. He runs
Yeah,
them most
definitely.
daily.
Definitely.
I appreciate that, fellas. Y'all have a good night.
You too, buddy.
Definitely. Ron, you still with us?
He's like, holy crap! The Tua love just went flat. He went off the cliff. He's
I
like,
think he's
what happened?
shocked because of what
we
dropped
were
the mic with Skyler.
we were all on the same page a minute ago. Now we're all shitting on Tua. Just
Man,
kidding, Ron.
if that take's gonna shock him, he definitely doesn't want my take because my take may have to check his pulse.
Well, you got to get through Crypto's final thoughts first.
That's true.
That might go at least till 6 a.m.
All right, Crypto, let's get through it. What are your thoughts? You enjoyed the game? Did you honestly enjoy the game? Were you happy with some things you saw?
Yeah, I was. It's not bad. I enjoyed it. I now that we've gotten the tape on Skyler, I think he earned it because for first time 7th round draft pick can earn a full game in the first preseason game debut. It's quite remarkable. It's quite telling on how well he really did in minicamp leading up to that. He must have showed them a lot in order for him to warrant a whistle to whistle, a start, for the entire thing. So yeah, they see enough in him. That's why I said they did their homework on the kid. It wasn't just a fly by night pick where they was, they was drunk and they was spinning the wheel. They went out and scouted this guy. They did their homework.
I like how you say they did their homework. Because Pac-12 was affected by COVID so much and they missed a whole season, they had to do twice the amount of homework or 3 times the amount of homework on every player to find out what they had. So I'm sure they really focused a lot of attention to those players that they picked up, from the Pac-12 and schools like that were affected. So definitely.
It did. Because tonight he started out. He started out 10 for 12. I think he completed 10 of his first 12. He had a one overthrow to Craycraft. I think it was more so a miscommunication because Craycraft stopped running. He just stopped running in full stride. He could have probably gotten underneath that ball, but I think
if he was throwing the Tyreek, he would have been caught.
That would have been a touchdown. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point too. So I'm thinking it was miscommunication. So and that's expected from a rookie. So I was real impressed. I was real geeked. Of course, I was looking at other stuff like when we got off to a bad defensive start when we allowed Trask to look like freaking the second coming of Christ out there. But then they got the act together and got them 2 quick turnovers and took control of the game. So that's why I said, okay, the defense bailed themselves out. Special teams was on par. Sanders did okay. And in the return game, we got some good returns too. And then we got some good stops on the other side. So it was overall, it was a good game. I expected it, late to get a little tight, but eventually we was able to hold on and get McDaniel his first win.
Yeah.
And he did okay because
that was my next question. Like, how did you feel? Like, you feel more comfortable with him as calling plays and coaching and stuff?
I was nervous initially because of the run pass combo. As far as when the running plays was called, it wasn't successful. But the pass plays, he allowed Skyler to be comfortable in his own skin. So I'm glad McDaniel allowed him to say, okay, here it is on 3rd and X, 3rd and 2 or 3rd and whatever. He didn't let that dictate whether or not, he's trying to hide his quarterback or try to, bring him along. You know what I'm saying? He let the quarterback's talent speak for itself. So he said, "Okay, I'm gonna call this play as if you were the starter, and we was running a regular season game. So this situation, I'm not gonna shy away from it. I'm just gonna
I want to see if
call."
it's gonna make me throw up.
Color. The one thing we didn't really say, no one really mentioned, is that, in my opinion, it didn't look like they had him on a leash like you normally would have a rookie. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
It kind of felt more
That's what I
natural
was
to
looking
him.
for.
He looked like he'd been doing it for a bit.
Right.
And that's what
You
I think
know,
I'm more impressed with.
he wasn't on the leash at all. He's like, "Okay, I don't care if it's third and 12. I'll call this play. Go out there and try to execute it the best of your ability."
He
He
definitely was
did.
executing on the pass plays for sure.
He did, and the thing that McDaniel did immediately after that turnover, he went for the juggler, meaning basically don't get conservative after you force a turnover. Go for the juggler, put them on their heels. He immediately went to the end zone on the very next play.
Oh yeah.
That was the one thing I liked it coming out, because our defense is going to create turnovers. We got to make the other team pay when we get that ball back right away.
Yeah.
And that's what was missing big time last year. Offense didn't give our defense a chance when they was creating those turnovers. Just we didn't punch it in.
Mhm.
So I was glad he called that. He dialed up that play with Skyler and for the end zone.
Yeah, you little fucks.
Man.
Yeah. So yeah, that's something. It was I was really impressed with. Going back to McDaniel and how we're impressed. I was impressed a little bit by his coaching and everything, and like the plays he was calling. To win the game, he iced the kicker. When was the last time you seen someone ice the kicker in preseason?
Yeah, he did that in preseason. He was laughing. He's like, "Yeah, he did that when he pulled up," because he was about to get roasted for that fourth down call by not allowing them to play one play versus giving them two plays to get a first down. So he was like, "Oh shit, I need to do something here." But he pulled it out. He had an opportunity to redeem himself, and he did. That's one thing I did like. He redeemed himself on icing the kicker that time.
Gene, if you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase is trademark, not to use the tradition of Ricky Bobby.
It was a penalty, and he said, "Okay, I'm going to accept the penalty and make it 3rd and 21, which you give them 2 chances to get a first down versus just 4th and 11, 1 shot." So, yeah, that was good. I like the icing the kicker moment. That was pretty cool.
That was actually pretty cool.
Yep.
I think someone that's actually impressing me, I've seen in camp, and I've seen him make multiple catches now in this game as well as in the training session I went to.
Cedric Wilson?
Sharpfield is kind of impressing me now.
Okay. Wilson
number
did good
14.
too.
Pardon me?
Yeah. Wilson did good.
Yeah,
He
Cedric
had some big
Wilson,
ones.
he did what I expected. The guy, from what I heard, he plays bigger than his size, and he always seems to get the open lane. And I was very impressed. Tanner Connor, a guy that I'm really following, I think he did very well. There was there's quite a few people that did very, very good and kind of impressed me.
Yeah.
Bowden actually had an okay game. He needs to play more. He needs to show more. I need to know what's going on why he looked like he was always like waiting for the ball to come to him, though. You know what I mean? Like, was
What do you
that by
mean?
design
Come
or
on.
or was the ball coming out too
Passing game?
late? If you look, he had the 2 big catches. One, it was like a 20 or 30-yard pass, and then the other one was in the end zone. And both times, it looked like he had been waiting there all day long for this ball to arrive. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure out, like, is he too fast for Skyler, or was it like part of the way the play is designed? That's
Yeah, I
what I'm
think
trying
it's
to
the
figure
play
out.
design more than anything. Because
I
he was
kinda
backed up.
need-
don't even know who you are.
Like he was backpedaling.
Yeah, I kind of need to see like a different angle to see what Bowden was
Yeah.
doing during those plays that it ended
Right.
up that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it was a play design.
Maybe.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
Anyway, Crypto, thank you very much for coming along. We love to have you here every time.
Yes, indeed, Ali.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll definitely have you on soon, and can't wait to talk to you next. All right.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Yep. Uh-huh.
All right, Collar, are you gonna come back and do your final take?
Yeah, my final take was already given. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm impressed all the way around. I guess we did all right for preseason game. It's so hard to watch these games, to be honest with you. I mean, it's good
For
to
me,
see
it's
what you're
watching the
getting.
people that you don't know if they're gonna make the team or not.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
see what
it's
they
good
do.
to
That's
see
what it is.
those things, But again, every time you try to make an assessment, you have to remember, oh, they're only going against these guys, or they're only going. Well, if that's, I mean, all these guys are fighting for their jobs, so you're gonna get the best out of everybody on the field, even though if their best isn't first string,
Yeah. So for me, like with Skyler, like I understand he's going against third and fourth stringers, but I'm looking at how well he executed the play. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
again, and pure mechanics too. You can look at, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So he did a lot of things well. Yeah, some things can be cleaned up. He's still a rookie. We have to remember that. But
yeah, but we do have to see Tua next week.
yeah, and I also do want to see. I do want to see Teddy. I kind of have to
Sure.
see it in the game. You know what I mean?
Because we would be remiss if we, like we're looking at what we're looking at with Skyler. We have to see our number one quarterback. Just have to.
That's true. That's true. So.
I don't want to be talking about stuff that, and arguing stuff that is in the ether because there really is no comparison because the other guy hasn't played. You know what I mean? And if we can't do that until week one, then it's pointless to even point out the positiveness of what Skyler's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
I'm not going to advocate for somebody unless I'm going all in for him. You know what I mean?
I do understand you want to see our QB1, but I'm really enjoying watching our future Hall of Fame quarterback.
Oh,
I was going to say he's our future Hall of Fame quarterback.
They don't even give you guys face masks for those things, dude?
No, they don't sell them with the face masks at all.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's kind of messed up. But I come to find out it's because I don't know if like the manufacturer has a hard time getting them, so they're allocating them to the teams only. Because when I try to order it directly from what you call it, the manufacturer, they were sold out. So
I
have to
Interesting.
specially order. Yeah, I have someone looking into see if they can get me one.
Well, now you can put the exact same one he has on it.
Yeah,
if you're gonna buy one anyway.
Yeah, I could. So yeah, I was gonna get a visor too.
You just go to Riddle. It's a Riddle, right?
Yeah,
just go to there. They don't sell face masks independently.
They do, but I think they were sold out the last time I checked. Let me check again. Oh, speed.
Huh. And you got to make it an aqua one too. That'd be really cool.
Aqua or orange. I'll go either one. Let's see. Trying to see. Here we go.
That's amazing. They don't come with face masks. That's like,
yeah, they're about $70. Just so you know, that's how much they cost, and they have like different ones depending on like.
So it's a $70 hunk of steel.
Yeah, and you it also depends on which model of helmet you have. As Riddle, even though this is called the speed helmet, there's like a couple different versions, so you have to pick the right one. Let me see if this is
$49.90.
Oh, they actually look like they may have the orange one in stock.
Everybody from South Florida totally just got that joke. It's $79.90.
Yeah, in fact, the Aqua one, they don't even have it listed, so I have to like call them to find out like how I can get one. So, yeah, but
But thank you all. You guys all help make the show. Give us things to more
yeah,
to
shout
talk
out
about.
to Duke. Thank you. You guys make the show. Thank you everyone that showed up.
Enjoy watching you guys banter back and forth.
Yeah, thanks.
Skyler made that
Tommy,
possible. Go, Skyler.
It's definitely fun. Thank you. Shout out to EM for coming out.
Yep.
In the chat. What else? We got Q up in here. Foot Moss, man. I haven't talked to you in forever. Shout out
where
to
you
you.
been, Moss?
Yeah.
Right on.
I know last time he was, I think he went to England. I didn't know if he was back
Oh,
yet.
he's been on hiatus. Huh? All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
I hadn't seen him in a while. But shout out to him. And let's see, anybody else we missed? California. Shout out to Squeeze.
Liz Meyer.
Yeah, Richard McLean.
Love y'all. Antonio.
Yeah, everybody. Even Mr. Epps.
100
1, 2, 3,
Anti.
4 Epps.
All y'all still around this late. Dang.
Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to say thank you all. Thank you for coming out. We're undefeated, baby. That's right. Football is back. I can't wait. I'm going to try to have more guests on the show. So definitely appreciate it. And shout out to everybody that came on the show. Iceman, Gordito, Big Philly. Thank you guys. Definitely. But till next time, till next Saturday, fins up.